I'll try, يا أخي I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, أخي I'll try, يا أخي I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, أخي I'll try, يا أخي I'll fight for us. كفو يا ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Fools, proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Akhi, I'll try, Akhi, I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Akhi, I'll try, Akhi, I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Akhi, I'll try, Akhi, I'll fight for us.
proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Akhi, I'll try, Akhi, I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Akhi, I'll try, Akhi, I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Akhi, I'll try, Akhi, I'll fight for us.
look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Akhi, I'll try, Akhi, I'll fight for us.
It means a lot to me to compete here.
It's going to be a very exciting experience for me.
I'm waiting for amazing games here.
That's going to give him the rampage! Overhead. God, collapse! Welcome to the Riyadh Masters.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are back in for our final day of the group stages of the Riyadh Masters, and it is, of course, MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Another brand new day of some group stages here. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great, Mike. I can't believe we're closing out groups already. Last day for our set matches. There could be a lot of tiebreakers. Who knows how it ends up here, Mike? You know how group stages are sometimes. You come out with a couple of drawn series. You come out with some teams getting 2-0s and 0-2s. And you end up with a lot of tiebreakers. That could happen here today. We've only got 2 set matches for us here first. But again, many multiple ties that can come out as we can take a look at that set sched today. Team Spirit up against 9 Pandas for us first. Then BBT up against TSM. So it should be a rather interesting matchups. The EU special on this stream today. Especially with that first matchup. Should be a lot of fun to see these two teams getting at it against each other, as there's already a lot of chatter in the lobby as well, Mikey. There's been a lot of chatter in the lobby.
I can say Collapse had his sister took his keyboard sadly for Collapse. So he said, his sister said some things that he didn't mean to say, but there has been a lot of chat. It seems like Team Spirit and 9 Pandas having a bit of fun with each other. Of course, for that second matchup that you saw earlier, like BBT against TSM, BBT's already secured their first place spot in Group B, so they're already locked in. They're making it through to the upper brackets in the best possible situation they could be, which is first place. So for them, there's not really much to play for against TSM, whereas TSM are fighting for their lives in Group B right now. So that should be a pretty interesting matchup because, again, BBT, they could choose to be the nice guys, and let them win if they really wanted to, but it's one of those things, you never really want to let anyone win. BBT probably just don't care. They probably just want to keep winning altogether. And in fact, BBT, out of all teams, they've only lost one series, and that was the other day to Team Secret, which I think shocked a lot of people. So, well, there you go. I think BBT will probably just want to finish the rest of their group off with just no more losses. See if TSM can kind of force it back their way and get their way through to the playoffs, but yeah, that's the current standing of things right now. Of course, if there are tiebreakers, I believe there will be tiebreakers on this stream, potentially. We'll find out later on, depending on how many. How many? Right. Did you know the circumstances, or are there too many circumstances?
There are way
too
many circumstances as it is. Like there's a lot of things that can happen from the next few results, particularly for Group A. I think Group B is a little bit less so, but again, there's still some chances for dividing line tiebreakers with relegation and lower bracket starts. Potentially between an upper bracket and lower bracket start as well. That is kind of shifting gears. Group A, again, it's a lot of things can happen. So you've just got to watch. I'm not sure if we're doing the whole new Staddle head-to-head score thing. That I have no idea how any of that works.
Yes.
for non-determinant ties, non-dividing line ties. So who knows how it ends up. There could potentially be a lot. They could be in for a long one, for production for all of our admins out there. For Mr. Dougie, who's also saying, oh, there's so-and-so chance. He said, I believe, a 4% chance that no tiebreakers happen for Group A, so a 96% chance that tiebreakers happen for Group A, and around a 40% chance that they don't happen for Group B. So Group B, again, a little bit more open to resolving itself. Group A, no matter what happens, you're bound to have a couple of ties here.
Okay. See exactly what kind of ties we do have a bit later on. Of course, we have to get through these final official series first before we can talk about any kind of tiebreaker, I suppose. And again, for these teams that are left, at least for Group A, again, 9 Pandas are going to be up against Team Spirit. Right now, Team Spirit is sitting in second place, 9 Pandas sitting in third place. So if 9 Pandas could take out this series 2-0 against Team Spirit, then they would overtake to take that second place from Team Spirit away. Both of them obviously just fighting to get through to the playoffs right now, because Quest has already secured first place in Group A. So that first place spot is not up for grabs. You're generally just fighting for second and third place. Thing is, though, they are also fighting, I suppose, to not get knocked down to the danger zone, I suppose, to the lower bracket, because you still have teams like Game and Gladiators trying to fight to make their way up. PSG LGD are tied in third place with Gaiman and 9 Pandas right now in Group A, so I suppose in some sense it's probably more important for 9 Pandas to secure at least a draw here, to give themselves a good chance of being able to get straight through to the upper bracket, but there's just so many things that could happen. So it's a bit hard to predict. We're literally just going to have to wait and see how all these series result before we can outright say there is going to be a tiebreak. And still, we do have a draft for Game 1. That's what's important. Team Spirit against 9 Pandas. Game 1 draft is now officially underway. Enigma being first banned by Team Spirit, and 9 Pandas immediately getting rid of that very popular Snapfire. See if they want to get rid of that Undying hero that we've been seeing a lot of. I think that grab ally in the Tombstone has been proving to be very effective from certain players. Toronto Tokyo, the one yesterday that we kept talking about, but he's not here today in Team Spirit, Jonathan, because he's part of BB team now. But nevertheless, I'm sure Undying will still be a highly contested hero, and it does get banned out.
They were talking about this in the lobby as well. They were saying to ban the Undying and ban the Trimmersaw. So they had a bit of an agreement between both sides, and, well, they do manage to take it out. That does leave the Broodmother here for 9 Pandas, and they will pick it up. We have seen Kiyotaka play that mid. More likely as well for Miara to play it offlane, so pretty open depending on the matchups here for the side of 9 Pandas. Team Spirit, they've got a lot that they can open up here as well. I should start with something stable and support. They prioritize something like 4. We'll go with the Storm, so maybe expecting something like a Brood mid. Storm Spirit doesn't mind that matchup as much. You can always harass back when the Brood does come in. You don't care too much about the mischance. As long as you have your remnants to spam out, you should still be fine with the Silicon Bola spam if they are expecting a Kiyotaka mid. And mind you, these two teams, they've played against each other multiple times in the DPC. They understand what each side wants to do. Yeah, with all that lobby chatter on the agreed upon bans, Mike, the gentleman's agreement was met with the Undying. They'll probably realize Kiyotaka's gunning for the mid brood. Again, like, we normally see it offlane, a very rare chance for it's safe, but for 9 Pandas in particular, it's been nothing but Kiyotaka playing that brood whenever they get to pick it up.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just wondering now if Team Spirit want to combo the Storm with a Coddle, for example, that we tend to see a lot of now. Still have the Pugna, but that hasn't been quite as popular as it used to be. I'd say the Keeper of the Light has been much more popular with the Storm as of late, and it is still available for Spirit if they want to take it. Coddle, not so bad against the Brood either. Like, just having that D push is always going to be nice. And they are actually going to go down the Tiny route for Team Spirit, which is a hero that I can't quite say I was expecting to see here today.
Yeah, it's faded a little bit away. Should be Mira picking that up, of course, on his rotating support. It's not been the most popular, but it does have a lot of good impact here just against a Broodmother. If you're expecting to have to care about Spiderlinks, it's great. It's got still good burst damage potential coming in. It gives another initiation angle for the side of Team Spirit to play around outside of just your Storm, so you can kind of set up with your tiny Avalanche Toss first. Once you do have your mobility on hand, the Pandas into the Miero Doom very early on, understanding that it's a likely ban as the game develops. And we've watched Miero over the course of pretty much every major every Dream League. He's played so much Doom. And he's had so many good performances. He's had a lot of rough starts on the Doom, but it's always there for him. And it's just the bedrock of 9Pandas. They've always got this stable Doom offlane to depend on. They've got this tempo coming up from Kiyotaka. So Miaro can just afford to play something that's a little bit lane dominant, but sits back, farms, and just builds up to be a force to be reckoned with. The Doom in this game as well, lots of utility up against the Storm. The Ags build-up's gonna feel pretty damn good. As the Storm Spirit in this game, you have to worry about the Orchid, you have to worry about the Doom itself. So a straight-up Linken's doesn't necessarily save you as long as these two heroes from 9Pandas play together, their itemization. So you're going to have to find some ways to protect from the jump in here from 9Pandas once the farm is up.
We'll see how they do try to do that. I'm kind of wondering if Miro ever gets bored of playing Doom. You know, just if every second game we see this guy on Doom, it's like, does he ever get bored of it? I wonder. It's one of those heroes, I guess. It's probably just fun for him to just devour creeps and just always have a high net worth. It must feel nice for these offlaners. The Team Spirit. They ban out the Jug. Obviously, the Naga Siren was removed by 9Pandas. They'll also get rid of the Alchemist. The position ones are the focus of both sides, it seems, right now. 9Pandas. Maybe one more pos one to get banned out before we do continue with these drafts.
Something like the Bloodseeker still available for both ends. I think a Yatora Bloodseeker into a Brood is pretty alright. Bloodseeker Doom lane, maybe a little bit rougher for the BS, but and somewhat self-sustainable once you have the levels and turst up. Could be something that 9Pandas considers. Just a little bit stronger for Yatoro, has some good tempo. You've got some silly toss-back plays that can get done with Rupture as well. I wouldn't mind something like the Doom being taken out. I love the respect from Team Spirit, just taking care of Ramsey's favorite heroes in the Alk and the Jug. And they will take care of the PL here on 9Pandas end. So, not going to be looking for that Bloodseeker ban, again available for both sides, unless Team Spirit wants to ban it out.
We'll see.
10 seconds remaining.
Have a bit more of a think about this final ban out, Team Spirit.
5 seconds remaining.
Is it just me, or does it feel like the safe lane pool of heroes is just too small these days?
It does.
It's starting to feel like that, isn't it? Because every other position it just feels like it has unlimited picks. But then you go to position 1, like it feels like we're just rotating the same heroes around every meta, almost.
Yeah, it does feel that. I think it's down to just, I don't know, like universal heroes on the safe lane have kind of died out, but they're still kind of there on mid and off lane. Like they're viable tempo cores that scale really well into late. And I don't know, it's just kind of awkward. You know, you've been calling for it for a while, but it would be nice to get a new pause 1 safe lane as your new hero maybe someday.
Maybe a couple.
Although, yeah, it's Muerta somewhat is, but we don't see too much of that hero. And here's a hero we don't see too much of. Team Spirit do pick up the Ancient Apparition. I know they've picked this one up a couple of times, then it can set some pretty good tempo. It's a great way of shutting down high regen cores, like say the Broodmother who wants to sustain through a fight. The Blast just kills spiders. Very good solution in real life as well, Mike. And that cold. So, good answers overall from Team Spirit here.
It is, and the AA tiny combo is always nice because you can just blow somebody up across the map. Even the Storm plays off it pretty well. 9Pandas not going to care so much about it. They'll just go straight into the Lycan. It's one of those things, right? Like you see a squishy support like AA and you're just like, yeah, just give me Lycan. I'll just chase him down with all my units. In fact, you look at this draft, what is even happening?
Yeah. I feel like we're seeing the Ramses Pos 1 Doom come out here.
Right.
And Miera plays the offlane Lycan. That has been how 9Pandas tends to flex. I don't think we'll see Ramses playing the Lycan anytime soon. It's a little bit too tempo. You know, Ramses kind of likes to sit back and build up. The Doom is much more in line with his playstyle here. Doom Pos 1, it's not the worst thing in the world. You can rush into your Ags Octarine pretty nicely after your Midas and all of that stuff. Ramses loves AFK farming anyway, as we've seen before. So you can just sit back and build up. Expect that tempo to come out from Miero and the Brood and Kiyotaka. An Ags build up for the Lycan here sounds pretty funny. A Wolf Spider is a pretty nice combination to have. Certainly not in the Doom, although I suppose the move speed is useful on Doom, but Wolf Spider with Insatiable Hunger sounds pretty busted, if you can get that done. Mind you, all of your cores do kind of get destroyed by AA if you do group up for the blast. So again, the utility is there from Team Spirit. And they go into the Sven, which is one way to help protect your backline. We've seen a lot of teams with physical lineups struggle up against the Sven once you have your Shard and some auras up. Just your Shard plus active Warcry means that no one's going to be dying that quick from the Brood and Lycan Burst. So even though 9 Pandas loves to fall back with Ramses and farm up here, it doesn't feel like they should try to tempt the late game fight here. Just, you're scaling physically on Brood and Lycan. You're up against AA. Your sustain lineup with Lycan and Brood's durability is just not going to kick into gear. And your Sven will keep everyone alive on Team Spirit's end if this game drags on.
It certainly will. I'm very curious to see how 9 Pandas want to finish off this draft. Team Spirit, final bans to come. Darkseer was removed by 9 Pandas to start. Team Spirit will have a bit of a think about their own banouts now. Yeah, I mean, Ramses Doom, if that's the case, I'm not sure how confident I feel about this. I think I'd almost rather just see a POS 1 Lycan at this stage than the POS 1 Doom, but we'll see if it does go down that route. I know Ramses has played the POS 1 Doom quite a few times, and it seems like Team Spirit are going to believe perhaps a mid pickup is left here for 9 Pandas. They get rid of the puck now. Could also assume a POS 4 Doom, for example, right? Like, if they threw offlane Brood and, say, safe lane Lycan, this could be a position 4 Doom to come out. I think that's still possible as well.
And that is a possibility. It doesn't fill me with any more confidence than the POS 1 Doom. At the very least, I can see this Tricore still working tempo-wise. And again, Ramses just gets to play his playstyle. You're not pressured to drag Ramses in. We've seen some games where Ramses on a jug, like, gets Battle Fury Yasha and is forced to join his team. And it just feels really awkward to throw him off from his farming tempo because he's not ready. But the team feels like they need more damage. I'd be much happier for 9 Pandas end if they can just default back to having Ramses do what he needs to do and build into the itemization and levels first. So, yeah, I mean, support Doom's a possibility, but I know, like, that lane can be alright. It's a double melee lane into the Sven, so your Stormhammer's going to feel pretty good to cut you off, though. If you will run something like the Miero Brood, but again, Kiyotaka's been playing that a lot in this tournament. I don't see them flexing it, honestly. I think the most straightforward read is probably what they're gunning for, but Team Spirit's just respecting some flex, ensuring that nothing sneaky comes through. If you run the Doom support, with these 2 cores, it feels really greedy as well. Like, yes, you can still set tempo with Brood and Lycan, but the Doom support's going to need to fall back and farm as well. And then you have potentially another core coming out for the Pandas. It's just a little bit slow. Like, Spirit will enjoy that space much more. If this Sven goes unchecked, it just becomes a huge issue for your physical output, unless you manage to nail him on the Doom every time. But if you Doom the Sven, then the Storm's not going to care. And even if you Doom the Sven, as long as he has God Strength already up, he doesn't really care. So it's not the most straightforward way. There's a lot of pressure here on our Disruptor to just kind of hold back. For Solo to get a good wall off, have a lot of impact pre-BKB to pressure that Sven in some early fights. And it does mean 9 Pandas will have to, again, play a little bit more up-tempo. Have yourself a POS 4 in the last pick that can fit that tempo and just sit back and hope that Doom hits an earlier timing and comes in early.
Well, final ban to come from Team Spirit. 15 seconds reserve time left to think about this one.
Dire team pick.
They will ban out the TB. Just kind of ticking all the boxes here just in case. 9 Pandas, let's see what they do. Like, if this is going to be a weird POS 1 Doom, I don't know if I can say I believe in it. I feel like I'd confidently say I do not. 9 Pandas, again, fighting for their position in the upper bracket of the playoffs through the group stages, currently sitting in 3rd place. Very important they result well here against Team Spirit.
Team
not too much time left, and it's gonna be a Night Stalker coming out from 9 Pandas. Hold on a goddamn minute.
Okay.
You know what, Jonathan? I like this draft. I like it. You know, it takes me back. It takes me back to my old days. This is the kind of draft I'd love to run. The cheesiest of drafts.
This feels like a pub draft of 4 people who don't
It
want
does.
to play support. So
It
likely
does.
we're getting an Antares Doom here. What, a Ramses Night Stalker or a Miero Night Stalker with Lycan kind of flexing position. Kiyotaka set on the Broodmother mid. Team Spirit, they'll just close out with the Axe, and that is a great solution to this lineup. You have 4 melee cores here, Mike.
Oh, you do too.
You have the Broodlings that will attack. You have the Shard for Collapse that removes the cooldown on the Helix, so you keep attacking him with those Broodlings. Guess what? He will
boy.
spin to win. This is, Alright, Miero, Lycan, Ramsey, safely Night Stalker. There's some good tempo you can hit, right? Like, what 9 Pandas needs to do is hit this tempo by, say, first nighttime, I think, is really important. Even though it's a safe lane Night Stalker, you kind of want to group up. Hope you're close to your 5 and 6s on your cores by, say, 8 minutes in, and go for a push. Go for a push, deny map space away from Team Spirit. You can make it so that the Axe will feel like it's going to be leeching off the Sven's farm. They're going to be sharing jungle space from the back of a slower laning phase, and you can kind of just choke out the side of Team Spirit with a strong start here for 9 Pandas. But if the game drags on, and by any meaningful sense, and the side of Team Spirit are within, I'd say even within 2k gold for the first 15 minutes, and that doesn't grow for 9 Pandas, then your scaling into the late game starts to get a little bit shaky. Sure, the support Doom can scale up. You have a little bit of a timer on the Night Stalker. It's a back and forth one. I can see the conditions for both sides being met, but I feel like Team Spirits is a little bit easier to play. The fact that it's 4 melee cores into AA and Axe, Call, Frost Blast is going to be pretty painful for 9 Pandas if they manage to nail that combination right on Team Spirit. So I need to see 9 Pandas come out really strong in the lanes. Their laning combinations aren't too bad. Disruptor Night Stalker can play early on. Maybe by first nighttime it starts to feel a bit better, but you can at least allow Ramsey to just farm up. I think your lanes on Team Spirit are also pretty decent. AA plus Sven lane is pretty painful. Ice Vortex, Cold Feet, into Stormhammer, you're pretty much almost guaranteed to kill, even up against a tanky offlane duo like that. So a lot banking on these lanes. Really interesting drafts, should lead to a pretty fun game, but I would lean slightly towards Team Spirit. I'm just terrified of this Call plus Blast combination. I don't think you survive that.
It's going to be a very interesting game. Let's get into it though. Game number 1 between 9 Pandas and Team Spirit. See who does pull this one off. Is the position 1 Night Stalker going to be enough this game from Ramses is my big question. I mean, I think it's actually a really nice Night Stalker pos 1 game. It maybe if it wasn't for the Axe. The Axe does put a bit of a spanner in the works here, but we'll see. Again, game 1 is now officially underway, so we'll head over to that. Seems like Team Spirit are going to run right down towards the bottom lane to see if they can set up something straight off the bat. Something you wouldn't quite expect. They'll go right towards the Twin Gates. Oh, there is Antares moving to that area. Yatoro barely going to miss out on seeing him for now, though they might see him very soon with the Watcher being taken. Antares will reveal his position, but they will not be able to catch him. So he's going to be just fine.
A little bit of info.
Yeah, but just a bit of Twin Gates usage.
To battle.
This pos 1 Night Stalker, like, he's got no regen. To be fair, Night Stalker has a hell of a lot of base regen. No, level 1 sitting at 4.9, but against the Axe, I just wonder how much pressure Collapse can apply to this guy.
First level shouldn't be too bad. Axe really starts to shine maybe by level 2, level 3, but level 1's not really the best for Axe. Got a good glimpse off onto Mira.
Collapse going to try and fight for the bounty. Won't be able to get it, and now a lot of harassment to be taken by Collapse. Does have double ring of protection, but is still taking a hell of a lot of damage here from Ramses and Solo. Mira will at least kind of return the favor towards Solo, but that is just a position 5 disruptor with 6 tangos anyway. Well, Solo will be just fine with that. Like now, Mira's going to take a hell of a lot of damage on the way out. Glimpse is there. They won't chase. No point. There's a creep wave coming. Ramses just wants the creeps. Let's see how this top lane does start. I mean, Ramses and Solo again against Collapse and Mira. You arguably should be somewhat axe favored as the time goes on, as the levels do come up. But now at the early stages, it does feel like Ramses should be able to get off to a pretty decent start.
Yeah, first 2 levels are pretty good for the Night Stalker. Axe is a bit of a slow starter. Double melee lane into Disruptor is also mildly annoying. Solo already getting a lot out from his level 1 Glimpse. You should be able to just maintain distance, harass out, buy some space for Ramses, and really stall out until first nighttime. That's around the point you get the levels as well for the Axe to start to get really annoying, but you can start to fight back a little bit more on Ramses as well. And the top lane should be the most farm stable lane, unless Mira can somehow land a good avalanche or toss back into a call. But that's still, again, like a level 3 timing we're looking for here.
He comes back by Ramses. He did have the Void to throw out, but doesn't bother. Just wants the harassment for now. What's down in middle lane, Kiyotaka's against Lal on the Storm. Lal's having a very good time so far in the Storm. Not really too much Kiyotaka can get done at the moment. Plus, at these earlier levels, Lal wants to apply as much pressure as possible, and that is exactly what he will do. Kiyotaka not bothering for the insatiable hunger yet. Seems like he wants to just avoid Lal and just secure his own farm.
Yeah, the early levels feel really good for the Storm. You can melee matchup, you get to use your Static Remnant to its fullest. You don't care too much for the Silken Bola. You should be fairly free on the Storm to just farm up. Laurel already showing that off. Down bot, it was a little bit funny. Antares is just pulling the wave and devouring and scorched everything it down. He's actually getting a lot more farm in this Doom than you'd probably expect, getting full creep wave for himself with no contest. They understand how strong Team Spirit can be down bot. Once you have a value point in Cold Feet, with a good stun like Stormhammer, it's not too hard to try to run down. Granted, these are highly durable heroes on the side of 9 Pandas, but without any value point just yet in Feral Impulse, it is a little bit harder to sustain through. So they just don't look to play aggressive, play the farm game, and Team Spirit can't really fully punish these 2 heroes farming up together like that.
They certainly cannot. Not yet, anyway. I wish they would buff AA a little bit. Like, this hero, like, just right-clicks towards Mira. Look at him just do no damage. I mean, to be fair, I guess he was aiming the wolf that time. I'm a bit blind, but it just feels like the AA doesn't hit hard enough. Like, I know you've got Chilling Touch, and I know you can do a hell of a lot of magic damage. Like, they're gonna try now. You see Miero, like, he gets frozen, but just feels like he's not threatened at all by Mamposhka, who gets just chased down by wolves.
It's a little bit strange, because AA does do a lot of damage as the game scales on.
Right.
You asking for damage buffs, I think, will send some chills to people who have seen the super carry AA goes Ags Midas Ags in that order, and becomes like an ultra sniper. So you wouldn't want those buffs, Mike. Be careful what you wish for.
That's fair. That's fair. I was gonna say turn him into Universal Hero Jump, but I suppose that's off the menu now.
Oh, you're a sick man. If this was Universal, Snapfire would be dead in water. This would be hero you go for. Done.
It's not Universal Jump. It is not Universal.
Thank God,
Don't
man.
worry.
I want that.
Not yet.
And please, no, never, please. It would be a nightmare. It's like a Necrophos sniper combination on steroids. You would not want that in any game. Instant ban every single time in my pubs. Just get out.
I thought Lau was about to be in a bit of trouble, but Yutaka not bothering for the chase, but can secure the other water room. The mid-storm not going to be able to fill up the bottle this time around, because they were both taken by 9 Pandas. You're at the stage where Kiyotaka doesn't really care as much about the storm, as top lane is where the first kill happens, apparently. Solo going down here to Mirror, getting caught with his pants down and disrupted just a little bit, and now Collapse going to really start to try and apply pressure to Ramses. And this is probably around the stage where you've got to be very cautious of the Night Stalker. You've got level 2 counter Helix up, you've got the toss back place from Mirror. You get too close, you probably are just going to die. Especially when Collapse hits level 4, he'll have the Berserker's Call up, and that's where things get very, very dangerous.
And it does. Already has the casual Ring of Felt as well, so you're not going to be able to poke Collapse out of the lane. And the Vanguard's not too off the timing. So, you know, first 2 levels again go pretty well for the Pandas, but at this point, this is where you have to respect that relocating potential with a toss. If you go too far forward into level 4, it gets scary.
Oh, here comes a Poshka. From the rear, he comes in. Solo does get frozen. Mira, though, still going to be targeted and still is in pretty big trouble. Will go down. Now the glimpse back. Antares providing the vision. Maposhka will get caught another time. And they will ensure that Ramses takes both kills on the Night Stalker. That's very nice timing too. Nighttime hits and they just rotate and make these double kills happen.
It's a little bit surprising they forced that issue so hard onto Solo. Collapse is way too far out to help. And he just wants the Vanguard up before going for these deep dives, so... A lot of commitment out from Team Spirit. Maybe just getting a little bit excited to try to shove it back towards 9 Pandas, but they do get punished nicely. Ramsey's going to be tanking his supports for allowing him to last hit. And now, down mid.
A bit of a dive in from Kiyotaka and Antares, but not really amounting to too much as Mira was there to back him up. You can see the confidence starting to build up though on 9 Pandas, and this is one of the drafts from 9 Pandas where you do want to get off to an early start. So I imagine the pressure will want to be applied pretty early after the laning stage. You are still up against the Sven, like you don't want to drag the game out too far. Sure, we're not at that stage yet where 9 Pandas are ready to start applying too much pressure, but I imagine at this stage it's going to start ramping up quite a bit. Top lane, pretty big group up here. 6 heroes up at the top lane at the moment. Team Spirit not going to end up trying to go for Antares, who was chasing them down. They just want to make sure Collapse does remain safe. Ramses, though, he's getting some pretty damn good farm. They'll move in. Collapse, he's been left behind. They were there just a second ago, but because the Wisdom Runes are spawning, they go to get the Wisdom Runes instead. And 9 Pandas, they will just take his life.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Just punish. Napasha goes for the stacks as well, trying to get some build up. And the early aggression from 9 Pandas starting to take shape. And this lineup can go up to a really fast start. Miara's been given a lot of room as well to just build up on his Lycan, so he should have that dominator relatively soon. Yatoro in the solo farming lane is still working pretty damn well.
Yotaka, a lot of damage being dealt to the Spider. Is frozen up here by the cold feet, though surviving a little bit longer. Kiyotaka, he's gonna make it. Lol, he's pretty low on mana. He's got enough to zip back towards the tier 1, I think. But they are chasing him down, desperately trying to secure a kill. They will not get it, but they protect Kiyotaka, who I could have sworn was just guaranteed to die. But not quite. The 1 charges were enough to keep him alive.
And it's a on-point kinetic field from Solo, right on the edge, as to where Lol was trying to zip in, so he couldn't get the auto attack. Try to hope for the best. And 9 Pandas can just starting to apply that map pressure. Look at Kiyotaka. Sees the stacks, can start to invade, instead looks for the full rotation up top. Collapse is pretty far forward here.
I mean, he won't bother bringing the Spiderlings into... Oh, he does now, but... Not really the biggest deal is Kiyotaka. Not going to be able to take down Collapse, who just calls and walks away. I think he needed a bit more backup. Like, Kiyotaka wants to play off the double damage rune that he has, but needs maybe a little bit of lockdown on Collapse apart from the Silken Bowler. Instead, looks like he'll just take some stacks away from the Radiant Triangle on his own. Or just abusing the double damage, and he's going to be able to get away with it. It seems like Team Spirit do not have what it takes to respond to this.
Oh, Yatoro?
Well, chase is on. They've got the Sven. Grimsback is going to be there. Yatoro, trapped between a rock and a hard place, has no way out, so he'll just farm the camp instead. Yatoro, still being chased, is going to drop. No chance of survival. No rotations incoming. 9 Pandas, 9 minutes in. So aggressive on their end of things, and I don't think there's any need for them to slow down with a draft like this.
Certainly not. They have to keep it up tempo. The moment you start to give space away to Team Spirit, the moment you fall back and try to just play a farming game, the Sven starts to feel really happy. The Axe starts to hit some big timings. Collapse does manage to secure himself the Ancient Stacks here. You will get that blink timing on your Axe relatively soon, considering the laning start you've seen. But you're still in command on 9 Pandas. Again, you want this to happen. You've got the Lycan, you've got the Brood. You've got this early tempo coming out from a Night Stalker core as well. You can start to apply a lot of laning pressure, invade the jungle. Once you start to clear out more of these tier 1s, particularly mid, you can take over that bot jungle entirely, and it starts to feel really starved. We talked about this in draft, but you've got Axe and Sven. You can start to feel like they're both kind of creeping up to each other's camps and stalling each other's farm just by virtue of both of them needing a lot of build-up for the mid game here.
Mid lane. Group up again. 9 Pandas. Looking into that mid-tier 1 tower. On to Maposhka. Maposhka going to go down very quickly, but Lal is protecting by taking down the Spiderlings. Water takes out on Kiyotaka. Avalanche as well. They'll commit the doom onto Lal. Cannot chase on his own. But they are creating space for Kiyotaka to get started onto the mid-tier 1 tower. But here comes Yatoro now, onto Solo. He does get the glimpse away on the Sven. Mirror chasing now is to boot. But they aren't going to catch Solo. He is fine.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Pretty messy kind of engagement between these two teams. It won't amount to a tier 1 tower either. The 9 Panda's not really going to get anything out of that Doom committal. In fact, Kiyotaka going to get caught. Is just probably as good as dead. With the Ice Blast now, they've certainly got enough damage. Kiyotaka maybe just getting a little bit too confident, assuming Miposhka would not have the level 6, but he did.
That's why he was camping so far forward on mid. Just wanted the EXP. And now they've got their kill potential lined up here on Team Spirit. They can punish any sort of overextensions out from 9 Pandas. The Pandas still maintain that lead. They need to clear these objectives. There's a lot of space coming out for Collapse. Blink Dagger already flying out for him in a few hundred gold. And they've got room to just control top. While, you know, all of that action does mean Yatoro gets some more room down bot. Once this Sven reaches Echo Saber BKB, a lot of your issues in Titan do disappear here for Team Spirit.
Top lane, Collapse. Will be chased down, TP away. He might actually make it out of this, and he does. No way to cancel. 9 Pandas will go for a chase into Mirror instead. Mirror, I mean, he's gonna die. But he won't mind. I mean, Collapse just getting out of that and picking up his Blink Dagger is gonna feel really good. Because now he can reinitiate. Because they're diving on Miposhka, who gets the Ice Blast off and still gets away. Like, no, he does die to the Wolves, but the chase is on. Wow, he wants a kill. That's a great call from Collapse. He's gonna find one. They're gonna find a second. Miro down a boot. And that's something they just were not expecting. The reinitiation with the blink out from Collapse. But it does pay off.
Dire's structures
Pays
are
off massively. Even Yatoro showing up to help the cause with the last bits of his God Strength there. Should be able to shove in that top tier 1. With that space, Kiyotaka was trying to shove in mid, and he's not able to fully commit. Tower's still relatively healthy. So your map control isn't being really dropped here from the side of Team Spirit. In fact,
Rather, Radiant Jungle, wow, trying to get aggressive. Kiyotaka's going to be okay to walk out of there. Pretty hard to catch the Brood Mother. If you are Team Spirit, like you've brought this draft of 9 Pandas down to a crawl almost after that last fight. One of the things with these kind of aggressive drafts is one bad team fight can kind of put a stop to everything. That's kind of where it feels like we're at now. Like you're stuck trying to get some farm going on your side of things as 9 Pandas. Because Ramses went for the very early Midas pickup on the Night Stalker, so now he's working towards an MKB. Trying to keep up with the Sven, who is just ahead of him at the moment.
yeah.
Toro working towards his own BKB now.
Yeah, they just need these mass BKBs on 9 Pandas. That's the next key timing for them, outside of that early spike from middle of the laning phase into early mid-game. The BKB timings are key. If they can manage to utilize these BKBs, start to pin down, say, Laurel in these fights, start to punish Collapse when he's trying to go for these calls, you start to feel a little bit tighter, but you have to be careful until that point.
Vortex out, they've got the Broodmother again. Ice Blast gonna land to boot. Kiyotaka, he's got no way to heal up. He's just dead. Even Solo was trying to help out, but now he's a sitting duck. Glimpse at least lull back, but the chase is on. Collapse, can he get him? It seems like they can. No dunk, but it won't matter. They'll get 2 for their trouble. And suddenly Team Spirit, they're looking towards the mid-tier 1. Not.
They can just melt through the objectives. Yatoro shows up, secures that kill for himself as well with a Stormhammer, and is getting a lot of early activity on the Sven that you might not expect, but they are committing so much on the initial jumps from Team Spirit on 9 Pandas that there's no utility left to kite the Sven with this kind of playstyle coming out from Team Spirit with their tier 1s intact. They're really utilizing the reach they have with these TP points on hand. The Team Spirit and 9 Pandas, and they've defaulted back into a little bit more of a farm game. These BKBs have to pay off. If they can start to group up around these initial BKB timings and start to take these fights on their own terms, then that's where they can start to retake map control, start to apply even more pressure forward, take out these tier 1s, take out these TP points, and try to choke out Spirit. But with just the mid-game items coming out here from Spirit, it doesn't feel like you're not that concerned about, say, dropping your mid-tier 1 at this point. You just haven't been able to fully invade the way you'd want to here with Kiyotaka. Still clearing out that bot jungle, but you still have a lot of reach up top. You have a lot of reach on your side lane camps as well. No forward vision just yet from Pandas, although they will plant one now down bot to help track. It's just, you've already gotten your value here for Team Spirit. Full Blade Mail up for Collapse, going for the Shard next. So removing that internal cooldown on the counter Helix is going to be massive. And it just, again, it gets tougher. These teamfight combinations from Team Spirit are, it's just so simple. When you're up against 4 melee heroes, how can it not be simple for an Axe?
True. It's the big power spike for Collapse. Always feels pretty amazing when you've got the Blink Blade Mail Vanguard this early. Around the timing, you want to smoke up and just go. Bottom lane, he might have his opportunity to fight soon as well, because 9 Pandas are starting to pressure the tier 2 bottom tower. Nobody's actually tried to defend this yet from Team Spirit. So it might go the way of 9 Pandas for free. Like, they're just letting the dragon do the work. Top lane, Team Spirit are going to group up, but you've got Kiyotaka defending. Collapse decides better of it. He's going to keep farming on this Axe. And so the tier 2 bottom tower will go the way of 9 Pandas for free. They do now have the BKB up on Yatoro though, so they might want to go together now. They will group up in the mid tier 1, but the problem is, well, 9 Pandas, they've already smoked up. They're going through the twin gates. Seems like 9 Pandas is the one that wants to try and set up, but mid lane, Ramses, by himself, will back off at the right moment. Not going to get caught by Spirit.
Good space being made. They can invade Roshan here on side of Pandas. Might not be the quickest process, but Nero will get to work by himself with ice armor up from Arjun, just to provide a little bit more durability here as well. And the rest of 9 Pandas will start to play around that area. Team Spirit should know something's up, and if they had a good read on this, and they do have some good forward wards to maybe spot a rotation, but they don't walk by that part of the lane. If they saw this Roche, you know they'd be lining up for that call and the blast. They just need to get there.
I mean, they are around the area, Spirit. They have a couple heroes here, but it doesn't seem like they're very well aware that Roshan's actually happening. Or they're just not interested in trying to contest this. Roshan will go the way of 9 Pandas for free. The Aegis has been left on the deck. Kiyotaka will go pick it up. Thankfully, he didn't forget. They've got the spider with the Aegis now. Not sure how confident 9 Pandas feel as the game drags out. Like, we're only 18 minutes into the game, and it seems like they are still gonna be quite aggressive towards these objectives. But Team Spirit look very relaxed in a game like this. They're just seemingly more than happy sitting back and just farming. Though I say that bottom lane, Ramsey's currently being watched by Yatoro. With the Ice Blast follow-up from Aposhka, which is now available, they might just dive in. Yatoro could probably just get this done on his own. But Ramsey's, he's gonna see him. Still sticking around confidently though. Meanwhile, Radiant Triangle, Mirror's gonna be spotted by Antares. In the mid lane, T1 Tower's gonna go down. Antares, well, they will get the glimpse on Mirror, but he still manages to just walk away. Immediate smoke by 9 Pandas. They don't want to let up on the aggressions. Into the mid lane they go. Who have they got? Yatoro, he's been found out. That's the big one. He's got a BKB though. He'll turn around, but the Doom is out immediately and he can't get the damage off. Oh boy. Well, that's your Sven BKB being used up immediately and just him going down as Maposh is getting dived by dragons at the moment. He will get deleted. The 9 Pandas, understanding their own timings, play this perfectly so far. Kiyotaka now diving in onto Mirror, wanting another one for himself. The thing is, there's just so many units running at you constantly. These supports from Spirit, they just can't survive when the chase is on.
Your big issue in Spirit is that Collapse was farming top without a TP. If you had your Axe here with a call, and that might have been able to turn the fight. Sure, Aegis on Brood is pretty scary. In a way, Brood is a transformation hero, reliant on insatiable hunger for these prolonged fights. It's something you can kind of work around. But no TP on Collapse means that he's not able to join in. They get good punishment. They grow the lead to 6k at 6 to 9. At 20 minutes in, their timings are online here.
Collapse, he's looking to go in now. He's maybe lacking a bit of vision. Comes back onto Collapse anyway, which will reveal the ward position, but I believe Mirror had already found it. It's just Spirit need to really group up at this stage, it seems, but it looks like they're going to go back to the drawing board and get back to the farming game for now. 6k advantage for 9 Pandas, but definitely still a decently even game. Like right now, win probability sitting at 53% for 9 Pandas. So not really too much higher than Spirit anyway. Basically just 50-50. They are collapsing into the bottom lane. Here, Tarka's going to run right into Collapse and Mirror. Spiderlings will give the vision. Collapse won't mind the Spiderlings too much. Meanwhile, though, Untitled is jumping in on Lal, but doesn't have the Doom to follow up with. But look at Naposhka. He's just melting to the units. He can't survive it. He's down. The helm of the Overlord units, and now Collapse will follow. They just don't have the follow-up. They don't have the damage. They don't have anything right now, Spirit. They can't fight 9 Pandas. Like, you saw Naposhka. He shows for a second. And then he just gets swarmed by spiders and Helm of the Overlord units.
They can't show like this on the side of Team Spirit. Like, you have to protect that A in the back. You are very reliant on the blast. You need Collapse to find these angles with the blink and call. Just not able to with how fast 9 Pandas moves around. And onto that straightforward siege with a creep army that doesn't take too long to the tier 3. Lots of damage done already.
Here, Taka. Back off, he'll play it safe. The tier 3 tower basically already dead anyway. We'll leave the Thunderhide to do the work as... Oh, one hit away. That siege creep will do it. It's okay. They get it. We'll take the outpost while they're there. Radiant outpost to go the way of 9 Pandas. Again, I don't think Spirit are anywhere near out of this yet, but they need a good team. Because right now, it just feels like it's been 10 minutes or so since we've seen a good team fight come out from Spirit. Where they've been able to group up and just wipe the side of 9 Pandas or even find some good pickoffs. But now it just feels like they're just getting kited around.
You need BKBs. Like, Collapse needs to have some protection here up against that Static Storm. He can get the biggest blink call of his life, but if you're Static Stormed, it doesn't matter. No one's going to be able to follow up on you. You're not going to be able to try to kite them back. No Calling Blades, instant burst downs here as well. So you need that protection up for your axe, not just the Storm, not just the Sven. Even your Storm is going to be under danger. Like, there's a lot of value in just dooming the most mobile hero here for Antares, and he's got his blink ready. Ooh, that Doom. Gonna smoke up in 9 Pandas, but so will Team Spirit.
They will reveal themselves in the mid lane on the creep wave. Yutaka now really showing himself. Spirit. I mean, they're holding onto the high ground of that Radiant Triangle underneath their vision, but the Wolves are around trying to get vision for the Dire. So if the smoke wears off, they're going to see exactly where Lala and Yotoro are. Antada's moving in, gets a gem off, sees the ward, and immediately backs out of there. He knows they're waiting. In come the Spiderlings now to try and deal with that ward, but they are deleted immediately by Lal. Again, that'll reveal the position of Spirit. 9 Pandas not happy with the position to fight, they just leave. You know, you've got no vision. And you know Spirit are waiting, so just what better to do than just run and come back another day?
You've got total map control anyway. Yutaka is stealing away a lot of camps. They're gonna have to get that item build up here on the side of Team Spirit. You need more damage on Yotoro. You need that crit up and running. You really still need that BKB on Collapse, and he's still a ways off from that.
Look at the Spiderlings are just chasing Maposhka. Across the map, he has to Glimmer Cape and walk back to the fountain. Or just the base for now, I guess, but he gets so scared. Like, you see 1 or 2 Spiderlings and he just starts running. Like, he knows he might be in danger.
He has no...
What a sad life.
And the AA just has pretty miserable move speed, 330 with the boots. So, really do have to bail out once you see anything running at you. The AA, really a very backline support. Just not able to soak up even creep wave, which is a shame because level 2 Ice Blast would be massive here.
What is it with the ice heroes and having terrible movement speed?
Ice slows you down, Mike. You know?
Is that just thematic? I mean, ice usually in real life speeds you up if you think about it. You
but
can
you're
go a lot
supposed
faster
to slow
on ice.
down on ice, you know? You're supposed
I
to take it
appreciate that, John, but if you were an ice entity, right? Like if you were literally made of ice, theoretically you wouldn't need to slow down, would you?
Well, if you were melting ice, sure. Just a solid brick of ice, a theoretical block of ice that isn't melting, it would be fairly slow to drag along anywhere, Mikey. Theoretically, without the liquid underneath, right?
I'm just saying, you think they'd be able to slide?
No. Mike. This is the rule, alright? Blue is slow, red is fast. That's why we have gamer RGB options, Mike. You turn your RGBs to red.
But if you
You
go
go
to a
fast.
traffic light, John, red means you stop.
Radiant's bottom barracks.
Stop because you're going too fast.
Oh. Alright, well, bot Rax is going down very fast here, John. Team Spirit, they need to try and address this. They're going to try, but
Oh,
they have
God.
popped the nighttime. Ramsey's moving right in, has found Mirror. That's your tiny gone. With the Dark Ascension, it's very hard to hide now as Spirit as Yatoro. He's going to jump in with the Golden String, trying to get something done, but the Doom is up from Antares. He cannot make it out. It seems Yatoro, no, he will barely make it. Running towards the fountain, he will survive on 200 HP. Can they keep the fight going? Mirror will die a second time. They have only found Solo.
Radiant's bottom
I suppose the one big positive is Yatoro makes it out. Problem is he won't have God Strength now. If they wanted to try for high ground again, they probably could, Nine Pandas. But they'll play it safe, they'll retreat and come back another day.
That was such an awkward fight for Team Spirit once more. Collapse, TP's in, and then instantly blinks backwards because Ramses is scouting out forward with that Dark Ascension. He's not able to just instantly look for this position to get the blink call. They were all clumped around tier 3. No one was there to back up Yatoro on his commitment. The blast comes through, but he managed to dodge out for the most part the damage. You really need to tie in that combination of the AA and Axe here. And Nine Pandas are making it really hard for the side of Team Spirit to feel comfy in trying to engage. Like, just because Collapse doesn't have the BKB, it's so much harder for the Axe to try and play this game just yet. 10k lead coming out from Nine Pandas, 1 racks up. Both sides grouping up for Roche. Still 20 seconds away. Could be a good flashpoint for the next engagement here.
They've got to try and get something done here, Spirit. They're going to see Solo. Could be a nice way to start. On strength popped immediately by Yatoro. Just no hesitation. I mean, Roshan is up in 10 seconds anyway, so it's a great time to pop it here for Yatoro. Assuming they do scout this out ASAP. Wolves will come in to scout the area through the Twin Gates, and they will see Roshan. The Nine Pandas still see Roshan before the side of Spirit do. Spirit, they're going to back off without seeing it. They've got to defend this bottom lane. That's a bit of a shame. They may have assumed it just wasn't up.
Team Spirit can't let it go for free. They have got to fight. It's such a constrained area. You've got 4 melee heroes. Collapse should be able to find these calls, but you know, he's the one that's forced back. They still have vision control in the area. They've still got the wards. They will see when Nine Pandas go in for the Roshan. They should have some D wards ready though, and Solo will get that done for the team. But they should know Roche is going to be happening. They're still all around roughly the same area. The real key here that needs to be there is just Collapse and Yatoro. I don't think they even need Laurel as long as you get the Ice Blast going from Natashka. But Roche has started. You know, side of Team Spirit, they're not running towards that area.
No, they certainly are not. Nine Pandas going to be able to get away with this one for free.
Dire's middle tower.
Aegis and Cheese now to go the way of Nine Pandas. Ice Blast will at least fly in, but that only really helps Nine Pandas here. Tark is not going to be threatened by it whatsoever. Spirit, again, kind of backs against the wall now. 10k disadvantage their way. Need something good to happen for them. It really does go back to what you've said as well. Like, Collapse is probably the big factor here for Spirit, right? Like, he needs to get in for these big calls. It hasn't quite happened yet. See if he can make it happen down the line. Seems like Collapse actually doing up a Bloodstone now on the Axe.
Dire's middle tower
Pretty interesting
is
build up.
under attack.
Wanting to heal through all the damage output through these calls, and he might have an opportunity now, John. Problem is, is he going to jump? The answer is no. Collapse, still sticking around. He's going to find Ramses. That's a great target. They've got the Night Stalker. He's already down. He did not have the buyback or the Aegis up. It's all on Kiyotaka. They'll take down Mirror though, and they even found Collapse. Collapse trying to man up through this one. Yatoro will move in. They've already taken the Axe down, and now with the Doom out, Yatoro, he's a bit of a sitting duck. He's gone again. Now the Static Storm locking down the Storm. Oh, it's a full team wipe. I mean, it was a great start. They got the Night Stalker. They took down the POS 1. But Nine Pandas still just outplay them in the end.
They do. We managed to get that clutch glimpse off as the BKB fades. Much easier to do now with the BKBs up and running for the Disruptor. And Solo also managed to set up that Static Storm when they come in for Antares. They got all the punishment in the world. It's Team Spirit. They're gonna get mega for sure. There's no way to stop this. You still have an option for a big call and Ice Blast once more from Miposhka, but we've been waiting for a big one from Collapse. He's been landing solo ones on Ramses. You need everyone there. And you need to just go for this big teamfight commitment and hope the cleave from Yatoro is enough, but and these fights have not been opening up the way you'd want them to. Just a weird mix of reservation and aggression from Team Spirit.
Collapse running in for a call attempt, gets hexed immediately. Kiyotaka dropping low, but Mira can't find the toss back. Now in the middle of nowhere, Kiyotaka going for a chase. Mira getting glimpsed back the way of Ramses, which means he is as good as dead. Yatoro is now officially back up, while Mira is getting tipped. While he's in the grave, it's 4v5. They're going to try and defend this. They've popped the God Strength. They'll make the jump in with the Storm. They've got to call out Kiyotaka. He'll die the first time, but that's just the Aegis. Meanwhile, Miposhka will go down, but will buy back as Miero rushing in. Kiyotaka, he's going to back off for now. Ramses, meanwhile, is in wolf form. Here we go. He's morphed. Solo, going to jump in. Solo, I mean, he's the one being targeted, but he's just fine with the Glimmer Cape. And it seems like Spirit, they just still can't find a target. All 5 heroes are up. I forgot we had Morbius here, John. Between the Lycan and the Night Stalker.
A lot of morbing, and it's online. That's one way to keep the scaling intact here for 9 Pandas. Not that they need it. Mega creeps up 10 to 20. Team Spirit, and they're just not able to get these calls. Where it feels like Collapse should be able to jump in, doesn't manage to get it done. When he does jump in, it's a 1 or 2 man call. He needs many more heroes caught up with that Blink BKB call. And it's not lining up. 9 Pandas just working the map well, working their positioning well. I say that, but we see a lot of circumstances where 9 Pandas are clumped up as 4. And Team Spirit don't make the move. It's just rather strange. It's this weird mix of apprehension and then this urge to go after recognizing that they were a little bit too apprehensive for the move. This back and forth in deciding when to commit and certainly caused a lot of losses for Team Spirit. 9 Pandas just on top. Like with Mega creeps up, with the scaling coming out on Ramses, with the Wolf Bite coming out from Yarrow, I don't see the side of Team Spirit managing to get enough kills to go into their own objectives. Like, they can still find them, but it's down to Pandas to play pretty ridiculous at this point. Like, without any objectives to clump around, do you really expect these 4 melee heroes to clump up anymore? Probably not. So the big call opportunities for Collapse kind of disappear here.
It's pretty tough. Like, you're up against Megas, you're up against this 9 Pandas squad that just has not backed off. Foot's been on the pedal since what feels like the 5-6 minute mark from 9 Pandas. Here we go again. They'll go through the bottom lane. Ramses, he saw the storm. He'll see all the rest of them. Collapse, he'll be in the Glimmer Cape looking for an opportunity to try and make a blink in, but it's not really open. He'll try onto Miero. He's got the Lycan. That'll be one down. Miero is gone, but now Yatoro. He's taking so much damage. He's just dead. No buyback available. They'll buy back on Collapse. They'll try one last time to defend. But how do you do it without your Sven? Untitled again, jumping in on Mira, wants the tiny. Ramses, maybe going too far, has got him killed off by Collapse. And Collapse has got Kiyotaka. Alright, never mind. Hold on a minute, we've got a defense here. Collapse is off to a triple kill. Could not quite claim the Ultra. But they have defended. What is happening?
It takes 34 minutes, but we finally get the multi-man calls from Collapse. That's all he needed. And just spin to win on top. This didn't need this much time to come online. It's just been a challenge with the decision making from Team Spirit, with the aggression out from 9 Pandas. It is a fully naked base though, Mike. There is nothing left here but the Ancient. So you're gonna have to do that again. But at the same time, this works in Collapse's favor, because now there's only one objective that they can plump around for 9 Pandas on the high ground. And they've always got to commit their bodies for it for the Ancients. There's still 4 melee heroes, so you can go for that blink call.
This axe might actually start becoming like quite game changing. Like, that axe that he's going to pick up is pretty busted. The cooldown reduction on the call is the big one, because you get down to 8 seconds, and if he builds an Octarine core on top of that, it gets even better. I don't know if he's ever going to get to that stage, but these calls can feel pretty damn dangerous, along with the shards as well, because you take less damage each time he spins. The axe might be game changing here for Spirit. If they can get to that stage. But you've got to...
It's
Go
just
on.
it's a naked base, man. Like,
It
what,
is a
what's
naked-
gonna stop you from a wolf bite into high ground here?
But that's
that
the thing.
will just
Like,
melt.
I think you require these low cooldowns right now in Collapse. That's
you
what
do.
I'm thinking. He has to be the game changer. Because
That-
it's not going to be the Storm, and it's not your Toro either.
Definitely not. He is going back for the Crimson Guard first, and he wants some protection for the backline, which is understandable. But I don't know, we needed to see these plays way earlier. We did not need to get into Naked Ancient Point for Collapse to start popping off, for sure. Like, again, yeah, he's changed it out for the Crimson, as mentioned. So, again, it didn't need to take this long for Team Spirit to kick into gear like this. Like, that Tier 2 dive. That dive through the Tier 2 a while ago, when Collapse didn't have TP, I think that was a missed opportunity. Already had the blink up with a Blade Mail. No BKB, sure, but you still would have managed to catch a lot of heroes with that deep commitment from 9 Pandas. Just no punishment. And then, from that point onwards, it's been really defensive from the side of Team Spirit. Again, it's time to play Defense of the Ancients. You know, this is the name of the game. Welcome to the purest form of Dota, as Ice Frog has envisioned. Nothing else. 5 heroes, no other buildings but the Ancient. This is it.
Maybe that's 7.34. Maybe just all towers get removed. Just Ancient. Make a creep straight off the bat.
You know, that
The
sounds
level
like
one
a very
against
fun
Megas.
game. That sounds like a very fun game mode. I would play that over Turbo. It sounds super fun.
Looking for me?
Sounds hellish if you start level 1 for sure, but sounds cool.
Level 1, you just start off with only Ancients, Mega Creeps incoming.
It's gonna
You
die.
Necrobook is back into the game.
No, never. You thought you could slide that through me right now. No. Stop. Stop it. It's not
Solo's
coming
having a
back.
look for Roshan. So Solo's going to be sitting in Roshan pit for the next 2 minutes by the looks of it.
Why
Lucky
not?
Solo.
Why not? There's nothing else for him to
Playing
do.
+5.
Yeah. He doesn't get to get any farm. He's just there to give the info. Everyone else gets to have fun with their build up. Even on Taurus, you know. The support player who doesn't want to play support playing the Doom, still being a support though. And the props to Miara, having a lot of impact
It
here.
just makes me question Solo's sanity at some point, right? Because it's like this guy has to play, like for the last 10 plus years, he's had to play a walking ward, right? It's just he's the purest of pos 5s, Jonathan. He's like Pile Die, you know? They play support. That's what they're doing. Whatever it takes, they're gonna do it.
Yeah, they do. I mean, you've seen it pilot Eye's eyes, like until Solo
Yeah,
has the same eyes.
He's
That's
seen
fair.
some shit.
They've seen a lot. These guys have seen a lot, especially good old Solo. You know, we've talked about cursing 9 Pandas before. Certainly not coming in this time. Knock on wood for any 9 Pandas fans, as we mentioned that. But you know, it's looking good. You know, the game 1 curse from John and Mike is gone for now.
I mean, game 1, it was best of 2 curse. They were losing every game we casted. I can't remember one game being won from 9 Pandas when we cast. Pretty sure Ramsey's just straight up going to punch us in the face if we end up in an elevator with him. You know, if we see Ramsey's in an elevator, he's just straight up going to slap us. Don't ever cast my damn games again, you morons.
Alright, Ramsey's just chill. He's just chill. I'm sure he doesn't
Chill.
even know us, Mike. It's fine.
Chill before you're in an elevator with him, Jonathan. When you're in the elevator, things change very quickly.
I mean, no
Those doors
highs, no
close,
hellos.
everything
It's an
changes.
elevator. You're not supposed to necessarily make small chat in an elevator.
And that's how I know you never worked a corporate job, John. Because if you did, you'd find out you have to make this garbage small talk all the time. Especially when you see your boss. It was terrible. Very toxic.
I could just always pull the Filipino card, start speaking Tagalog, you know? I've got a bailout, Mike. Turn off the American accent.
Roshan, finally going to respawn. Solo, you are now off duty. Well done, sir. Your watch has ended. Roshan. Going to go down freely, obviously, because they are still up against Mega's Team Spirit, so they don't really have a play towards the Roshan pit. They are playing all defense at the moment. The Aegis Cheese Refresher Shard now available, and it looks like Kiyotaka's going to take the Refresher Shard for himself. I think is fine. Double BKB. Are you about to tell me he doesn't work on items?
No, those work.
Is it right? Okay, I was just gonna check because I swear you've said that to me before.
No.
Was there a new patch while I was, before this game went?
No, Mike. No, you're fine. Just say
BKB,
it. Yes.
double BKB. It's very strong.
That it is. You could argue perhaps a double static storm could be more useful, but you don't have the Ags upgrade.
This smoke. Kiyotaka. Oh, he's been caught. That might be the Aegis.
He tried to solo.
There goes your
Tormentor.
He tried to solo the Tormentor. Ends up going underneath the creep wave and dying.
Ooh.
They'll doom up collapse, but now the AoE vortex from Lal is gonna lock him down for
Oh
the
my
nice
God.
blast. They've lost Antares. That is one down, but he'll buy back. In goes Ramses, trying to go after Mira. Yatoro can't protect him. He hasn't got the damage output. Mira will go down. Yatoro, he's surrounded to boot. He's down as well. They are going to buy back, but now the Ancient completely under siege, and they've called it. GG. There are too many units from 9 Pandas surrounding the Ancient. They will go down in the end. What can you do? 9 Pandas, they run this interesting draft, and I'll tell you, John, it looked really good. Past that 6-minute mark, it felt like Spirit just could not get this game under control, and you got to give them props. This draft was very unique, but it does work.
It does work. It does feel like Team Spirit didn't manage to utilize their own draft, right? Like, they didn't manage to group up early enough. We had a couple of times where Collapse just didn't have a TP to show up. They overcommit, like this dive up top, this overcommitment from the supports to look for a kill when Collapse was just farming a camp. Like, it felt a little bit disconnected for Team Spirit in this game 1. 9 Pandas certainly on point as a team, as a unit, playing around this timing, playing around this early tempo that they knew they had. And Team Spirit just looked a little bit lost with their own draft. You know, just not finding the openings they'd want, not recognizing these opportunities when it does arrive. It was this dive that really cost them. Like, you see their position behind tier 2s with no creep wave, and Collapse had no TP. Surely Yax had tried to make a play, and the moment they tried to make plays, it did feel better, but your Ancient was already exposed, you lost your high ground, and the tempo was just off. Like, props again to 9 Pandas for playing this high-tempo game, but I feel like Team Spirit, it's not exactly what you'd expect from them. Certainly just, it felt like it could have been a lot more even, but 9 Pandas were just so disciplined. Like, this play here, baiting in with Antares, getting the Static Storm on top of the Storm on the re-engage, when BKBs have faded from the initial gank. Just so many good plays coming out from 9 Pandas that felt so punishing for Team Spirit here.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, you had the slip up at the end with Kiyotaka, but it just didn't matter. And I guess that was kind of the point from his end of things. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna die trying to solo this Tormentor and jumping into a creep wave and showing myself to you guys, but it doesn't really matter. You guys can't fight back after this second life anyway. This was maybe the one team fight where they actually ended up turning it around a little bit. No, this was the one that ended the game, I think. No, it wasn't. Never mind. It was the Ancients were exposed, of course. There's just so many fights, John. So many fights around this Ancient. Hard to remember which one was which. Collapse at some point saves the day. Gets a nice defense off. Was this the team fight I'm talking about? Yeah, Yatoro goes down. Collapse has to buy back, I believe. And there it is. But still, I mean, against Megas, against the Ancient Exposed, against the Zoo draft, it's pretty hard to make the comeback happen for Spirit. The Sven just never took off.
No. Like, Yathor is pressured really hard once they could reach into that bot jungle here. And again, like, the side of Team Spirit just didn't manage to punish this bump up. Like, it felt like there was... It felt like it was really down to Collapse to make this draft work. If the Axe popped off earlier, if you started to get more out of your Blink Blade Mail calls, then this game might not have gotten as out of control for 9 Pandas as it would have. Because for a long time, it was only a 2k lead for the side of 9 Pandas. And that was still within the realm of playable for the side of Team Spirit. I think that kind of lead isn't really enough to be completely shut out. You still had control of your tier 1s at some point there. Quite some time, actually. You still had your mid and top tier 1 standing. You had a lot of space out for your Toro. It's just identifying those opportunities to come out for Team Spirit was a little bit flat. Again, they just ended up playing a lot more passively and just allowed 9 Pandas to run them down. And again, the execution of the Pandas was very on point in this game.
Okay. With that, we'll head off to a break, of course, and right after that break, we'll have our Game 2 draft between 9 Pandas and Spirit and see if we can force a tie or whether we're going to force a 2-0 victory. We'll see you all again very soon.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة ياتيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong.
stand still. If I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going to be going into our Game 2 draft here between 9 Pandas and, of course, Team Spirit. And it is MLP Dota and John X Fire joining you once again. Jonathan, Game 1, a pretty dominant affair, you'd have to argue, from 9 Pandas. Obviously bringing us a very unique style of draft, but one of my personal favorite styles of draft. I do love these cheeky, cheesy kind of drafts from Nine Pandas. Team Spirit, on the other hand, probably did not enjoy it very much. So what do you think they need to change up here in this second draft to try and give themselves a bit of a better chance in Game 2?
Honestly, I really don't feel like it was a draft issue from Team Spirit. It felt like they could have met that tempo that Nine Pandas were bringing. They just opted to not engage in some times where they were supposed to, and they took some engagements where it was a little bit iffier for them to find that win. So I think as a whole, it felt like Team Spirit wasn't on the same page, whereas Nine Pandas were in tune. They knew exactly what to do. Like, look what Team Spirit did up top, right? That early dive with Miposhka and Mira while Collapse was farming. And that deep dive from Nine Pandas that went unpunched behind the tier 2 mid, where Collapse had no TP. Like, these kinds of small mistakes are not things you can afford to do up against a team like Nine Pandas. And, we talked about it in Game 1 with their draft. During the draft, you can tell when Nine Pandas is having a good day, when they get off to a good start. And they certainly are having a really good day. And then Nine Pandas, when they're on the right side of the bed, are a very scary team. So Team Spirit has to bring their toppest game. And drafting-wise, I don't think it fell too short. There was certainly counterplay. I mean, it's Axe up against 4 melee heroes. You had AA on your side, but you never managed to really get that big combination you needed here. And the side of Nine Pandas, they just managed to make it work. I mean, the only thing Nine Pandas had to save in a lot of those fights were Solo's Disruptor. And he just stayed far back enough that even if the call came in, he'd always be ready with Static Storm. So even in those later fights, while they did find a couple of wins there for Team Spirit, it just wasn't enough.
No, it certainly was not. We'll see again how they try to change things up, at least in the draft. I realize you already said they probably don't need to change the draft too much, but we'll see what they do go down here. As we do have the bans coming out, of course, Snapfire being removed, Timbersaw being removed again. Team Spirit, do you want to ban Undying? Or do you want to give Solo the pleasure of playing his billionth Undying game here during the Riyadh Masters?
If it's left in the pool, you're just going to pick it up. The Undying is the most contested hero for good reason, along with the Snapfire. So, there you go. You ban it out. You don't want to have to deal with that grab ally. And here goes the Broodmother for Nine Pandas this time around. So, they get to start off with that once more for Kiyotaka. More than likely Kiyotaka. Again, some flex, but Kiyotaka runs a pretty mean Brood mid. Even up against Storm, he had a pretty decent time in lane. So should still feel fairly happy. Team Spirit has the opportunity to adjust. Maybe the start for Laurel wasn't quite as fast as you'd want. The Storm Spirit versus Brood lane, sure, theoretically is pretty fine for a Storm, but it didn't feel that way. They'll go back into it anyway. So now if we're running it back, it just means Team Spirit maybe feeling more confident to work together as a team, hit their timings, recognize their timings a little bit better, and punish Nine Pandas a bit more, but very similar openings here for both ends, Mike.
So far.
5 seconds remaining.
Second ban, pickup, excuse me, Team Spirit. What are we thinking, boys? You see that Broodmother, you're probably getting a little bit of PTSD here as Spirit. They're going to go for the Spirit Breaker pickup. Just something we surprisingly haven't seen much of. This is the first game you and I actually get to see Spirit Breaker being picked up by any team during the Riyadh Masters.
Yeah, feels like the priority on that hero just kind of dropped off. We've seen games even all the way back in Baldi where the Spirit Breaker can look a little bit lackluster in a slower game. I do like it here for Team Spirit just because you've got a pretty good way of setting tempo early. Like, it should be much more straightforward now for the side of Team Spirit to try to get that aggression going for themselves. Just having charge, having this stable follow through coming out for Laurel already opens up a lot of possibilities here for Team Spirit. Nine Pandas, not pressured to change too much, they won't. Back into the Doom, Flux for Antares and Miero, even Ramses if the game can somehow end up that way in the draft, but probably not the best option for it. We shall see. I don't think the Spirit Breaker necessarily means that you're not going to try the same playstyle here on Nine Pandas. They can certainly just go back to it if they want to. You know, go for the Disruptor, the Lycan, and close out with Night Stalker. Why not? I don't think the Spirit Breaker necessarily shakes things up too badly just yet.
Not yet. Bans going quickly. They get rid of the Alchemist. They get rid of the Darkseer, the Nagasaran. So pretty much the exact same bans in the second phase so far from both teams. Hopefully, for Spirit's sake, it's not going to be the exact same draft coming out from Nine Pandas.
10 seconds.
Well, I suppose if it was the exact same draft, they'd have a game plan towards it, to be fair.
5 seconds remaining.
Spirit may want to run it back. Have a think about this fourth ban. I don't know what it is about these like faster, cheesier drafts, but I just love to see them when they do come out. It really does remind me of, you know, the drafts we used to see back when Dota All-Stars was still around and Dota 2 first came out. And those are the kind of drafts you'd kind of expect, you know, just when things weren't so ironed out. The good old days.
Yeah, just looking for fast tempo, early timings, run at the wall. We used to see a little bit more of that, I want to say 2-3 years back. But meta has kind of solidified. This new patch brought the opportunities, bring some of that back, but we haven't seen too much of it either. But it's exciting to see 9Pandas kind of go all in on it. They will ban out the good old Bat Rider now on 9Pandas, preventing some sort of Mirror Bat Rider from coming out here. Potentially just an off lane as well for Collapse, so not covering their bases. I mean, the Bat Rider would have a good time. Solid single counter, single target control. Pretty strong in lanes as well. Setting up for some good lanes here. Team Spirit already break that mold from the last game. They do ban out the Lycan, so you won't have that coming out here for Miaro. No Wolf Bite to deal with onto Ramses. Well, they ban one more Ramses hero. Something like the Jug is still here, which still plays with early tempo from 9Pandas quite nicely. And it is something that Ramses has played so much of in this tournament every time he casts that it's almost like his default hero, it feels like, if it is allowed through. So I wouldn't be surprised by a Jug ban. Potentially something like a Bloodseeker ban as well for Team Spirit could be nice, as it's still pretty up-tempo. They'll take care of the Solo Disruptor instead. So targeting the old guard first, ensuring that the Static Storm, which was massive up against the Storm Spirit, is not going to be a factor here.
Team Spirit, third pickup. Into the Keeper of the Light now, so they do end up getting the Coddle with the Storm, which is something we didn't see last game around. Something I thought we would see for Lal and of course Mira or Maposhka, but they did not choose the Coddle last game. At least this time around they will. And I suppose the Coddle's got even more value this game because not only does the Storm like playing off the Chakra Magic, but Spirit Breaker is also a big fan of Chakra Magic, slowing that charge cooldown even more than it already is. The Spirit going back for a bit more comfort, a bit more stock standard kind of draft so far as 9Pandas. See how they try to respond to this. I was curious last game as to why they didn't try going for the Coddle Storm, but at least this time they'll have it.
Should be pretty stable. And enabling that aggression this time from Laurel should feel a lot better. Lower cooldown on charge early on is pretty nice as well. The Beastmaster does come out from 9Pandas. So it is looking like we are getting the Antares Doom once more. Miero on the Beast. Solid offlane. Great push still coming out here from the Pandas. I mean, you don't have the Lycan, but you've always got the Beast. The Dominator build up into the Overlord. Same sort of timings we were looking for from the last game. A little bit more single target control here as well with Roar. Something to pin down Laurel if he's not too careful up front. We'll need something like, say, a Linken's, but even a Linken's might not be enough with Doom and the Roar available. They have a lot to be worried about here on the Storm Spirit. And they will also close out with the Oracle. So that, just looking for sustain up front. It can feel pretty nice, especially with a Brood Mother. You false promise a Brood, as long as she has her insatiable hunger, she should not die in the middle of these engagements. And then another nice route as well to kind of hold back the Storm. I like this coming out. I think it's a lot of value for the side of 9Pandas. And it should lead to some stable laning for Ramses. Like, an Oracle +1 is a very hard lane to shove away from farm here.
It certainly is. You love me a good Oracle kind of game. And you know what, John? This could be the first game you and I get to see an Oracle Ags come out. For the Brood, if it was a Brood +1, right? Like, Brood with the minus attack animation, like the 0.25 BAT, that'd be pretty nice.
Yeah, would be very nice for you to get that done.
I'm waiting to see it. That Ags on the Oracle, like in a pro game.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see it anytime soon. It feels like that's something you get in a drawn-out game.
It's so it's so theoretically broken, though.
It is, but it feels like 0.15 is great. But as an Oracle,
0.25,
or
right?
0.1. Forget if it's 0.25
I'll look it up.
or 0.15.
It's 0.25.
Yeah, 0.25 is pretty big, but no, it's 0.15. What are you talking about? I'm mousing over the Ag Scepter.
No, read
Oh,
it,
that's a
Jonathan.
fade. Yeah, okay, it's the fade. Yeah, I see it. 0.25. It is big, but as an Oracle, I mean, you still need a lot of utility on hand, right? Like, you need your Glimmer, you maybe need your Aether Lens, Force Staff, you need to buy all the smokes, you buy all the sentries. So there's not much room for you to kind of try to rush it. Heck, arguably as a save, you'd be maybe better off with a Holy Locket if you really had to choose as a save. Yeah, it's a nice bonus, but it feels like if your draft is hinging on having that attack reduction, it's maybe not the best draft. You know, that your Oracle has to act as a steroid rather than a save. They do pick up the Terrorblade here for Team Spirit, so a stable, safe lane coming out for Yatoro. Lane's pretty alright into a Beastmaster, but the Beastmaster here can just go for the Axe build. If you land a few on the Terrorblade, it starts to feel uncomfy. You're leaning into Beastmaster Doom here as well, which isn't the worst lane in the world, but you will have to juggle your Metamorphosis usage here on Yatoro quite smartly. Then again, you also end up with Terrorblade Keeper for Light in laning phase, so Chakra Magic keeps that downtime of Metamorphosis within a manageable reach for the Terrorblade for the most part.
Final bans to come.
Team Spirits turn to ban.
You know, I talk about the Oracle Ags a lot, but I've never built them myself, Sean. I'm a bit of an Oracle spammer myself as well, so there's that. I'm yet to build it, so there you go. It's a bit hard. Like this hero is just so damn good with just the standard healing items. Team Spirit.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll drag this game on to 60 minutes, John, and we'll get to see it. You know, maybe a free Roshan off Ags would be the time we get to see it happen.
Perhaps. I feel like free Ags is... I don't know, like, would you give Oracle over the Brood with the traps? That's a lot of info on the map.
Give me
right? Or your support Doom.
Give me some hope.
I know, I think I've seen so many even in Turbo I've never seen, outside of one. My friend who specifically picked Oracle with Alchemist gave it a try, and it was funny with Alchemist. It's a very funny combo, but it's just not realistic. You know, it's just... maybe if... What if they made that the Shard? Make Reign of Destiny the Ags again, give it more damage and healing, and make this BAT and nerf it down to 0.15. You know, from 0.25 to 0.15 as a Shard, it'll be there every game.
It'd be broken as hell. Even if you nerfed, it'd be broken as hell. Final ban to come. Team Spirit.
We'd finally see it, Mike. You know, we'd finally see it.
I'd love it. I'm not complaining, Jonathan. I'm an Oracle spammer. I'd like it. Though I appreciate they at least changed Reign of Destiny to Shards, because that was a terrible Ags, let me tell you. No one was buying that. Jug gets banned out by Team Spirit, so there you go. The Ramses Comfort does eventually get banned out. Is this going to be a Kiyotaka Broodmother? Is it going to be a safe lane Brood, perhaps? We're about to see. Oh, here we go. Here we go. They brought out the Meepo. Alright, so who's playing Meepo, John?
I think you'd want it on Ramses, honestly.
10 seconds
Feels like it's decent in this lane of Spirit Breaker +1.
Do
can farm up fast.
Do we still have to ask if someone's a Meepo player? Like with the changes to Meepo? Because it feels a lot easier to play. So like you don't really have to be a Meepo player anymore, right?
No, not necessarily. I mean, if you don't like the micro that much, which honestly isn't the worst, you just kind of tab cycle through your units anyway. After getting your initiation, it's not the worst, but even thinking about all that micro, you just go for your Ags, you're happy. Team Spirit, into the Sand King they go. So it's Sand King Spirit Breaker lane. Kiyotaka will take that Meepo mid, which the mid matchup is... It's decent. I can see Storm getting a little bit more from that lane, just again by virtue of range matchup, static remnant, overload spam. It's not going to be the smoothest of times for Kiyotaka, but once you build up in this Meepo, it's really stable hold for the Storm. So again, forcing out the defensive items here for Larl. He will need something to save himself here in the middle of these fights. There's a lot of scaling to come out here from the side of Nine Pandas. Again, it's a little bit early tempo once more, like Game 1's draft, but there's also scaling into late game, although taking it late game with Meepo Brood up against Terrorblade can be a little bit awkward, but certainly the mid-game spike is massive if you manage to build the stats up on Kiyotaka and get that Ags going. Just Meepo Fling, Meepo Dig, and Mega Meepo.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun to watch if we get to that point with Kiyotaka. But again, the mid lane matchup might be a little bit slower here.
All right, but John,
not the fastest for a Meepo.
I know you're talking about the Ags of the Meepo, but what about the Sand King Ags, Jonathan? What about the Burrow Strike in the middle of a sandstorm? Does that not sound great? Like, is this... I'm so excited to see Sand King, because this is one of my favorite offlaners to play, and we never get to see him anymore for some apparent reason. I think with the Chakra Magic on top of Burrow Strike, obviously having that really low cooldown is going to feel really nice for Collapse, blah, blah, blah. But can we see the Aghanim Scepter Sand King in this game?
I think it's likely, because it doesn't feel like you have too many things to build into as a Sand King. You could opt for the Aura build-up for sure, but after something like your Blink Travels, maybe a BKB, you don't really need too much more. Maybe a Shivas. I can certainly see the Ags for the utility. That Sandstorm is really annoying. It's so weird because it's RNG based. And again, there was always that early argument to leave Sandstorm level 1 for just unlimited stuns because of a smaller Sandstorm AoE.
Yeah.
But it is annoying in the middle of the fights, especially these BKBs fade down. It could be one thing. I mean you have to remember with Sand King, the reason why it's kind of dead is because Epicenter level 1 is kind of garbage. His ult is actual just weak, right? That's the one thing you love to point out about Sand King.
I mean, Epicenter is garbage, I give you that, John. Well, hold on a minute, because Nine Pandas are trying to do something a little bit cheeky here. They do seem to see Collapse. They're just going to slowly move in with the net out, hold him down into the Fortune's End. Collapse will try with the Sandstorm, but he's gone. That's a great setup from Nine Pandas to start the game off. Straight off the bat, just catching Collapse with his pants down in the mid lane. And, already a pretty sad start for my Sand King, Jonathan, which is a bit upsetting to see for me.
Wish I'd learned how to...
Tell me again about the Sand Kingdom, Mike. What are you going to say about this? What's it saving, Grace?
It's not the Sand King's fault, Jonathan. Collapse was in a position on division, that was all. Going back to my point, the Axe, even with Max Sandstorm, still feels really good. Even if it is RNG. Maposhka now, right over a bounty, does get it, but he's going to take a lot of damage on his way out. In fact, he might actually just be dead. It doesn't seem like it. Maposhka, no blood grenade available onto Miro or Kiyotaka. He's going to be just fine to walk out. Meanwhile, Antares, as you're watching, he's just going for body blocks to try and force the Dire creep wave underneath the tier 1 tower. But he didn't go for the Sentry Ward trick. I don't think... He still has a Sentry in his bag, so maybe just body block the whole thing as Maposhka. Blood grenade now landing onto the Spirit Breaker, and he just has no way out. The axes are not going to be enough, but Antares will get the right click. We'll get it done.
Strong start already for Nine Pandas. And this is a very similar draft to Game 1's draft, so you're looking for tempo here. Riyadh in this lane, it's all about managing your Metamorphosis. Gets a lot of damage off onto Miero. Still manages to walk under that tier 1. And that is the one thing here for Yatoro. If he plays around Metamorphosis, it feels good. With the Spirit Breaker lane, you can try to punish double melee, but you can just kind of slowly poke and prod here. You've got the magical damage with the Axis. Level 2 Axis start to feel a bit oppressive for the Terrorblade to lane into. And because you don't have the Coddle in lane, you're not going to get that relief on Metamorphosis cooldown either. So it can be a slower tempo for Yatoro once that spell fades away here.
Oh, it is. He wants to try and get aggressive again onto Yatoro. Maposhka, not much he can do right now to help out at the level 1 mark. Hoping for some bashes, but not going to get them. Have a look at the other lanes while we have a chance. Of course, mid lane, Kiyotaka taking a fair bit of damage from Lal on the Storm. But we also saw this last game. Like, Kiyotaka's more than happy to just cop the harass on his melee mid. Just get those levels up, get to a point where he's going to be a real menace. Though I would argue he's having a bit of a rougher time on the Meepo than, say, he was on the Broodmother. But I think as time goes on, like, you've got the Ransack, you are eventually going to heal up. So chances are, unless he overextends, Lal should not be able to find this kill.
Just has to be a little bit more cautious. If Larl sees the opportunity for the Vortex in, it's a high likelihood for a kill. Kiyotaka just going for the pull across to get the Water Rune as well. He's doing a good job of equalizing in this lane. Wondering how heavily they emphasize the jungle here for some flash farm, if that's something Kiyotaka will want. The Meepo does want to start off very fast into the early stats. Let's see if they've got enough room for that. Or early rotation here as well from Team Spirit. Can punish that Meepo while it's weak, but with your side lanes tied up the way they are, I'm not sure if you're really going to find the openings for Maposhka to leave Yatoro alone. And this bot lane for the Terrorblade, it's not the smoothest times for him to try to hold solo up against the magical output and the durability of 9 Pandas, so you might be stuck in that 1v1 for a lot longer here for Laurel.
Top lane, Solo and Ramses going up against Mirror and Collapse. Looks like it's going to be a bit of a fight over the Lotus Pool, but Solo will be able to take it for himself. Collapse not actually able to finish the courier off. Bit afraid for his life, will back away. Does have the Ring of Health on the Sand King, so should be able to sustain himself pretty easily in this this top lane. Doesn't seem like they're able to really slow down Ramses though, which may be the big issue. The Broodmother is off to a fantastic start.
Doesn't care too much about any sort of harassment back from the Caustic Finale. You've got the Oracle that can top you up here as well. Amir can at least help with Chakra and Sandstorm, so you can keep spamming that out. You're likely not looking for any aggression with early burst right here, so you will just want to play a farming game or Collapse. This is also, notably, a very rare bug lane fight. You don't often get this, but Brood up against Sand King. It's been a while.
That's true. Very, very true. Mid lane, Lal getting very aggressive. Kiyotaka going to get charged now. In big, big trouble. Lal, he'll keep up the vision. Maposhka just continuing, but a nice Fortune's End. Solo in time to save, as now Lal going to be in danger. All the blood grenades being thrown out onto the storm. The Purifying Flames currently healing him up, so Lal is surviving a little bit longer. So they'll turn back in on Maposhka instead. Maposhka now being healed up by Solo. Gonna walk away. They've got another Fortune's End though, so Lal should finally go down. And they will get him. 9 Pandas. A great play is now Maposhka trying to trade, gets a bash off, but now ensnared up by Kiyotaka. Probably is not going to get what he wanted. Solo makes it. Mirror trying to run. Fortune's End going to follow him down, but he's okay. He's past the T1 tower. Still, this mid lane has gone disastrously already. The team spirit now is Kiyotaka. He's 2-0-1. In a Amiibo vs Storm lane, that's a real feat for Kiyotaka.
That is massive. You drag all your supports in as well for Team Spirit to try to get that done, but the response is on time from the side of 9 Pandas. It's a bit of a reset for Solo. But again, just heads up plays again from 9 Pandas. They see that rotation in, they know the charge is coming through. They get the Fortune's End off in a very good rotation.
They get very close to dying there, John. I mean, the charge was out onto Antares, but he had the one charger, so he will be fine. As now Miero just chasing Maposhka. Maposhka 5 seconds away from the charge. Will be okay as Miero does run out of mana, so cannot spam out the wild axes any longer. However, they did have a mango, so Yatoro now going to be targeted. Will go for a run down south, but the taste is on. Maposhka, he gets a nice charge off, but can he actually protect Yatoro? He will die himself, but at least buys a bit of space as the TP is still running. Chase him down. He might even find him. Yatoro trying to duke out, but the heat is incoming. Antares with the Scorched Earth taking him down, but not quite. Yatoro, she jukes them out. How does that even happen?
Gets his little hidey spot in the tree line. You don't manage to spot him out, and he does survive for another day. No regen on hand, though. And no regen as well in Maposhka, so it's going to be a slow process in healing up here on the Terrorblade. But they will get some TPs out, Laurel.
Nice rotation. Miero, very, very low in HP, still going after Yatoro with the axes. But will go down, so the rotation of the storm paying off.
It's a big one for Laurel to find after that slower start in lane. Does take a lot of commitment. Good bait out from Yatoro to get that done, but that is space for Kiyotaka on mid to just do what he wants. He's farming up the side camps, getting that build up he'd want. The top lane is also going smoothly for Ramses, although so low.
Could go down and will. Unable to hit himself back up. Meanwhile, Kiyotaka, though, takes down Maposhka in the Radiant, or rather the Dire Triangle. So we'll get away with another kill on the Meepo. You are kind of at the stage to Kiyotaka where... I mean, he's becoming a real danger. Already level 6. Once the Rod of Atos is up, like, you're not going to feel very safe as Lal. You cop that initial root and you're just guaranteed to die. It's going to be a pretty fast timing for Kiyotaka. Charge out onto Solo, it seems, mid lane. Lal charging. Poshka will land onto the Oracle, gets an immediate bash off. Blinding Light is out to boot, but he will Fortune's End to get away from this. Still, Solo is going down and will drop. Had it not been for the double bash, he may have actually survived. But getting bashed on the first hit That's a problem.
Is under attack.
It's a little bit unfortunate for the RNG. Yutaka as well, not the healthiest, and trying to force something out to the secondary. Meepo coming in. They can't cut off that aggression. You are finding some good trades for the side of Team Spirit. They're at the point where they can leave their sidelines alone for the most part. They're getting some good stacks off in the triangle as well with Mira. And Yatoro in the solo lane is doing against the Beastmaster and the Doom. So you can't afford to get this early activity out. Tried to punish with 9 Pandas trying to play the Meepo. Although these kills onto solo, maybe not the most meaningful. As Kiyotaka is still able to farm and Ramses is still able to farm up the Storm as well. So your big cores are still getting that build up. You've got the 6 up on Ramses. He's got his Soul Ring. He can spam out the Spider Links. Collapse can sort of clear them out, but you can always just micro away. And threaten as well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Lane. Ramses getting chased down. Not going to die though. Solo will protect with the Fate Edict. Lal will leave the area as Kiyotaka has shown himself. Kiyotaka though still rushing forward onto Mira. Gonna see the Keeper of the Light. Wants to see if he can maybe find the Storm instead, but he will not. Mira now being targeted. So there is help incoming. Collapse going to move back in with the Burrow Strike onto Solo, trying to take down the Oracle, but Solo has the Fate Edict. He'll survive a little bit longer as he's set up on Lal. Lal, he'll get to the high ground though. He's going to be okay. He will make it out. The TP away is going to be there. You can kind of see the desperation. Like you get one kill, but you've always got to sacrifice somebody for it on the side of Spirit. Speaking of sacrifices, Yatoro not looking too good. Does have the TP rotation from Mira with the blinding light, but Miero is still chasing as they're all up, but they've lost vision. Mira, he kind of pump fakes the other way. And it jukes them out, so now the charge can come in from Aposhka and the turnaround can come out. Untitled, he's the big target. Miero is still chasing Yatoro, but he's in the Roshan pit. Can they guess? Oh, the Sunder! Yatoro from the Roshan! Not gonna die, gonna try and turn now. As Mira finally goes down. But can Miero get himself out? Miero gonna go for a roll Yatoro. He'll man up. Untitled is still being chased by Maposhka, but they'll turn onto Miero. Even Roshan coming back to watch this spectacle. Roshan wants a bit of a good view. They'll lose Miero in the end.
Man, sick blocks out from Team Spirit is ensuring that they lock in Miero. A really good bait out once more. Yatoro with 2 baits this time. One a while ago juking around trees. This time dancing around with a Doom, hiding in the pit. I swear the axes should have given them vision, but they don't manage to connect it far enough.
Oh, top lane. Fighters are on the chase. Collapse gonna try and take care of them. Have at least one level in Caustic Finale. Be fine. You are getting close enough to the point where Collapse will have the blink up soon. Like, just about 900 gold away, and that's going to be the timing that I think Team Spirit want to try and play off. It's just rough though, because like with Solo behind any core that you jump, he uses Fate's Edict, and all your epicenter damage just is nothing. Your Sandstorm damage turns to nothing, your Burrow Strike damage turns to nothing. Just one Fate's Edict. Ramses though, he doesn't have an Oracle right now, he could be in pretty big danger. He's completely surrounded. Charge will be there, the Vortex is out, he needs some help right here, right now, but it's not coming. They will let Ramses die. To be fair, I guess Kiyotaka's the real carry anyway.
That he is. Kiyotaka's actually rushing the Ags now. After that Rod of Hatos. Mind you, early Mega Meepo doesn't feel amazing with how tanky it is. It does feel like you want your max out divided, you want a lot more stat items to be up. But it could be the start for Kiyotaka. With a Mega Meepo in the fling, could be.
I was watching the other day, I can't remember who was playing Meepo, but they used Mega Meepo and he had like 11k HP or something.
Yep.
Just so stupid.
That's what I'm telling you, just a few stats up. This guy's just the biggest, highest damage dealing mega tank in the game. He is ridiculous. Yeah. Meepo can get so crazy if you reach that point. Mind you, Ags alone with 2 Meepos, it's not the scariest thing in the world. You might not have the burst damage for it though. Again, if Solo positions right, gets the save, I doubt you'd kill off the Mega Meepo. So there is that going for you, as they will just clear out the triangle stacks here for Kiyotaka. Has a lot of healing coming out from Solo. Solo still being charged up though.
The charge is there. Does eventually get cancelled by Maposhka. Maposhka, he's eventually going to back out. He'll be alright. We'll check for an obs, they'll miss out on it. Towards the right a little bit, so Solo's not going to get the Observer Ward yet. We'll try again. He still has some sentries, but side's better of it. We'll just hold out for now. As long as Kiyotaka's safe, I guess is the main deal. Like, if the Meepo's not dying, you're very, very happy. And right now, Kiyotaka is certainly not dying. In fact, he's, what, like 1.6, 1.5k away from having the full Ags up now?
Yeah.
Not too far.
Not too far. Would still, again, want more Meepos, want more stats up, but you can start joining in some early engagements just off the back of that Ags. Ramses already has his Echo Saber here as well on the Brood, so it's starting to scale up into that pretty big damage dealer, going just for casual ultimate orb for now, for a little bit more stat padding as well. Smoke out from 9 Pandas. No blink up yet on Antares, but see if they find an angle out here.
Bottom lane, Kiyotaka having a hunt, barely misses out on Lal. And the Rod of Atos makes it so Lal can't knock it away if he does connect. Oh, Antares, he's gonna find him. The Doom is out. The Rod of Atos to lock him down. The Storm surely cannot survive. And it seems like he cannot. He will drop. No surviving here. Even the Spirit Breaker getting caught. But Poshka, he's trying to run. He might make it, just barely. They will lose Antares. Like, Poshka is still running. The ensnare's not landing that time, but eventually they will get it. The 2-for-1 trade, it is in the favor of 9 Pandas, of course. They did get the Storm and the Spirit Breaker. And it only cost them a Doom in the end. Pretty damn nice.
Just to support Doom going down. Antares, very heads up. Glimmer caping right as the smoke breaks in the tree line. Just having that angle in for the easiest Doom of his life. No vision, no detection here on the side of Team Spirit under bot jungler. You just get run down. A lot of space being made for Ramses. Well, that happens too. Like, you get activity in Kiyotaka. You allow this ramp up for Ramses on the Brood, who again is looking like he might be opting for something like the Manta style here very early on. Starts to feel pretty oppressive. The Brood Mother's just stat gain and insatiable hunger. Like, and this here is so dumb. Universal types, man. But it is about... Can you imagine if Meepo was universal? He'd actually be way more viable, wouldn't he?
It's funny you said that, because I think that could potentially be a thing that Icefrog does.
Right? Like, he's all about stat padding anyway.
I literally thought this last night. I was watching a Meepo game. And I said to myself, what if this was universal? Like, why can't we just, for one sub-patch, Icefrog, just do it. Create absolute havoc. Make Meepo universal.
What if all heroes were universal, Mike?
True. That's fair, Jonathan. That'd be an even playing.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yarrow. Bottom lane. Oh, he's almost baiting for his team. Team Spirit are going to back off, not happy with what they see. Collapse just going right through the twin gates. Maposhka is the closest target for 9 Pandas to break their smoke on, and they will. Poshka, charge, cancelled immediately. Solo just casually waiting with the Fortune's End. They had the vision anyway. He didn't even need to channel it like that. Kiyotaka, excuse me, to take another kill. That'd be his 6th of the game. And I suppose if you're 9 Pandas, you're happily looking towards that bottom T2 tower now. Team Spirit are more preoccupied trying to deal with the top lane at the moment, but while Ramses is around that area, it doesn't really feel like you can deal with the Brood. So, 9 Pandas safely taking a tier 2 for now.
Just getting a lot of efficiency out. Kiyotaka also working on mid with 1 Meepo here. No punishment coming out from the side of Team Spirit to try to catch that 1 Meepo off guard. And they're just going to take more map control. You can't expect that same pressure coming out here from Team Spirit. They still need farm to ramp up. Yatoro, not too far off from that full Manta. Has some protection going for himself on that TB. We've got the Orchid ready on Laurel. So if he's the one starting these fights, you can certainly hope for a bit more of a burst play coming out here. And Collapse has his travels plus the blink. All they need to do is find that good position, but 9 Pandas are out with the smoke here.
Yeah, Spirit waiting. Antares, he'll break the smoke on Yatoro. Yatoro needs to run ASAP. He cannot afford to get doomed right now. They'll stun up the Doom. Antares being targeted, still looking for that Doom attempt. Will not get it, but will walk away. So we'll just heal him up. Oh, the blink now up on the Meepo to boot. It's on the courier. If they can buy a bit of time for Kiyotaka to get his blink, it could be a pretty big surprise in the middle of this team fight. Spirit, they're going to stand back for now. It's still a 5v5. Nobody goes down in that last engagement. Now the blink is incoming. Let's see if Kiyotaka goes for the surprise reveal.
You managed to force out the metamorphosis from Yatoro, so terribly it's not going to be around. could be the big target you're missing out on, but you also could just go Roshan here for 9 Pandas, no problem.
They will. I mean, it's completely free for them. Why the hell not? Team Spirit, they're the ones that need to try and counter this. Try and engage into the Roshan pit, but like you mentioned, without the Metamorphosis, you probably don't have many... The highest odds of winning as Antares is going right after Collapse, but Kiyotaka's here. Are you playing Meepo, John? You only need one of them. He sends the main one in, gets it done. Antares will cop the tips. He's got his own blink now on the Doom, so that means Team Spirit's life becomes even harder now against this draft of 9 Pandas, and it's not even over yet, because top lane Maposhka is going to try and TP out, and he will make it. They have no stuns for it. Mid lane, they found Mira. I'll tell you, this Rod of Atos Meepo, it almost feels like cheating, because it gives you the stats. You know, it gives you the lockdown to set up for the Earthbind. It really just feels like it's cheating.
And it does. That's so much for the Meepo. We're ramping up very fast now into Kiyotaka. We haven't even seen the Mega Meepo yet.
Oh, there's the McCabe, not going to save him. But here come the cavalry. 9 Panda, they're rushing right towards the south, seeing if they can fight Team Spirit around this area. They'll break the ward at least, but Kiyotaka looking for the storm, misses the Rod of Atos this time. Lal barely reacts in time to get away from that. Scary, scary times for Team Spirit.
That it is. You're at the peak of this Meepo right now. Number 1 in net worth Kiyotaka is. You've got the full Lincolns up and running on Ramses. He's got protection from some of this single target control. Maybe the Orchid is something he fears, sort of Vortex. It's gonna be a lot tougher to try to pin down the side of 9 Pandas. Again, playing this tempo draft really well in game number 2. And Team Spirit, it's a little bit cleaner than game 1, I would have to say, from them. They're managing to get their farm timings. They're executing on some of these pickoffs a lot better. We are eventually going to see the Ags coming out here on Collapse. So the wish is granted, Mike. After you ults for Collapse, you will try for the Ags. Could rush for it anyway. So wished. But I'm getting really worried about Kiyotaka hitting that level 3 divided we stand. And once he has that additional Meepo, Mega Meepo comes up. Talking about a 6k HP hero with just Ags plus Rod of Atos, round about that ballpark. You don't kill him. You don't.
No. Of course, Meepo can solo Tormentors, because why not? There you go. Shards up the solo. Oh, what's that? We want another shards? No problem. I'll take care of it, boys.
This is sickening.
Yes, sir. No, sir. Thank you, sir. Is Kiyotaka today? Will be the second shards to come out here for 9 Pandas. So glad Meepo's back in the meta. Always happy to see this hero back.
Calling for this guy since the Ags change, honestly. Like, it's just ridiculous.
You did
it fixes up your... It fixes up his scaling so much, you know, and I'm glad to... Maybe.
It's not as cheesy as it used to be. You know, people think Meepo's bad now, but they weren't there back in the day. You know, you get one...
Yeah. I would say it's almost worse, because he doesn't taper off. That's the worst part about it.
But it's not cheesy, I would argue. It's strong, but I can't say it's cheesy.
I think Meepo is still very much cheesy in a way. I think it still is cheese. It's just, it hasn't been viable cheese for a while. Just a rotting hunk of cheese, but now some of that mold's peeled away, Mike. It's ready to be consumed once more.
Some people like the mold.
Not too much mold, Mike. It was more mold than cheese last time around.
Or water. Speaking of Kiyotaka, he's in Mega Meepo form right now, but he's been caught out. He's by himself. He's got the Aegis up at least. They'll dig Kiyotaka. He's still relatively healthy. Okay, maybe it is cheesy, John.
Yeah.
But if you can't kill the damn hero, if you can't kill him, maybe there is a problem. On a mirror. We're all mirror. Just gonna get chased down. Soulbind at least there. He's gonna try and buy a little bit of time. Case is on though. He's not making it. Bye-bye, mirror. Mid lane?
It is.
Oh my Collapse. Well, I don't know. I don't know what the problem is, John. I don't see what the problem is with this hero.
You're saying it's not cheese?
I see no issues here, Jonathan. No issues.
2 invulnerability states with Dig. Mega Meepo giving you a separate HP pool per Meepo
Here we
rather
go.
than
There's no problem.
combined HP from damage.
There's no problem with this, John. There is no problems at all. I don't know what you're talking about.
See, I think the one thing to balance Meepo is that make Mega Meepo's HP scale with current HP. Right? Instead of getting your full HP as a separate entity, scale to current HP from the combined Meepos.
That's a great ensnare. He found the storm. Completely blind Kiyotaka finding the storm for his 10th kill. Why are they tipping Yatoro? Ramsey should be tipping his own damn teammates. Well, why is he tipping Yatoro for?
Because he's farming, I guess.
Oh wait, Ramsey, to be fair, you've chosen Brood Meepo and Beastmaster and Doom on the same team. And last game around, he had Lycan, Nightstalker. I mean, I don't know what happened to Nine Panda's job, but they just went completely cheese overnight with these drafts.
I'm loving it. No, for the past few days, we'd say, Nine Pandas have a slower start. They go back to farming for Ramses. In fact, in a lot of games, what Yator is doing is what Ramses tends to do.
There's literally no problems here, Jonathan. Literally 0 issues here for Kiyotaka.
3k HP on one Meepo.
Yes.
Let's see the Mega Meepo. Let's see Paul Allen's card. Give it to us, Kiyotaka.
Here we go, they get close. Mira getting insnared, trying to bait one of the Meepos forward, I think, because Yatoro is now here with the Skadi. Problem is, they don't seem to care so much as they'll go for the objectives, look for the Mega Creeps. Team Spirit are the ones that need to try and find a way to stop this. Ensnare out on Yatoro, they've got the big target, but they just are not diving in yet. There goes Untitled, but he will not get the Doom off. In goes the Epicenter, but the Fate's Edict just going to save the day here as they're just doing not enough damage. The Burrow Strike's going to be great, but is it good enough to win out this team fight? Because they are still just melting the Kiyotaka. At least they will get Miero. That's 2 down. Nine Pandas now retreating. Or are they? In goes Kiyotaka. Mega Meepo time. Poof away, back towards the Mega Meepo. Rod of 8 toss, Maposhka, he hasn't learned his lesson yet. Scythe the Visor. It seems like Yatoro, he's happy to keep going. But he can just poof away. Literally nothing wrong, John.
It's a good high ground hold from Team Spirit up against nothing wrong. And they managed to hold on to one set of racks at the very least.
Just against nothing wrong.
Yeah, against nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong here, right? Good old Kiyotaka could change his name into Nothing Wrong. Just keep playing Meepo.
Yeah.
Keep playing his stuff like Tinker. This guy has the most disgusting hero pool if you really think hard about it, Mike.
He does. I haven't seen his Arc Warden yet.
Would you want that in his repertoire as well?
I had this thought the other day, right? After this Meepo game. Arc Warden players, right? Arc Warden spammers. They're essentially just bad Meepo players, right?
True.
Well, they are, aren't they? Like, they're like the soft, bad Meepo player. Like, I can't risk my life by having 4 or 5 of these little guys. I'll just get one Temper Stubble that won't kill me if it dies. They're just bad Meepo players.
Yeah, I would argue maybe. I think for me, when I do somehow, God help me, a random Arc Warden, I play it like techies. With the world spark rates. So for me, it's both of them. It's both bad Meepo players and old techies players who miss the mine stacking the top, Mike. I think it's both groups.
I don't like it. Ramses, not playing. They've got the Broodmother. He's got his BKB, but this will be a big pick-off. Ramses is gone. That's a huge pick for Team Spirit. He has buyback at least. Yatoro is getting to the stage where he's become a problem. Like, you aren't as comfortable anymore fighting for Spirit. In fact, Roshan's even up now.
And they can clear that really fast with the output on Yatoro. Maybe all those picks onto Yatoro? No, we're for a reason. He's doing what he needs to do. He's farming, as Ramses would in a game like this. And now, Roche gonna go there way inside of Nine Pandas, not anywhere near find that control. The big issue for Nine Pandas in these fights, especially in that last high ground on top, is that you're not able to get the Doom off on Antares. And he comes in, the illusions come out, and Yatoro stands far back enough, blinding light. The blast comes through and you're not able to really gap close. So you can't quite just jump in and get the Doom off as you want to here on your support Doom. If you could control up Yatoro, it becomes a simplified process, but again, the side of Team Spirit are playing their cards right, standing back with the supports, protecting that Terrorblade, baiting in the side of Nine Pandas. You are scaling up still quite fast on Kiyotaka though. He does have the full Swift blink up, he's going for the Butterfly next. If we somehow reach 60 minutes, I would love to see a Giants Ring Meepo.
Oh yeah.
That would be fun.
They don't all go giant though, do they? Only one of them.
If I recall, it should just be one. Should just be one.
It's sad. I think you'd more than likely Apex, wouldn't you, Meepo?
Apex would still be good as well, but I feel like stats. I feel like HP. I mean, you're just thinking about Mega Meepo, right? Like, so you get what?
Apex
that
gives you
11K?
70.
You're an Agi hero though, right? So it gives you.
Primary okay,
Yeah,
I get
gives
it.
you
I
your
get
Agi.
you. Okay.
HP numbers a little bit more. No, I want that fat HP bar, Mike.
Okay. That's fair enough. Top lane. 9 Pandas, they'll have a big wrap around here. Knowing Maposhka and Collapse are he's. Oh, hold on a minute. They're gonna run right into Yatoro. Oh boy. There goes the Doom out. They found the TP. He does at least have an Aegis up. Can they get there in time for the second light? Maposhka's here already, but he's a bit too early. Here comes Collapse. That's a burrow strike into an epicenter. And Solo is gone. But the team fight, it's still looking pretty rough because Lal's been caught. Lal is out of mana. He'll still walk away though as 9 Pandas are trying to retreat. Maposhka charging back, gets roared up, but is going to be fine to be force-staffed away as Yatoro now moving forward with his team. Lal will give the vision. He's out of mana again, but he's given enough for Yatoro to go to work, or has he? Because the jump is there. Kiyotaka trying to make his way in, but the Mega Meepo, he's going to keep him alive, but now Yatoro is still trying. Antares is down, but Kiyotaka, he's the big problem. He's the big issue. The Mega Meepo is not allowing them to take him out. Finally, they've got him. Kiyotaka knows the poof away. Spirit Vessel though, kicking him out. Collapses back in, but now the Crimson Guard keeping Kiyotaka alive. He finally goes down. They have finally got the Meepo. Ramsey's to follow. Antares is down too. Triple kill for Yatoro. 4 down without buyback. That's something.
That's massive for the side of Team Spirit. Maybe not enough to have them dig into the high ground just yet. Respawns aren't that long here for the side of 9 Pandas. But they keep themselves in this game. Lead narrows down. They're forced to respond to the shove-in naturally from bot and mid. Again, not too much map progression can be made, and their Aegis is gone. But you are seeing the issues. The 2 lives on Yatoro is a little bit too much. They're forced to doom up the first life. They don't have the follow-through control for the second. And our Mega Meepo right now doesn't have the highest HP. Still highly durable. Lots of right-click damage instead, with the emphasis on Agi here, or the Meepo, but doesn't match up to Terrorblade when that Metamorphosis is up. If they managed to get that first life with just the Hex and some control, you could have taken that secondary fight with an instant doom, but again, Team Spirit save Yatoro. They managed to come in time. They zip into the back line. They force the earlier Mega Meepo usage, and as it fades away, you don't have that bailout outside of Dig. It's a little bit tougher for Kiyotaka to try to split the damage up here. And Team Spirit stays in the game. 18-20. This Terrorblade of Yatoro is just getting massive, going for the Butterfly next, and once that Butterfly is up, you don't have any way of digging through that evasion. No MKB for Ramses just yet. He does want to focus in on just stats overall for damage, so that could be something that is a little bit harder to counteract. The Meepo doesn't want to go MKB either. You could always opt for the big Doom from Antares, but that puts a ton of pressure here on our Doom, and it's been pretty solid for Antares so far, but it's not simple. And if you're around here with Mira, one blinding light away and that Doom just misses the mark.
John, I know this is going to be a really stupid question. I haven't seen enough Meepo games, so I don't know the answer to this, but what is the level 25 talent? What's Pack Rat?
It is the ability to keep any item in the neutral. So you could put a heart, you could put theoretically a BKB, literally anything there.
Oh, there's an information bar.
Yeah.
I see. Never mind. Thank you, John.
It's an interesting one. I feel like if you start to approach tier 5 items, though, you'd probably just want to use that neutral for tier 5 anyway.
Double damage.
Here we go. The Radiant Triangle. 9 Pandas, looking for that final lane of barracks in the top lane, of course. It is exposed, but they're having a bit of difficulty getting there now. The Team Spirit, mind you, last team fight, they did have the Aegis on Yatoro. This time around, they will not. So if they manage to get a Doom off the TV again, that could just be it. Bottom lane, Maposhka seems to have been able to get away with get away from Kiyotaka this time. even sticking around for the Lotus Pool as Kiyotaka sees him doing something. Poshka, maybe getting a bit too greedy, is gonna pay for it. Unlucky. I don't know if the Lotus were really worth it.
Not, but plus it's some space. You know the Meepo's away with all of his Meepos, and he is isolated.
You say he's isolated, John. The Team Spirit look isolated with the way he's playing. Kiyotaka just doesn't give a crap. He'll just blink straight south. Top Rax is going down. Will be protected here by Yatoro.
They have to be so careful. If they make a move outside, Ramsey's just itching to rat here. Overwhelmed, get the Mega Creeps going. Up secure this game number 2. In a 2-0 for 9 Pandas, catapults him all the way up in the group. Gives him a very solid chance of just staying in this position to start in the upper bracket. It could force some silly tiebreakers for the side of Team Spirit, depending on other results here as well. So, I'll have to see. Mouse issues coming out.
He'll get them resolved. Hopefully Solo's not using a wireless mouse, surely. God forbid.
There are going to be mice issues here. The ratting will commence at some point.
That's true. I think K advantage still for 9 Pandas, but it really does feel like anyone's game at the moment. When I say anyone's game, I mean this next team fight could be anyone's fight. Team Spirit are grouped up. They're going to go for a big 5-man smoke. All the lanes have been pushed out quite nicely. Like, you might have to address this mid-creep wave now, but you can always just send the Yatoro illusions in to do it. They're going to maintain their smoke. Mid lane, though, in come 9 Pandas. They're ready to fight this one out, but they've got to find each other, is the big problem. Nice scan out from 9 Pandas. They know exactly where Team Spirit are. This could be a really bad team fight for them because they're charging right in. Miero, who's he going to roar up? Nobody yet. Collapse will go for the Burrow Strike, and now the zip forward onto Solo, trying to take down the Oracle. Collapse will pop the epicenter, but it's not doing enough. And now the TP, he's going to get caught. Yatoro is gone. Miero is gone to boot. He'll commit the buyback immediately, trying to come back into this fight. They'll protect Lol, but in comes the Mega Meepo. Kiyotaka. He's in trouble, though. He's been slowed up for a moment, but no, he's fine. He'll just walk away.
Oh, this is Mega Meepo. With the Agi build-up on Kiyotaka, he had like 50 plus armor, which sadly only gives you 78% physical res. The amount of armor you have just, it gets way less efficient past 40, so you don't really get too much more, but it's a silly number to see. And it had 333 right click as well, which is fun, but you don't have any steroid here for Kiyotaka, so you can't really try to go for too much right click up against Terrorblade, but they forced the buyback. Massive win for the side of 9 Pandas. Really good flank coming out from Kiyotaka into the backside, away from that fight, killing off some softer targets. And now with a buyback out in Yatoro, you're going to be hard-pressed to go outside your base on Team Spirit. They know one bad fight is all it will take now for 9 Pandas to just instantly end this game. Can't afford to have him be targeted down by the Doom. Everyone else has to kick up the pace here. Roche only a minute away as well. There's going to be a nighttime spawn up top. 9 Pandas can just take control in the area. Look for that secondary life first and recommit onto the high ground if they want.
They might just go now. Metamorphosis is still 35 seconds away from being available, so it's very hard to see Yatoro being able to help defend this. Mega Creep should be incoming very, very soon. Poshka, he's going to charge through the Meepos. The glyph was there, but the Rax is officially now gone. Megas are incoming. Yataka has 7k HP right now with the Mega Meepo. A little bit low. Hopefully he sorts that out.
383 plus 25 damage. 68 plus 4 armor.
Oh, embarrassing. You get some stats items, sorts that out.
He is going for the heart next.
That's better.
What's he going to drop? Drop the Atos at this point? Yes, the Hex. Doesn't really need the Atos. Well, I suppose that's a route, and once you have the heart, that should be like a, what, 9k HP Mega Meepo? Should be fun.
Get in there, John. Get in there. Roshan. Reign of Destiny, one of the better looking spells in my opinion. Very, very nice. Roshan just getting bullied here by Kiyotaka. Take everything. Miero jumped in to take something, and so I was like, no. No, these are mine. I'll heal you, Miero, trust me.
Do they have enough lotuses for a block of cheese? Doesn't look like it, unfortunately. So no block of cheese game.
No. Untitled will get the refresher shard, by the way. So Solo does hand that over to the dude. Apparently doesn't trust Miero to do so, so he takes it for himself. Here we go. All they found. It's going to be low, but they've got the Burrow Strike into the Sandstorm, and that's an Aghanim Scepter Sandstorm coming out into the Meepo, so he's going to die once. That Sandstorm can be scary when the BKBs do around. Rory's out onto the TB with the Doom out to boot, but he's still just hanging through it. Yotoro able to walk away. What a Giga Chat. Ramses now, he'll cop the false promise. He'll try to survive a little bit longer, but these Burrow Strikes, they're just locking everyone down through the Sandstorms. Collapse has called everyone as Yotoro and the gang will just get to work onto the Meepo. Kiyotaka's gone. I'll tell you, John, this Sankey, he can hold you down for a while these days. They're even going to find a full team, like the Oracle's down to boot.
Clean up. Side of 9 Pandas go a little bit too far forward. Kiyotaka looking for that solo pickoff right by the fountain. Does get punished for it. That's everyone down. You do have 3 buybacks ready, but that's an opportunity for Team Spirit with Mega Creeps. It's not the situation you'd expect yourself in. 23 to 23. 9k lead up. Gonna try to get that shove in on mid. No creep wave around yet to go through the back door, but they're hungry. They want to force something out. Respawn's not too far out here for the side of 9 Pandas, though. You shouldn't be able to find too much here for the side of Team Spirit, but this could mean we wait for the next rush for 9 Pandas, unless an opportunity presents itself here, and Team Spirit, well, they get to build up in the arms race. And there's an Ags coming out for Laurel at some point, so AoE Vortex is gonna be massive. Up against all of the units here on 9 Pandas. You've got a lot of scaling potential still left for your supports, especially for someone like Naposhka. Get something like his Ags going, but to constantly maintain that presence. Mira as well, queuing up his Ags. So, I mean, this game, you could argue you fall back to your Brood Pos 1 to carry through for you, but that's also not feeling the best. And it's a physical core trying to deal with a Terrorblade. At this point, Yatoro just has enough HP and armor to not care about the Broodmother being on top, and there's so much control here from Team Spirit in a wide AoE that they can pin everyone down. Like the Ag Sandstorm is doing a lot of work.
They're holding. Second game in a row where Team Spirit are holding against Megas. I mean, obviously last game it didn't really work out in their favor anyway, but better to be in the game than out of it. Now an MKB up on Yotoro, even more damage coming in. Doesn't care so much about the evasion of the Meepo any longer. 9 Pandas, they're just going to take the time to more farm going for themselves. They control the whole map, so there's no need to rush this game for themselves, but I suppose they are getting maybe a little bit afraid of Yotoro. Getting close to that level 25 talent as well for the TB, so inspiration as they have found Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka though gonna go for the fight. He's gonna try by himself, but he can't do it.
Control.
Too much control from Collapse, I think, and I guess the rest of the crew. He was by himself, to be fair. A bit too much.
Way too much. Just, you can't afford to have this Meepo so far forward anymore. You need a bailout here from Solo. That's massive punishment. Still no buyback as well on the Meepo. You see Kiyotaka having to queue up. So while switching between the BKB and the Heart. I'll go back for the Heart, but it's getting really rough. And Team Spirit, their scaling's online. And they've got the output coming through from Yotoro. He's got the MKB. Doesn't care too much about these butterflies being up. Pashka?
In a danger, perhaps? Oh, he's chasing. Keeping Ramses, the vision on Ramses up at least. Ramses trying to do this alone with the spiders, apparently. Bit of a slower process. Tormentor will be taken. Miero will take it for himself. Shards, that is.
Bottom tower is under attack.
The dive bomb available with the Hawks. Ag's now available on Lal, so the AoE Vortex, obviously a huge ability to have on the Storm. The blue hole now available, as I believe Snare called it.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
7k back. I mean, 9 pandas. They're in a weird situation now where it's like you've got to wait for the next Roshan. And if you lose the next Roshan, then you may just never be able to go high ground again, even with these megas up.
Yeah, it's down to how far can a brood carry really take. That's what we're about to find out. Ramses. The game's more on him than it is on Kiyotaka at this point. Kiyotaka can try to bait out, tank through in front, and Mega Nepo, buy some time. But it does feel like it has to be on the Brood to kind of try to clean up this 1v1. He has a Nullifier on hand on Ramses, but that does mean no buyback available for the Brood. In dangerous territory for 9 pandas. Team Spirit, they've done a great job of just finding some punishment. I mean, it looked like a very silly game for the most part, but Yatoro comes online, he gets tipped for farming from Ramses of all people, but it has paid off this farm. 4506. Okay.
Thank you very much. Torres, maybe he forgot the timer. Case.
You blew it!
I know, like, for 9 pandas, you actually do want some scaling on your core, on your supports right now. You would want an Ags on Doom, like a BKB Ags for Antares. It simplifies a lot of these fights. AoE Doom, a lot of control in the middle. Just, you need to be able to get that control. You have to really find a way to stop Collapse, though. If you just get Sandstorm off, it doesn't even matter if you get the Doom off. Just the stuns. You just can't sustain through it. And you have to fight outside that Sandstorm, but radius is so wide. Just great area denial coming out here from Collapse.
I mean,
9 pandas.
Where you get really messed up as well, John, that level 25 talent, it's the 35% Sandstorm, Slow and Blind. That's the big one. It used to be ridiculous. What? It used to be 50% before the nerf. They nerfed it for no reason, by the way. I feel like nobody was playing Sand King anyway.
Is strong. Anyway. Was too
strong. To level 25.
I mean, at this point, it looks like we might, you know? Oh.
Kiyotaka, I mean, he knows he's not invincible anymore, even with a hard up. Poposhka, he's gonna charge right in. Collapse, he's got the control again. Lal, gonna jump in with the Vortex and the blue hole now, catching the Meepo. Kiyotaka, he's gone! He's got no buyback! He has still got no buyback on this Meepo! Can they actually push?
Roshan so close as well. If it's a quick timer, Team Spirit could feasibly go high ground. It's a long one, 2.5 minutes. Fortunate for Team Spirit. No safety net for them to play off of.
Everyone's against Team Spirit today. David not giving them the Roshan. Nothing going right.
Oh. That's so fortunate for 9 pandas. If that was like one pick off into an instant Rosh, your high ground would be gone. This hard buyout for the Meepo starts to really look a little bit shaky for Kiyotaka. The big thing is you have to find a way to catch the backline. Start these fights on your own terms. Pick off Collapse. Like it's really Collapse and Laurel with control that are making these fights hard. Yatoro can do the damage safely because of them. So if you take out the Sand King or the Storm, you start to find your opportunities here for the pandas, but you haven't been able to. Miero doesn't have his own blink for trying to set up with Roar. That's one thing that could come out here as well, though he's going for the Octarine first here on the Beastmaster just to have more uptime on the Roar. But it does feel like you need to jump outside of the Meepo. Like it can't be Kiyotaka. Not anymore. Not like this.
Well, both sides are waiting for the next road. They'll just casually wait for here at the top lane. Law will be left behind down at bottom. They'll just clean up the creep wave as the storm. Big smoke out now from 9 pandas. The Hawk gonna give the vision. You're gonna see Collapse, they're gonna make the jump, and Kiyotaka will break the Lincolns immediately. The Sand King already caught out, he's the big target. He should go down immediately, and he's gone down without buyback with the Blue Hawk coming in. Lyle really setting up nicely, he's taking down Ramses. They have lost the Brood. Ramses will buy back. Now Collapse has his own buyback available, but he's not popping it yet. He may need to though. Yatoro dropping low, gets a Sunder off, but they've lost the Storm Spirit, and now they've lost Yatoro. Collapse, he buys back now to defend the creep wave, to defend his mid barracks against the creep wave, or rather the mid tier 4 towers. Kiyotaka's still chasing. He's got Blink up in 1. Miro with the Glimmer Cape. He might just... Oh, no. Never mind. He's down. The buybacks are in. Kiyotaka maybe going a bit too far. He'll cop the Burrow Strike. In comes the charge from Aposhka. Kiyotaka, not again.
My God.
He's down again. Are you kidding me? All of this for a key from the line? Maybe Miro was just baiting the whole time. He's gone. How does he still not have buyback?
Doesn't have the gold. Didn't buy out anything this time. He just really didn't have to awful lot. I don't understand why you chase. Even if you find that gold. Like, there is a charge. There's the threat of buybacks. They force out the buybacks now, but that's into Roshan for Yatoro. So you're gonna feel very safe now in Team Spirit. And now they can start to pressure into the mid, pressure into high ground, and pressure to end the game. And one more fight is all it takes. For 9 Pandas, that is the best way to start that fight. Catching out Collapse. Taking care of that Sand King early. That's what you need. Just remove at least one piece of control. Either the Sandstorm or the blue hole being taken out, and the fights open up for you on 9 Pandas, but I don't know if you'll see that opportunity again. Collapse has the full Lincolns up. It's going to be hard to get that instantaneous control onto him. You're going to have to try to layer his spells, and he's going to have enough time to cast his own spells at the very least for the part from 9 Pandas. It's going to be a move onto the high ground, and tier 2s just fall. Yatoro's got the damage.
Or gets a T2 tower down. Now, very close to buying out the full Ag's Blessing, it looks like. Once that Ag's Blessing is up, like, you're gonna have that Terror Wave available. That's a pretty big deal for Team Spirit. Yeah, see how impactful that could be. And you're at the stage as well for Team Spirit where they just don't care about Megas anymore. Like, they're dealing with them just fine. They have been for the last 10 minutes or so. 9 Pandas looking like they're out of steam at the moment. Maybe hoping for some nice tier 5 items, like it might be time to get those Necro books. Hope for the RNG. So, things have been looking a bit tough for them. Maybe they can try towards the south. They could find Maposhka. But he's in the smoke at the moment and does still have the Shadow Blade up. He won't have the vision on the Spirit Breaker, but oh, Team Spirit, they've got the vision over 9 Pandas. They saw the smoke. This could be huge. Spirit moving in slowly, looking for a target to break the smoke on. Kiyotaka, he's going to be the first one. They found the Meepo already. We'll go into the bigger Meepo. He's got so much HP, but is it going to be enough? It doesn't seem like it. They're all stuck in the Sandstorm right now. Miro's gone. Oh, they are melting. Absolutely melting as 9 Pandas. Kiyotaka forced to just get back to the mountain. Solo's been left behind. He will run out of the Glimmer Cape Invis. He's gonna die. The Aeon Disc is not gonna save him. Ultra kill for Yatoro. They've got buyback on this Oracle, but that's all they've got. It's gonna be a 3v5 if Team Spirit move high ground.
And it's not gonna take too long to melt these objectives. Yatoro again. He's got the output. 9 Pandas forcing that smoke into an area under Team Spirit's control and vision. Not the best feeling. Kiyotaka trying for something cheeky though while all this happens.
Kiyotaka, what can he do? Oh, he's been caught. He's been caught. The Vortex is there. Kiyotaka, he still doesn't have buyback gold, John. He cannot really die right now. We're going the Mega Meepo again. He's got about 8k HP, but can he make it? Even with 8k, the perma lockdown from Collapse is going to be a real problem once he has that Sandstorm back up, but Kiyotaka still trying to get out. There's a Sandstorm into the Burrow Strike. Meanwhile, in the Dire base, they are killing off Untitles. Untitles is down. Kiyotaka, though, he's the big boss. He's the endgame boss. Can they actually deal with him? The blue hole again. Meanwhile, Yatoro, he's under the tier 4 towers by the looks of it. He's trying for the Ancient. Kiyotaka is still just tanking through the Collapse. He's holding him down non-stop with the Sandstorm. They can't take him out. He just digs. He'll reset, but it won't matter if he can't actually leave this area. Collapse. Just a Giga Chat will just keep him here. Burrow Strike again into the Burrow Strikes of the Sandstorm, and now the epicenter. He's got him. The longest kill I've ever seen coming out from Collapse. Meanwhile, Yatoro, he doesn't quite get the Ancient, but he found one tier 4 tower. He got one.
Didn't get any racks though. That kind of hurts. Team Spirit just a bit, but with no buyback in line for Kiyotaka.
Where's Maposhka go? Oh, okay. He cancelled the challenge. I was like, hold on a minute, he's not stopping. This guy's crazy.
He's not that crazy yet. They'll finally clean up the racks here. That has bought time for Ramses and Miero to respawn, but without the Meepo, just doesn't feel like it's enough.
We'll go straight into the false promise and the Reign of Destiny, trying to survive in front of his counter, but it's just so much damage coming in from Yatoro. Keep in mind, Yatoro does not have buyback himself, so if he dies once, it'll be a huge problem, but there's no Meepo, there's no Oracle, there's no Doom. Terra wave out, Yatoro, he's going for the tier 4 towers. Ramses has got no choice, he has to rush it with Niero, but they're right after the Ancient. Yatoro completely ignoring the Broodmother, about to drop another Sunder comes out, right onto Lal. The game's over, easy for Yatoro. GG easy, he says. And easy didn't look Yatoro. Nothing ever happened, this was the easiest game of his life.
Even Mafoshka joining in the action there, saying easy at the end. They did tip Yatoro. Mind you, they did tip him while he was farming and the base is falling. But Ramses, of all people, should know. That's his own gameplay as well. Maybe that's why the tip came out. It wasn't a BM tip. It's like Ramses thinking, all right, I've done this so many times. I know this game. Good job done, Yatoro. But what a back and forth game. What a great series between Team Spirit and Nine Pandas. You know, the Pandas, they woke up, but they take their time here. Kiyotaka goes a little bit too crazy with his Meepo, you know, going a little bit too ham jumping in, but it doesn't work out in the end.
This is a really good game. We're going to give it to these two teams. Just such a funny. I mean, these Meepo shenanigans you can see these days are just so ridiculous to watch. They really are. It's just that fight where Collapse was just trying to deal with this Meepo is what I want to see at like the 50-something minute mark. That's the big one. I mean, there was so much action in this game, mind you. Plenty of highlights to be seen. Props for Team Spirit, a huge comeback being made here in this game too, tying out the series 1-1. What does that actually do to the standings, John? I forgot to ask you. What happens to the Group A stand? They're still tied in second place by the looks of it.
I don't think they tie for second. No, they don't tie for second. They would be, I believe, in a position where, yeah, Team Spirit would be third. Nine Pandas could potentially have to play ties, depending on what happened with LGD Quest Drew. So there's.
Excuse me, let me correct myself, Jonathan. They're tied now with Gaming Gladiators. Yeah.
There's
second
a tie
place
for second. There's a tie for fourth. So we've already got those big tiebreakers set up there. It's gonna match had so many highlights. It's just crazy. Yataka went way too crazy, man, diving into the back. But the implications again for the groups is pretty wild. Nine Pandas now don't have a free ticket until an upper bracket start. They've got to break this tie up with PSG LGD. You know, they're not going to be able to get that stable start. There's a chance for EG as well if they manage to find a 2-0 here to go into that three-way tie at 7-7. So a two-way tie for second, a three-way tie for fourth could potentially happen. Today is going to be a long day, Mike. There's going to be a lot of games to be played still, even after the scheduled games. And
I love it.
What a treat here from Nine Pandas and Team Spirit. I mean, what a game. Well, what a series. Yeah. I have no words.
Look at this. This is the one. This is the one. Collapse. Like, we're not going to see how long this went. I actually have to go back and see exactly how long that team fight went. I say team fight. So the 1v1 between Collapse and Kiyotaka, the legendary battle that happened between those two. So again, Team Spirit, congrats for tying out the series 1-1. That will at least allow them now to basically have a guaranteed spot through to the playoffs. But they're still in a tiebreaker against Gaming. So now you're fighting for that second place spot between Gaming Gladiators. But I'm sure they're just happy to guarantee themselves an upper bracket position, at least, into the playoffs as Team Spirit. And Nine Pandas, they still have a chance. But it's looking a bit tough. It's based on what LGD does now. And, LGD's already done what it's done.
They're tied. Yeah, they're absolutely tied 2 ways, potentially 3 ways, depending on EG's game against Extreme.
I pressed the wrong button, by the way, which is why I disappeared, Jonathan. That was not production's fault. I pressed F5 for no reason.
It's all right, Mike. It makes no difference. But again, right now, a guaranteed 2-way tie for Fort, potentially 3 ways if EG does manage to get that goal up against Extreme. And already a two-way tie for second place as well. So already like a lot of tie. I don't even want to think about it. I don't know if there's a new Stattle score head-to-head, but there are ties.
That's not our problem, Jonathan. We don't do math here. We'll head off to a break. Right after that break, of course, we're going to have BBT up against TSM. So TSM's chance to try and make it through to the playoffs. This is their final chance, but they've got BBT as an opponent, which is not going to be easy. BBT did end up coming first place in Group B. Spoiler alert, they've already confirmed to be first place, and they've looked completely unstoppable. Let's see if they intend on showing a little bit of mercy here from the boys from NA, as we are going to head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with BBT up against TSM. We'll see you soon.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. Where to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my, if I could decide where I should remain, where would hide? If time were to stand still,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going to our second series of the day here on the C stream between BBT and, of course, the side of TSM. And it is MLP Dota and John X5 back for the Riyadh Masters group stages. Jonathan, we're on to a new series. BBT up against TSM. We kind of talked about it in the previous post-game matchup between Spirit and, of course, Nine Pandas. TSM, they are fighting for their lives in the Riyadh Masters to get to the playoffs. BBT have nothing to play for. They've already secured first place in the groups. They're in the best position they can ask for. So do they mess around, Jonathan? Do they run some experiments here against TSM, or do they play completely seriously and just try to really keep TSM down?
I feel like they'd experiment a bit, but they'll experiment and still crush it. Is what I'm expecting. Maybe like something we'd see from Shopify Rebellion in the NA, although speaking of that team, they're also not doing too good. Unfortunately, our NA rep's not having the best of times here, Mike.
We just can't cast a region that does well, can we? Just SCA into NA, I don't know. Maybe you and I should cast Western Europe. Maybe that'll make it so things are a bit even. Maybe that will drag them down a little bit.
That should. Maybe at some point, Mike. But that's the reality right now. TSM, backs against the wall. Not an easy opponent to close out here as well. I mean, BB team they've been strong. They've been showing consistency. Toronto Tokyo does the most insane plays. All of them. Pure is just crazy on his offlane. Gets these solo kills every single time. And I don't know how you hold up against that if you're TSM. So we'll find out. Maybe something in the draft. Something different in the draft. See if those bans come out. TSM, take care of that Storm Spirit here. Will we get the Brood Mother ban, the Undying ban from either side? I think for TSM, if you watched any game last night from BBT, you would have to ban that Undying. It's just Toronto Tokyo is a maniac. You cannot play the game.
You certainly can. Let's see what they do. Storm Ring removed. Snapfire being removed. IO, of course, removed by BBT. One more ban to go. Maybe we just see an Undying removal here. Perhaps not. We'll see. I suppose against Whitemon, you are probably a little bit more concerned about supports like the Ench and the Chen. We know Whitemon does perform very well on. We'll see how they want to get things started. BBT still thinking about this second ban. There's just so many heroes, in particular supports to ban out these days. It's very, very hard to know exactly what you want to get rid of.
For TSM, they just respect ban all of GPK, right? Like he's been popping off in that mid snap. He's loved his Storm, so they just take both options away. Brood Mother's left, so TSM will pick it up for Kasane very early on, but this is something that we've seen TSM find a lot of success with. And you can't fault them for going back to what works. Mind you, a BBT, Mike, you've been saying they're guaranteed #1. It's not a guarantee. If they get 0-2'd here, and if Talon somehow 2-0's Liquid, I believe it's a tie for first. Although I'm not sure if that tie is resolved from the head-to-head. But not a guaranteed first seed. They are both guaranteed for an upper bracket start, no matter what. So I guess in the end, it doesn't really matter. It's all only really seeding, which I don't know how many teams really care for that. BBT get into the Undying and Naga Siren. So they've got the saves on hand once more. They've got these really oppressive lanes coming out. TSM into the Darkseer. So maybe shifting the Brood Mother away in terms of position. Maybe running a support Darkseer. I expected the side of BBT to be the ones doing something funky with their draft. Not quite expecting that from TSM here.
5 seconds remaining.
Neither was I, Jonathan. Neither was I. More bans to come. TSM focusing on the offlane right now of BBT. BBT, they'll just get rid of the Bat Rider. And TSM, a lot to play for themselves. Not so much about seeding, but more so about just surviving at the moment. Really sad to see as well, both NA teams are tied in 6th place for Group B.
Yeah.
Shopify right now playing against Team Asta, hoping for a win over them. NA fighting for their lives here in the final day of group stages.
So rough. What's the ideal? What's the NA copium here? The NA copium is Team Secret loses 0-2, and Shopify and TSM at least draw. And then you can maybe have TSM and Shopify potentially tie-breaking their way out of the eliminations, right? That's for both NA teams, right?
Well, if they've got to start with a 2-0 each, I think. That'd probably be the primary
Yeah, they would
concern
need
right now.
fuel.
Yeah. Again, it's pretty challenging against the teams they have left, like Team Asta and of course BBT. Not the easiest teams right now to beat. Oh, the plan are going to be removed by BBT. One more ban for either side. Go on, John. What are you trying?
I'm trying to remember if we've seen a Brawl Broodmother mid, or if we've seen a Tomato Brood. We've been calling for Tomato to play something like Harry Brood, and he does know what it can do. I believe we saw him play it once in the DPC, if I'm not recalling too bad. No, he played Lycan, so... Oh no, he played Abaddon, actually. So, I don't know about the Brood for Tomato. It can be something that kicks up pace really early on. If not, then if you run a Kasane Brood, you run what? An Ahri Darkseer? Broodmother Darkseer lane is pretty horrendous to deal with, to be fair. At the same time, it's also Broodmother Darkseer in lane, which means one of them's not going to get farm, and that's always a terrible feeling for either one. I don't know, like, this kind of opening, it's very different from TSM. Could throw BBT off their guard. But just starting with Noggin and dying, I think already sets a good tone here for BBT. They ban out the more annoying supports that both Ahri and Whitemon do play in the ET, the Chen, and the Batrider. And they've already got what should be our Pause 1 out from Nightfall, but I can honestly see BBT kind of flexing that Naga around. And they'll take the techies out now. They got themselves some pretty strong lanes already with these two supports, a lot of aggression early on. I don't mind it too much. Again, techies has taken the back seat for a bit, but some teams have remembered. The techies is still there, and they do pick it up.
They do. ESM, how are they going to respond to this? I mean, if they want to, Rubik is available. It's not the worst Rubik game. Like, you've got Naga, Undying, and techies to steal from. I think if TSM wanted to give that to Ahri this game, it wouldn't be such a bad idea, considering Ahri is a bit of a Rubik specialist. And they may feel like they don't have the greatest lane with the Darkseer Rubik, to be fair, though, if they did go down that route. But TSM, I'll have a bit of a deeper think about this one. Gotta reveal some supports now, I think.
Yeah. Gotta get away from this flex. I know, I have a weird feeling Ahri's gonna play Darkseer with Kasane on the Brood. Go to Lion pickup. Could be our Ahri here, could be Whitemon. Either one still works.
I mean, I appreciate the new tech, but pause for Darkseer, you think? That's some new technology, John.
Very new. Again, if you think about Brawl, he loves playing jumpy heroes. He loves that mobility. He loves playmaking. You know, he loves his Spirit Brothers. He loves his Puck. Something like Primal Beast runs up as well. I think the Brood doesn't necessarily fit that playstyle. They'll go with the Spirit Breaker, so perhaps we do just get the mid Brood and the Kasane offlane Darkseer here, running Lion and Spirit Breaker as your supports. That's a little bit more bog standard. That can kind of get some early momentum going, like Darkseer and Spirit Breaker as a duo is already very strong. Surge plus Charge, some nice damage coming through there. Some decent ways of handling the illusion spam here as well from TSM. What with your Lion, Mana Drain, and Hex, although you'd probably want to rely more on Mana Drain with Shard here. Spirit Breaker as well with a good charge can kind of try to take control, but there goes the LC for BBT. The pure special comes out, and I mean, that's a great solution for everything. The illusion spam from Darkseer counteracted, so if you do get a vac wall, overwhelming odds it'll be a happy time for Pure. The Spiderlings melt as well. You don't care too much about Silicon Bola in lane if you are expecting, say, a safe lane Brood here for Tomato, with a Brawl hero mid last pick. I like this. I think BBT's managed to find some really great solutions to what TSM's trying to do with their lineup, and it's directly in their comfort. Undying once more for Toronto Tokyo, Pure on his specialty, stable core coming out for Nightfall in that Naga Siren. It's all lining up, and they have last pick as well, so TSM's going to have to show that flex in the Broodmother first, potentially just leading to an even better matchup for GPK.
Final ban outs to come now. TSM still looking for a mid laner to ban out here for GPK. Who's to say we don't just see the Tomato Pos 1 Brood coming out?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah,
it can get flexed. And that's why the LC still shines there. Because you just lane into the Broodmother lane. You've always got press the attack if you want a value point in it. You can kind of trade right clicks so you don't tend to get insatiable hunger. in your first 2 levels. So that's like a level 3 spell to pick up. So the LT just wins the right-click trades. Once the spider links are up, you can just clear out the spam. Anyway, you don't care too much on the LC. Like, it is fairly impressive. This LC pick from BBT covers every base of the Broodmother's mid, which you will see with TSM's last pick. Like, they will show their hand first. You can adjust if you wanted to. You're probably not going to remove Pure on the LC, but if the lane works for it, you know, you could always gun for something else.
Final ban. Primal Beast was removed. Quap removed by TSM. One more ban to come from TSM. 17 seconds reserve time to think about this.
5 seconds remaining.
I feel like a puck would be fairly annoying for TSM to play into. You've got a Brood who wants to scurry in and out. You've got the Darkseer who wants to play with a Surge. Spirit Breaker who wants to dance around. Take care of the TA instead. So leaving that puck for GPK. Not the... You're very reliant on your line to land some control onto something mobile like the puck. Wonder if that is something BBT will want. I mean, they can also get messed up by a puck pretty nicely. It's a lot of aggression out from TSM if they do decide to run it for Bryle. They take care of the Pango instead. Removing more comfort here for Bryle. Not many options left on mid. Suppose Puck is there. I don't know if you'll go with something too quirky on TSM, like Alina mid. It kind of helps you with illusions with your wave spam. Magical damage on hand. You can just look for the burst, but feels like you want something good for the backline. You kind of want to hunt this Undying. Necrophos.
Okay. We saw this the other day from, I think it was actually Kiyotaka, wasn't it?
It was
Right.
GPK.
Oh, it was GPK, excuse me.
Yeah,
Well, there you
in
go.
the Talon game, Game 2, he did pick that up and just crushed mid. You don't see your matchup here, though, for TSM, and you are free to actually pick that Lina on BBT. Like, it's not anything weird like a first phase Ember turning into support like Talon did. You don't have anything quirky like that. You could easily go for a Lina, maybe even a Zeus, although you do have charge to kind of pick off those softer targets, but laning-wise into the Necrophos, it's pretty smooth. I wouldn't mind something like the Lina, I think, for GPK. I think that works out pretty nicely. The Puck still has a lot of value in terms of control with Dream Coil, but up against a Necrophos, it's not as smooth. Your harassment isn't as steady in comparison to what the Necrophos can get done. They have a lot of time here in BBT to think about it, though, but... And for TSM, the one factor with going with this style of draft is they didn't have last pick overall. So their hand is shown. It should just be the Tomato safe lane Brood. And, of course, the mid Necrophos for Bryle. And this is one thing as well. Like, with Bryle, we've never seen him really play the slowest heroes on mid. He's always played highly active heroes. Necrophos can somewhat be active. You have some good setups for your Reaper's Sight here and some early aggression, but again, someone has to stop Toronto Tokyo. Once that shard is up, Mike, Reaper's Sight being saved out by a tombstone, you're not going to be happy.
And we know how good he was. Toronto doesn't miss when it comes to this grab ally. He doesn't miss. This guy, he's on point. All those years playing mid, you know, he's still got those fast fingers. Even the pos 5 roll still can make it look very, very impactful as EBT still thinking 8 seconds reserve time left for this final pick. What do they want against the Necrophos? It's going to be the DP. Why the hell not? Just go back to a GPK special. I think the DP does decently enough against the Necrophos, you know? It might be one of those really boring lanes in the end in the mid lane, potentially. We'll have to wait and see, because we don't get to see Necrophos versus DP too often. But I dare say it is a pretty nice pick here for BBT.
And it is. It allows you a lot of push coming in here for BBT, which their draft did lack a little bit of. Still stable, additional wave clear to deal with the Broodmother. Highly durable frontline to play along with Pure when they do commit. And just a great lane matchup against Necrophos. This one does sustain pretty alright. Can't really leverage or siphon too well here on the DP. And when you gap close, he's always just going to spam those pulses out, but should be more manageable than other matchups. Much more manageable than, say, a Puck. So I like this coming out from BBT. Overall, I would say that the draft of BBT is a little bit tighter. I just can't bet against a pure Legion commander, man. I can't bet against Toronto Tokyo in the Undying, even if things go southbound. Once you get that shard in Toronto Tokyo, if you don't kill the Undying, man, It's not gonna work.
I believe in TSM, Jonathan. I believe in them. I believe it can be done. The mid Necrophos, the Lion coming out. How can you go up against the Whitemon Lion, Jonathan? You're a Lion enthusiast yourself, and you dare go after them with BBT.
I know, but I'm just traumatized from what Toronto Tokyo did, you know? Like, if you don't kill him, what's the point of any of this single target burst? Just grab ally. What are you gonna do? How are you gonna break Tombstone on this lineup as well? Do you want Tomato to really run down a Tombstone as a Broodmother? Probably not. You don't have the fastest right-click in the world from the rest of your heroes. Brawl doesn't right-click fast, it's a Necrophos. Your Spirit Breaker doesn't have great attack speed either, so... I mean, I'm pinning this all down to Toronto Tokyo, but really just the draft. You've got the answers in the LC. You've got Push coming out here. It's not the cheesiest way of closing out for TSM. I think they have to really hit some early spikes. Apply that pressure early on with Tomato taking a lot of early activity and just try to get going there. Mind you, you also, to make your game easier here, don't give Pure any solo kills, because that's happened so many times when we've watched BBT. Pure just somehow finds these things by himself on a 1v1. Just don't give him that, if you can.
It's all skill, John. It's literally all skill. Just moment of courage procs. That's all he's doing. It's Pure. He just knows. Like, if I'm stuck against 3 heroes and I've got no way out, I'm just manning up. I'm in LC. I'll do it. Here we go. Ward's down, but that was spotted by Ari. So that should be an easy D ward out for the side of TSM in the mid lane. They will not make it in time on the LC. So see TSM, I mean, very unique style of draft. I want to go back to the point you were making about Brawl's mid lane, because I do agree, like, he usually does play those high mobility, tempo setting cores in the mid lane. Not very often we see a slower hero like Necrophos. Kind of curious to see how he does on a hero like this.
Yeah, I think naturally the matchup isn't the worst. You've got Sustain of Guts and Sustain. As you said, this should just be pretty boring mid lane matchup once it devolves down to it. Both sides just heal up, clear out the wave, and just play the lane, farm up. It's really by level 6 where you could see some activity, and again, it's down to the supports. I think if you look at the supports you have on TSM, the rotations from Alliance Spirit Breaker are pretty damn big. If they find a room to leave their side lanes, that's where things can happen.
Well, that spike did connect, but Tomato's been very slowed up with the blood grenade and the sticky bomb that was there, and Tomato, he's just gone. First blood already going the way of GPK in the mid DP. The perfect start for GPK. I'm sure Brawl's not going to be too happy seeing that. That's just going to mean a very quick bottle for GPK.
Just going to be able to play that sustain game very early on. And you know what? They gave an early tip out to Tomato as well. So they did target the guy down, instantly kill him as well. Sends a message here on BBT. The mid lane, and likely the most boring lane. Brawl can sustain true, but the DP can outrange and out-harass you with Crip. In comparison to Death Pulse's range, GPK can stand further back and not cop the harassment back, which is not something the Necros likes. He's going to have to rely on some good last sticking and denies lane management big for the Necro to kind of even out this lane.
I'm on. I'm trying to play aggressively against Save, though Save, the techie, is going to be more than happy to continue trading harassment back his way. Top lane, Ari being paced just a little bit, trying to pull the wave away from Nightfall and Toronto Tokyo, who are trying to meet the creep wave. Now Ari stacking up a double, will happily let them meet. This way you'll just push the wave out back towards Kasane, though Kasane is just using Iron Chills to create all kinds of shenanigans in the laning stage. This is just classic for Darkseer lanes, right? Like, you never know what's going on with the lane anymore. Just something's happening.
I think the one issue you do have here, one issue you do have for TSM up top is that it is a double melee lane up against Undying. So if you clump up too hard, Toronto Tokyo will just punish you. He already manages to shove Sani all the way back, so he's not soaking any of that EXP. Still stuck at level 1, and the Iron Shell only becomes a threat by the time you hit level 2 Iron Shell at level 3, so it's gonna take a lot more to shove away Nightfall from farm. He's perfectly fine, even with the shenanigans. If he just farms up, you're happy on this knot.
Whitemon, he might be in trouble bottom lane. He'll be alright, he'll survive. Save had the blast off, but doesn't bother trying to go for it. You're at the stage, though, against the techies where you you're going to play so cautiously now because you know he's at the level 2 mark holding onto the blast off. And he's got the mana. Or both to be thrown.
Dire's top tower is under
Top lane, Kasane is just being casually chased by Toronto, who looks like he's just got the kill.
Radiant's
Toronto
tower
Tokyo.
is under attack.
Doing Toronto Tokyo things just takes him out.
Yeah. Just, he knows they're going to be split apart. Ahri just shows up top, testing the creeps. So that means the Darkseer's just very alone. Still stuck at level 1 for Kasane, not getting EXP, not getting the farm he'd want. Finds a tombstone for his trouble at least, but not the kind of start you want with TSM with this draft. And they want to play up-tempo here. They've got the Brood core. They want to kind of take these fights early on. They've got the Necro that wants to scale up really fast. And off to a slow start with the Darkseer. That's one more here that might need to sit back and farm, and that's never what you want to see. See if some recovery can come out here, but Kasane, and he pulls again, but Toronto Tokyo just follows. Doesn't care.
Oh boy, Toronto. I still remember seeing this guy for the first time back at ESL 1 Thailand, I think it was. This was quite a few years back. Remember QO was saying in particular that he thought this guy was going to be huge. Before he won TI, by the way. Way before he won TI. Happy to see how far he's got in Toronto Tokyo. Very, very happy about it.
Yeah.
Not so much QO though. QO's just disappeared off the face of the earth.
Who? Who's that?
Exactly.
I miss that guy. I miss that guy though. He's a fun fella. I wish we got to meet. Down mid, a little bit of a chase. And this lane's, man, the most boring lane. Double bracer for Brawl means he shouldn't die anytime soon, but the Siphon spam is there from GPK.
I mean, they might just have the kill.
Okay.
He's got Crypt Swarm.
Yep. Okay, that's it.
Yep. Bye-bye, Bryle. And that's why DP's a good pick against Necrophos, because at the end of the day, Ghost Shroud means nothing. None of it really means anything. GPK just casually runs him down with 3 charges of Spirit Siphon. There was no play. He was just out of mana. There's nothing he could have done.
It's the most boring kill possible in mankind coming out mid. But that is that lane matchup. What's the most boring lane matchup next to that? Anything up against DK, I think, is the next most boring matchup.
Sure.
So at least a kill comes out in this one. DPK feeling great about himself, and DBT overall. Every lane just winning so much. Up top, another deep chase for the tombstone.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They're gone. Mana in the meantime, dropping low bottom lane. Pure still trying to man up here. Meanwhile, top lane, nope, never mind. Whitemon's the first one to drop. There's side lane action happening all across the map right now. Kasane gonna get dived again by Toronto. Should go down to Nightfall and will.
Jeez.
So both the side lanes not working out too well for TSM as they do drop 2 more heroes. But this off lane is especially going quite badly for TSM. Like Kasane has died twice. He's got 7 CS on Darkseer. That's how badly things have gone.
At this point, it doesn't feel very playable. It's going to take a long time for you to scale up here. 2 levels behind Nightfall as well. I mean, at the very least, you've got your level 2 Iron Shell. But, you know, we were talking about this potential to rotate with supports. Side lane's just losing this bad means you really can't leave them. Tomato drops down now. This is Pure at level 4. They're collapsing mid for this, but how do you gank a DP at this point?
You don't. That's the neat part. GPK just forces him away.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
0-6 DBT's way. Just no gameplay here for Ahri. Like, this is one of the depressing kind of Spirit Breaker games to have to play in the pos 4 role. There's just no lane you can go to really secure a kill, it doesn't feel like, for Ahri. This is classic, one of my classic pub games, John. Just every lane gets lost. I've got nothing to do. Ahri's just running around in circles with Toronto Tokyo. Why not? It's like, what do you charge to? Like, you go bottom, you know Pure's just gonna man up. Whitemon's TPing mid. He's gonna try and defend his Necrophos, but Brawl's gonna be just fine. Problem is GPK now just gonna casually push in the tier 1 tower with the Tombstone protection. Toronto's just manning up, standing on the front line, so he may pay for it now. They'll charge through. They will land on the Undying with the Reaper's Sight. They'll get him down, but GPK's the big problem. And the Tombstone, well, it finally does expire. GPK at least takes Ahri with him. He won't stick around for the tier 1 tower now, but it's a pretty good trade for BBT anyway.
That it is. You have to ensure that you don't lose anything in your side lanes with all that commitment. Kasane and Nightfall trading some very close blows. Good kill for Bryle. At least you get the Reaper Sight on cooldown. You get a charge up. on your side as well. And you managed to secure your own wisdom rune with all of that commitment. So you're not losing out as much as you could have here on the side of TSM. BBT still in a commanding position though. And it's not, again, not the biggest lead in terms of net worth. You've managed to put a dent just a bit on Nightfall's farm. But once you start to lose towers here, that map space being choked out this early on, that's where things get scary. You're the team running the Broodmother yourself. You want to be the ones choking out. You want to be the ones to group around this Necrophos and this Brood and start to take these fights, but could still come online if they manage to hold out maybe by the 10-minute mark here. While at the very least having really strong rune control. GPK not getting lucky at all with any of the power runes.
Kasane. Yeah, full surge, but they've got the body blocks now. Kasane, he's gone. Hands up, Nightfall will wave him goodbye. Bottom, in the meantime, Ari getting chased by GPK, who was going after Pure, but it won't be enough as Bryle has joined as well, but doesn't have the Reaper's Sight, so GPK will just keep going. And he's going after Bryle now. Bryle will avoid the sticky bomb. Looks like he's going to be okay to survive. There's a thing with this DP, like, GPK, not only is he a great Death Prophet player, but it's a very free game for him thus far.
No early solutions for that regen. And no one that can naturally build you a very fast urn here. Ari's lane just a bit too slow. Not able to find anything. They were gunning for a duel here on BBT. They were trying to juggle around with his low HP. Doesn't find the opportunity. Could be at risk. Brawl does have the sight ready. If another rotation comes out. So if they find an opportunity on someone down mid, could be another nice pickup here for the Necro. Start to get some pacing here for TSM. 1 to 10, 2k lead for BBT. Well, there's your first to 10. That's really quick for BBT.
Yeah.
And for TSM, I mean, it's gonna be slow going. They're gonna need to just sit back, hit some spikes on Tomato. That could be a launching point for them once this Brood can start to play around lanes and take over one part of the map.
I really like the way GPK is playing this game. Like, Exo's back off cooldown, immediately into the tier 1 tower. We'll just take it prior to the 10-minute mark. No siege creep necessary. Opens up the map completely for BBT now, so those jungles on the Radiant side are not going to feel very safe for them. Opening up the side lanes as well for the Naga and the LC, as Prowl's going to find out the hard way not to mess with GPK at the moment. He's got the Ghost Shroud and the Reaper's Scythe. He might still be able to regen, but not quite. It's still too much damage. Like, you got Toronto, but you're going to lose just too much for this. GPK now 6-0-1. Meanwhile, at least they kill Pure. Tomato's going to take that. He'll hand the tip over immediately.
Yeah. Not quite a duel.
Oh, it was a duel.
At least.
Oh,
yeah, not a win, at least. Not a win. So, could have been worse for BBT, but some good punishments starting to come out from TSM. And they are starting to lose map control. Look at the vision here from the side of BBT onto the triangle already, right by the tier 2. They want to take control of that area, and they're starting to play aggressive around that area here.
Sane be in danger again. He has not had a good start to this game, and now the mine's coming down. Going to make it impossible for him to run south. By Kasane. Another kill for Nightfall. Whitemon. Oh, the Rod of Atos is up. EPK. It's so tough now. It really is. Like, with the timings on this DP, it's so hard to slow down the timings that the BBT have been looking for. So the game is just theirs to take over now.
Pretty much. I mean, you've got the freest lane coming out for Nightfall. Still keeping that aggression up top here. Ari.
Not sure what Ari was thinking. Trying to push out the creep wave, but it's pretty desperate kind of play. That's kind of the thing, though. Like, this Undying Techies duo, they're pretty strong at the moment.
They are. A lot of output coming through. And, they're just going to re-smoke. Not the healthiest mana from save, but they could try for a funky bait movement here. Oh.
Get ready for a tip. Here you go. Tomato is going to survive the duel. So maybe no tip from Pure, but no, there will be. Never mind. Who am I to say there's going to be no tip, John? It's Pure.
It is Pure. Like, in my head, I'm like, well, what are you talking about? How could he not tip?
As long as he's not all tapping. It's alright. Pure. Charged on, he's going to be fine. Alto Nokia. Tombstone down. Bryle, again, with the shield rune, at least surviving for now. But there's the blast off. He's running out of HP rather quickly, but will survive for a little bit as he has the Reaper's Sight looking for it onto the techies. He can't
Not
get
enough.
it. Save's gonna survive. Finally goes down. Brian will find both of them. It's okay. He's still got the kills, John. He'll still make it.
He'll make it out. He has his own Athos for some control now as well. And the stat padding's starting to feel pretty strong in the next post, but you don't find the big one onto GPK. At the very least, you find Pure for one more time. And again, you're starting to get some spacing out here for TSM. They've got room up top for Kasane, managing to get some recovery going on that Darkseer. You have fully transitioned into just farm here for Nightfall. And he has taken over that triangle. And they've got the vision game here on BBT to just enable some of this farm stealing here. Full Manta up, Mage Slayer not too far off for Nightfall as well. These early timings on Naga, it's just gonna be so hard to deal with. Whereas you're not close to any of that for Tomato. Echo Saber's gonna fly out now. That's one launching point, but it does feel like he's gonna need more stats to really start to apply his presence here on the Brood.
Well, at least you got the Echo Saber off. That's something. Tomato. It's got a lot of work to go, that's for sure. Much more pressure you can apply as BBT. All the tier 1 towers are almost gone. I mean, the top one is still alive, just barely. Yes, why not? Exo? Boomstone? Enough? 14 minutes, it might feel a little bit early, but if you can get away with it, why not? And they will.
The extra system usage, but this is all done without their Naga as well. In that time, Nightfall is still farming with the Storm. TSM smoke out, but no forward information, so they have no idea where to go for this gank. They just get Roche stolen under their noses. It's that secondary life up for GPK. It's gonna be a very hard target to try to pin down. A 7k lead out for BBT and TSM. Maybe they find his top tier 1. Certainly not the best trade for that objective, but at this point, BBT, they're in control. Blink up for Pure. Should be easier for him to start finding some duel wins now if he sees the backline.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He's yet to win a duel, which is pretty rare for Pure, not finding a duel by the 15-minute mark at least. So there's that going for you. TSM will get the top tier 1 by the looks of it. There'll be no defense to come from BBT. EP's down towards the bottom lane, just ready to defend the creep wave, but BBT are still hanging around this area. Ryle just about to walk into vision. Oh, he's going to show on the creep wave. This is not good. This is not good. BBT are going to jump in straight away with the jewel out, but a nice earth spike. White ready for it. Does save the life of Brawl, but not quite. Brawl is still going to go down. TSM, 3-man silence from GPK. He just chases him. Ari, he's going to try and fight with the Nether Strike. He's got the Aegis, but Pure looking to clean up, just blinking right behind. Finds a double. Won't be able to lock down Tomato. Meanwhile, Nightfall kills off Kasane, who was creep skipping. And it looks like that tier 2 bottom tower probably going to be pretty free for BBT to get started on. Unless they just don't want it. And it seems like they don't. They'll just go back to farm instead.
Yep. No extra system for a little bit of time here. Oh, yeah, just want the build up. They're ahead. 10k up, 5-21. TSM, and trying to hold out the best they can. They do have the output on burst if they focus in their resources, but it's a pretty hefty cooldown, especially on White Line. That Finger of Death just takes so long. That's 90 seconds where you don't have to worry about that burst. You could try to make a play up top, but you do cancel off that charge. It's really down to Bryle, and really just get these things going. They're the most active heroes right now.
GPK can move on to Bryle. Bryle getting it jeweled up before the Ghost Shroud does come out. Can they kill him in time? They certainly can. Pure picking up his first duel victory of the game now, plus 18 damage. Happy days for him. Not that he really needs it right ahead. They are well and truly in control of this game 1. TSM, the ones that need to buy much more themselves to be ready. BT not slowing down anytime soon. Maybe the hotel buffet might be closing soon, John. They'll need to hurry up a little bit.
Perhaps, Mike. They do look rather hungry on BBT. Hungry for a win. I think the one issue you have with TSM in this draft, right? You look at this Broodmother of Tomato. It's not able to take over any part of the map. It's not denying map control away from BBT. It's farming up a storm, for sure. But even then, it's nowhere near close to the build-up you've gotten on BBT. And again, it's just not denying map space. So even though you're farming on this pause 1, where the Brood really shines is taking control of the enemy jungle. Taking those resources away from the enemy team. And BBT has free access to their own jungle. They even have access down bot. Like, it's just not enough. This presence from Tomato has been rather limited, which is why, with TSM in particular, I feel like this hero just works a lot better in Kasane. But they go for that Darkseer pick, and they try to flex it around. Tomato is not able to play this active core as much, and the scaling can be there, but when it comes down to your scaling up against a Naga, I'm not fully confident in the Broodmother and kind of taking over there. And you will keep up in damage, but you're aligned and really just aligned to clear out illusions. Maybe some good charges from Ahri could save the Yags down the line, but doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. It's going to be a little bit awkward, even if Tomato somehow equalizes in farm.
Ahri? Charge up north. It's going to be cancelled anyway. Not too big of a deal. I thought maybe he was going to try for something. Boom. Taking their time. I mean, you've almost got a Kai Assange completed on GPK. TSM just very close to finishing the BKB, at least of Tomato, but now you look at the Heart of Tarask available on Nightfall. Bottom lane, they might find out the hard way he's got this up. Nightfall looks to move in. Nightmon. Be able to back off. That tier 2 bottom tower, it's open for the taking. I mean, BBT, they have no reason to lead.
They'll just get to work on it. No need to even commit any of their big spells either. GPK can hold on to the Exo for the next fight. Going for his BKB on that EP. So the instantaneous burst blade from TSM not going to be something that they can repeat. And just map control slipping away. TSM playing where they can. And to take some space up. Just passive. Again, this lineup, when you look at the heroes you have, this is not a lineup that wants to play passive. But they have no room to play aggressively. They're just too far behind, and they do have decent high ground defense for TSM. You've got the Vac wall. You've got Earth Spike, multiple hero charge in with that Vac wall. There's some wombo combos that can be done, but I know, it's 14k behind. Once BKBs are up, even that's kind of out the window here.
It's another BKB, Pure will pick one up. I mean, double damage is nice for Tomato. I'm not sure if it's going to make the big difference, but he's going to try. Off the back of his BKB, they will give it a crack. They've even got the Crimson Guard of the Darkseer, but they were scouted with the mines, so BBT should be very well aware of where they are with that smoke. And so they are going to go for their own smoke. As for, GPK will TP into the tier 1 tower and join. BKBs or not, I don't see Nightfall dying very easily. Here we go, Bryle, immediately the first one caught. That is not the start you were looking for. Not as TSM. Tomato, he's still going to try out the GPK, but just look how tanky he is. He's just not even close to dying. Tomato running with the double damage, cannot do anything to help his team. Has to watch them fall. Ahri at least has found save, but Kasane and Whitemon are both gone. And Ahri, he will be no different. Godlike for GPK. Is it high ground time?
I would think so for the side of BBT. You mentioned force out a lot. Wall down as well. That's a big defense team fight for TSM gone. GPK will just pressure a little bit, but looks like they want to clear the map out completely. 6-26, BBT in complete control. And start to finish, they've been in control. For TSM, they got red, right? Like the mines give the information on that smoke out. The scan fails to hit. They don't expect the smoke back from BBT off the back of that proximity mine going off, but they just make use of every advantage here on the side of BBT. They know where you're going, boom. They smoke back in an angle you don't expect. And, you can't afford to lose Bryle that fast. He needs... Feels like Bryle's gonna need something like the BKB of his own, but I'm not gonna save him from the duel.
I'm on with a nice hex, but it's not gonna make the difference. The duel is out. Pure will secure. Radiant Triangle, Bryle. He'll go for Automatos in Toronto. Nightfall's coming in from the rear though. Ryle might need to leave, so will Tomato, because Tomato's taking too much damage. He'll leave the area with his BKB, but Ryle cannot do the same. Ari at least TP's up. They've got the Spirit Breaker and the Brood Mother out of there, but you're at the state of the game where there's just no fighting BBT. There's no option. Like, the next time Exo's up, you just go high ground as BBT. I think that's the only chance TSM has now to try and pull off a comeback is a nice high ground effect.
And again, they've got the spells. Back wall plus a 5-man charge crew. If they manage to back everyone, a good Earth Spike here from Whitemon could be enough control, but they're just too tanky. Where's the damage supposed to come out? And Finger and Scythe onto one takes care only of one target. And leaves still a lot of room for the rest of BBT to clean up elsewhere. Take one Tormentor, instantly TP's back, not looking to pressure too hard. Could take one more Tormentor. They basically get themselves their free shard up for Toronto Tokyo here, so now you've got the grab ally entombment in play. So even that combination of Sight Finger, if Toronto Tokyo is, well, he actually doesn't get lucky here. Just a pure. Rather unfortunate, but you know, if you did have your shard, even that Sight and Finger play just disappears, and you will find that shard eventually here.
Bloodthorn now available on the Naka. This is me. Nightfall's going straight for the Nullifier next. That's if Brawl wasn't having a bad enough game as it was in the Necro, it's only going to get worse with all these items coming out. I'll charge the DP Illusion. EPK, I mean, it looked like the Illusion took no damage, as now they've got Brawl. Silence will be out of the Necrophos. They've not cut it yet, BBT. They'll go for the D-Wards first. Nice and concise, and TSM may need to get out because they are looking to initiate here, BBT. They've got more vision on the south. That southern cliff is where TSM want to try and fight around. The BBT are very well aware that they've probably got vision there, so they'll instead retreat towards the Roshan pit. And there is no vision for the Radiant around this area. This might be a very free Roshan for BBT if TSM do not hurry up and try to contest.
Yeah, they don't have time. It's gone. It's too quick. It's gone. Radiant's can't fall flat as well. They can't top. Gosh, it's daytime.
Ouch. I mean, it was daytime at least. Maybe they're just scanning the twin gates. Whitemon. At least delete some illusions. Let's spike out. Charge in. Ari gonna try and hold down Pure on the LC. McBrow jumping in. Ghost Shroud is there at least in the nick of time, but they've still just held him down and taken him out. Buyback is there. This could be the final team fight, I think, for TSM, as they're going to lose Kasane. Tomato's still rushing forward. Here comes Brawl again with the buyback. It's the Reaper Scythe on GPK. He has buyback available if he needs it. But it doesn't seem like he will, because Nightfall is still completely uncontested. There's your buyback from GPK. On the Necrophos they go, just locking Brawl down, even fighting Tomato now. I mean, they've got support buybacks on TSM. It just doesn't seem like it's going to make a difference here. Tomato, also caught, will go down. Buybacks available. But I believe they might be thinking about calling it at this stage, TSM. Pure. Looking for Ari, not going to be able to get him. But Julie's up in 4. Looks like he's going to try. Blink is up in 3, and he may not even need the blink in a moment as Ari all the way. He's alright. Nightfall could not catch him.
You're getting space to push in though. Already pushing in on the bot. We've got the creep wave and the damage ready with GPK around. TSM. If that wasn't the last moment, this has to be close to it. You need to just wait out. Get that back wall. Try to get a combination off somehow.
C3 tower gonna go down, charge out onto Pure, but Ari, he's in the middle of nowhere. Still be able to walk towards the north. Instead, they'll go after Whitemon on the Lion. Turn is down. Whitemon will be able to retreat thanks to the surge of Kasane. That Rax is just freely being taken by BBT. Seems like there's just no stopping them. And the strike onto Toronto. They want the Undying down, but he just casually walks out as Nightfall jumps in on the Lion. Whitemon really copying it. Now the Jul and Kasane locking down the Darkseer. That'll be a second down. They will buy back on Kasane at least. Try one last time. for their lives at Riyadh. BBT still looking very healthy, let me tell you, John. They look like they took no damage. With that, Autobrax is gone. Toronto will be charged. Still able to just get away with the Soul Rippers. Now Bryle is caught. Hands up from Nightfall. He takes down. And that's it. GG is called.
Yeah, that was a fast one from BBT. Not quite the fastest we've seen, but they had complete control. Start to finish, 8-38. 31k lead for BBT. And for TSM, I feel like a lot of their issues were from that draft. Right? Like, you open up with Broodmother, then you go for the Darkseer, so you start to reveal that you're not going to be running the mid Brood, and Tomato and the Brood just didn't have that impact. Now, every lane did go the way of BBT, to be fair. That first blood onto Tomato just set up for a really hard time for Bryle on a matchup that's already not the best for the Necrophos, but I don't know. Like, I didn't like this flex coming out from TSM. Like, when you think about Tomato again as a core, at least from most of his time in NA, DPC, and from what I've seen in Dream League and some of the majors, it's that he does love to play farming cores. You know, Terrorblade's one great example. He gets some tempo in, but he goes back and takes his own map space. The Brood, it feels like, needed to take over some part of the map. He didn't have control in his bot jungle. He couldn't invade the top jungle. That just meant BBT were shoving the Broodmother away from potential farm, getting more farm for themselves, and just able to apply that pressure. Like, there's just nothing to stop that from BBT in this game.
Certainly not. Props to BBT. A very clean game, as expected from their end of things. TSM, sadly, trying to experiment a little bit to give themselves a decent shot against this side, but seemingly just completely outclassed here by BBT in Game 1. Yes, Game 2, like, for TSM, maybe you just go back to a more standard draft that you're used to playing. You know, maybe that's the idea, is just have a draft that you're kind of your bread and butter, right? Hope for the best against BBT, but I can't blame them for experimenting with their drafts a little bit, you know, trying to run something a little bit different. I think if there was one hero I'd change personally, it's probably the mid-Necro. That just went pretty atrociously for Bryle. You know, apart from a couple nice Reaper sides, it certainly did not have the impact I was hoping for personally, John, as you are seeing BBT just running down TSM, completely annihilating them in this team fight. It's kind of the thing, like every team fight we saw from this game, it just felt like BBT might lose one support, if that. And then everyone else on TSM was just dead.
Pretty much. I don't know, I don't think the Necro itself was the issue. It's that, really, like, your side lanes went so badly. Toronto Tokyo running down Kasane, finding some solo kills on the Darkseer, and Tomato not being able to free farm with his matchup, and you ended up with a Brood versus LC, which is pretty rough. Even in the laning phase, it's not the best for Brood. Honestly, all things considered, Bryle was the only guy who had the game. He was the only guy that was actually doing something on the map. So, I think the Necro was an okay idea, but it's really just the side lanes. I don't know what went up with TSM, but it did fit what they wanted. I can't fault them for top. I think they just got outplayed with Toronto Tokyo's positioning, but certainly for Tomato, it felt a little bit less comfy for him on the Brood. Probably wants a stronger win condition. Again, as you mentioned, maybe something more in line with what we tend to see coming out from TSM for the next game, but there's just so many issues to worry about from the side of BBT if you give Toronto Tokyo Undying. It feels like it doesn't matter what the matchup was. Mind you, that matchup was atrocious. It's double melee into Undying. And it needed like level 3 for you to have pressure there with level 2 Iron Shell. So the timings were a little bit too late. Just look for stronger lanes. I think that's the one big thing I want from TSM. Stronger lanes, stronger duos, and try to bring back some of that aggression as well. And have Bryle, ideally in that scenario, have a much more mobile here to set up for you.
I'd agree. Well, with that, John, we are going to head off to a short break. And right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between BBT and TSM. We'll see you all again very soon.
وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة. وإن تبغى راب خفيف أجيب تويستر. أنا أجيب لي وجبة بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious yeah.
stand still. If I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our game 2 between TSM and, of course, BBT very, very soon. It is MLP Dota and JohnXFire. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Game 1 was a bit of a one-sided affair, to say the least. I think we can all agree BBT had complete control over that game number 1 the whole time. Where do we need to see things change up for TSM to try and give them a chance at least drawing this series?
I think just stronger lanes coming out. That's what was lacking in game 1. Both side lanes got crushed pretty badly. Rowlet's lane, the only one that was a little bit more stable, but even he got picked off by GPK and the chase down by level 5. So, just stronger lanes. If you do go for the Brood, I want the Brood to have more presence here as well. It was just not really notable coming out from Tomato. Couldn't take over any portion of the map, couldn't deny farm away from the side of BBT, and BBT just got everything going. You know, freest game that we've seen for Nightfall. Maybe a little bit more challenging for pure and fighting duels, but doesn't matter as they were crushing everything else, still finding these kills. So, stronger lanes for TSM. I think for BBT, they just drafted the way they do again. Should just be fine. No major adjustments, no real mistakes being made in the last game, outside of maybe some overextensions coming out, but overall, nothing of consequence, really. So, it's really down to TSM to adapt here. And again, a win has to come out for TSM if they want to maintain some hope. You'd want to draw, otherwise you'd be putting your hands in the Shopify Rebellion and Aster series and hoping to goodness that your comrades in Shopify Rebellion also get 0-2'd somehow. So if you get a draw here and the Aster SR series goes southbound for SR, TSM is just straight in. And if you get a draw here, if Aster and SR draw, then you have a tiebreaker. But a draw feels like the minimum that you need to find here for TSM.
And spoiler alert, by the way, I'm sure you're already aware, John, but the game 1 between Aster and Shopify is still going, so we won't know what's going to happen with that quite yet. I was trying to get a bit of an update while this draft screen was coming up, but yeah, they're what? How far into the game are they? I don't look. I'm very, very blind, Jonathan. Very, very blind. Never mind. I'm not even going to try and come up with the time. It's gone.
It is going. It is going. It's 35 minutes in. There you go, Mike. I checked.
Thank you, John.
I checked. 35 minutes in. What we are freshly into is this draft for game 2. BBT up against TSM. Io and Tim being banned out by BBT. TSM just taking care of the Brood themselves this time and the Storm. So leaving that GPK Snapfire. I wouldn't mind it as a snap pick here for BBT. I think a first phase snap has always worked out for BBT. There's very few matchups that GPK can't work out with the Snapfire. They're going to take their time in thinking. Maybe they could secure themselves the Undying once more as well. Would be one way to go about here for BBT, as those options have been left in the pool. But I'm rather surprised TSM ban out the Brood. Yes, it's a top priority ban. It's a really annoying hero. But you leave stuff like Pure LC, which a lot of teams have been first phase banning. You leave out the Snapfire, which you banned the last game on TSM. We'll see. BBT actually digging into the reserve time, trying to figure out what's the priority here.
They are. Like you said, Snapfire, Undying. That. They're going to go down the Undying route, it seems, to get things started. So that'll be the Toronto Tokyo hero coming out once again. TSM, in the meantime, they will pick the Snapfire right into the Batright. It's a bit more stock standard with their draft so far, which is something I appreciate. I don't think there's too much need for experimentation. Just go back to some comfort.
Yeah. Should be a support Batrider coming out here from Ari. We've seen the impact he has on lanes for that, and more than likely a Briled Snap mid. So BBT prioritize that Undying. They give up the Snap. You've got an easy way to deal with the Tombstone as well. Although the grab ally is still going to be annoying, but not as annoying as it could be, with some clear coming out here from TSM. For BBT, it's just a matter of looking for a lane matchup now up against the Snap. Like, again, for the most part, the Snapfire does crush a lot of its lanes, but GPK, normally he picks something like Storm. Even though, again, Storm also doesn't have the best of times against Snap. No option for that. Into the puck he goes instead, which is pretty stable up against Snapfire. You stand far back enough. You're hard to pin down. Trying to catch a puck with Cookie is a tall order. You're likely looking for some fog plays for that, so GPK shouldn't be pressured too hard up against the Snapfire lane. You're tying in some team fight now on the side of BBT and just looking for decent lane matchups. So a stronger start for TSM, I would have to say. I think Snapfire overall, it's just such a high priority. Just does so much as the game scales on. Every point of the game this hero is relevant. Let's see how it does shape up here. BBT, take care of that TA and take care of the Darkseer side of TSM. Ban out the LC from Pure. You can start to focus in on that offlane a little bit more. There is some other stuff here though, like something like the Enchantress is still available for BBT if they leave that in the pool.
See how they do go. I mean, for now, more bans to come. Sam
5 seconds remaining.
May just start respect banning all the Pure heroes here. You're just, you give him these. I don't think you can really like stop Pure from getting whatever the hell he wants. Like you might spend the whole ban phase banning out offlane heroes, but I still feel like Pure's just gonna have a hero that he can really destroy on. BT very versatile with their players. It's very, very hard to ban all their heroes out. Instead, so not wanting to hand that over to Nightfall. We'll see the Lycan being removed, so no Kasane or Tomato Lycan to come out here for TSM. We saw Tomato playing POS 1 Lycan in the 2 or 3 of the DPC, if I remember correctly. Was that out of that?
Have a lot of fun with that hero. I think we got the post-game interview with him as well. It's like, yeah, I love universal hero types. Give me Abaddon, give me Lycan. Yeah, so fun.
Yeah. That was about right. That is about how that conversation went, actually. It's quite not bad. Maybe just keep focusing on the Nightfall heroes. You still have options like the Tide to ban out that we know the offlane of BBT does go for. If they just wanted to get rid of the Tide.
Yeah. Be a safe one to ban out. Again, maybe you're worried about something like the Ench. Although, a real reason to kind of worry about that here. You do leave a lot of supports in the pool here for save. Techie's still available once more. I think dealing with Techie's Undying is just overall a very hard time once these two supports can't connect with each other. Makes it much easier to run down, soften targets, lots of bursts on Techies. What else is there? There's just so much you have to consider here. I suppose for TSM, they have a lot of Tomato heroes left in the pool. Like with a Snapfire, you could arguably make this into a Faceless Void game for Tomato if you wanted to go that route. That could be one way. Could also go for a Bloodseeker. They do ban out Yusa, so no option for that. And into the Clockwork they go. Just securing some good gank potential on TSM. A lot of forward movement with Bat and Clock. Hookshot Pogs into Kisses is going to be a stable way to find some pickoffs. Although finding that onto a puck is still a bit of a tall order, but certainly a possibility if you manage to time your spells right here on the side of TSM. And I like seeing that. It's a good change of pace. It's some more aggression. It's some stronger lanes. With a Clockwork pickup as well for TSM, there's always a chance for something like maybe a Tomato Drow could come out. That here has been a little bit more dormant, but Tomato has managed to pick it up a couple of times here in Riyadh.
Radiant team pick.
He has. The Morphling will be the pickup for BBT. Hasn't been quite as popular as of late, but BBT still feeling confident in their ability to carry with this Morphling. Do bring it out. Fourth pick for themselves, BBT. They can go right into it.
10 seconds remaining.
Still another support to be picked as well. They could just go for the position 4 of Save. You brought up the Ench earlier, which we haven't really seen Save being picked up much, but I would love to see that, but no, it's going to be back to the tech. To be fair, he's consistently playing a great techies game, so it's not too surprising that they want to just run that again.
Yeah, again, you connect with your Undying at some point in these team fights, Decay softens them up, your output all of a sudden on the techies isn't ridiculous. With the Blast Off, with the Proximines down the line. So I like seeing that come out. There's stable lanes coming out for BBT. This Morphling Undying lane is pretty interesting. You can play it rather defensive with an early Soul Rip, but you can just run down as well early on. The Morphlings here that has gotten buried from the last patch. It certainly did get quite a handful of nerfs, but I suppose even just playing it as a core, it's pretty nice into Snap. TSM will go for the Enigma, which we've not seen at all today, after seeing it quite a fair bit earlier on in the groups. That should be our Sani here in the off lane. So you're running an Enigma Batrider lane potentially. Potentially here, it's not the worst thing in the world. There's a lot of good early pressure. There's no support here from the side of BBT that will be able to cancel off the Black Hole. Once a BKB is up, you're going to be in pretty good hands here for the side of TSM, but they picked the Enigma into the Undying, Mike. It's so funny to say that, but you've always got at least one save here on BBT.
That's true. That is very, very true. We've seen it so many... What was the series we saw that? That was Toronto...
That was Talon.
Oh,
that was Talon, yes.
I keep bringing that one up, don't I, John?
Yes. It's forgettable. It's a forgettable team anyway.
Oh, come on, John.
At least they start in the upper bracket. They can take 2 series before going to the airport.
Yeah, you're gonna...
Radiant team ban.
You're gonna be one of those parents one day. Just never happy. Dad, I came second, Dad. Doesn't matter. You're first loser.
Second. Yeah, exactly it. That's how I was raised, Mike. See how I ended up.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
I feel you, John. Don't worry. My parents were always more mad if I was second instead of third or fourth. They're just like, you came second. You let yourself come second.
I do remember those stories, Mike.
Yeah. The kids these days, they wouldn't understand. These youngins. ABT.
No. For different times, Mike.
45 seconds reserve time left. Still looking for a position 1 to ban out for Tomato. Getting rid of the micro here as it seems. Just obviously Naga has been quite popular to be fair, so not too surprised to see that banned out.
There's only really 2 heroes I see that fit in here. Either the Bloodseeker or Drow for TSM. I think that's the only 2 viable options they have. If you'd have to ban one, you'd probably take care of Bloodseeker more. I think the Drow is a little bit manageable. Morphling can gap close, Puck can gap close, Techies can blast off. Instead, they take care of the Bloodseeker, which is fair enough, as it does make the game a little bit more awkward for your Morphling. You can start to wombo combo and control up the Puck. TSM just taking care of, again, the pure heroes. You call the Tidehunter, they take care of the Doom as well. Will it be for good old Pure on the off? It's going to be laning again with the Techies. I mean, your Ench is still available. I don't think that's too bad. Maybe not the most amazing here. You do have the magic damage to deal with an Ench.
5 seconds remaining.
You've got No real reason for an axe. Maybe a pudge could be useful. Just having a way of pulling, if you're not caught in the black hole, pulling back and dismembering on Enigma could be one way to cancel black hole, I suppose.
Yeah,
it's a stable front line as well.
There you go. Well done, Jonathan. I was about to say,
you.
I think that was a great. I thought it was a great prediction. Well done. That's why we started paying you now, John. You're welcome.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm getting paid. I'm getting paid. Oh, thank you. I love this tournament so much.
TSM. Final pickup.
5 seconds remaining.
You can thank the doctor for that one, Jonathan.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Doctor.
15 seconds left for this one. TSM backs against the wall. Need a carry for Tomato. Against the Pudge. Against the Techies. What is he feeling comfortable with?
Either Drow or maybe something like the Faceless Void. They go with the Drow. All right. Again, it was only Bloodseeker and Drow that I think fixed this lineup because you've got the Lockwork in lane. So this is all right. I think this plays into how TSM plays individually a lot better. You've got some jump from BBT to take care of the Drow. Again, you've got a Puck that can gap close, a Morph that can gap close. You've got a Pudge with a Blink that Pure does enjoy building into to also gap close. The lane should be pretty stable for Tomato, all things considered, unless he cops a couple of blast-offs. But beyond that, the Drow should be able to space itself out to manage the lane. And I think that should lead to a better start for TSM. It should be a lot more playable in the side lanes. You should be able to ramp up. You can be confident in your Drow farming, and Kasane is the one that I'm curious about. What kind of item buildup you'd want on the Enigma is always the question. Like, we've seen some Atos Enigma, we've seen a lot of Dominator Overlord Enigmas. We haven't seen too much of the Aura Enigmas, but again, in Bali, that was coming out a little bit more. So I want to see what Kasane is going to be cooking up there. But again, overall, much more bite coming out from TSM. I would not count BBT out. I think in terms of draft, it's more even. I would lean slightly towards BBT just because you've got 2 saves, Mike. You got the Undying Tombstone and the Dismember from Pure. Yeah. So if you're banking on these big wombo combos from Kasane, if you don't catch the Undying or the Pudge, you might not kill anyone. And we saw that yesterday, and that is a very painful way to lose out in fights.
Let's see how it all pans out. They've got their backs against the wall here, TSM, so it's all kind of on the line here to try and tie out this series 1-1 and give themselves a chance at getting to the playoffs here at the Riyadh Masters. This game 2 has officially begun, so we can kind of head over to that and see exactly what is going to happen. The Drow, I don't know how much I personally believe in it. I know it's a good lane, but he should have a decent laning stage at least. But we'll see if it does pay off in the late game. This Clock Drow is a super strong laning stage. Even against the Pudge techies, I still think the Clock Drow should have an advantage. Keyword is should.
Feels like it should. Feels like it should. I feel like there is outplay potential here on the side of BBT. So it's not going to be as straightforward. But if you bully the Pudge level 1, level 2, that's where things can get awkward for Pure. You can only really feel safe in that lane with at least a value point in the Flesh Heap. And even if you do manage to isolate the Pudge, like if Save just comes in and pops some of that damage as well, your chances are you could actually kill the Clockwork in the counter engage. So some back and forth there.
30 seconds
and
to battle.
I think the key thing I'd like to see for TSM is just make Tomato comfy. Let this guy farm up in the Drow. The last game he had to be more active because he was playing Brood. This time on a hard carry, you do want some map space given up to him, and you want Kasane to be the one to kind of clear out and force some issues here onto BBT.
So much meat, so little time.
TSM, I'm going to try and fight over the top bounty, but it seems like BBT are moving in. They've got the hook on Pure. And one. It was a guaranteed kill. And find one, White Mod. Oh, he's going to get hooked. And they get him. Sticky Bomb is going to slow him up. He's running out of range, though, so BBT not able to get the job done. Nice attempt. It's still a 2 for 2 on the bounties anyway. Nightfall was able to secure both bottom bounty runes himself. But nothing really of value is lost. Apart from, White Mod losing half his HP pool, but that's about it.
Yeah, you don't mind too much. White Mod has enough tangos to kind of eat through, although he'd probably want to ferry another set out. Still looking like they're starting with early tri-lanes up top. Toronto Tokyo still hang around the area here.
Come out, Tomato, 1-1. They're going to move on to Pure. Pure, he's a bit of a tanky boy right now, but actually misses the hook. point blank, Whitemon able to sidestep him. Problem is, Whitemon may still just be dead. And he is. Trilane vs Trilane is nice, but against an undying Techie's Punch, I don't know if this is going to be the play.
It's not going to be too sustainable. Curious to see if they maintain it. I mean, Whitemon can't really go anywhere else, and he will TP up top. And one issue you are seeing for BBT is this is a little bit rougher for Nightfall. Level 1 Morphling up against Enigma is rather slow. He'll try again onto Pure.
This time it might be Pure's getting a bit too low and really has no way out of this one. He is going to drop. Nice pickup, nice trade, as now Toronto getting a bit too aggressive himself. Does stick charge, but not enough to survive. DSM trading back the other way now. If you're BBT, you just want this level 2 on Toronto. Once the tubes... Oh, hold on a minute. Pure straight up with the hook out of the fountain, but now Save's in trouble. Save. Can he make it? No, he cannot. Save is going to die. Nice hook from Pure, but it cost him, an ally.
Yeah, cost him a kill. You're more than happy now on TSM. This tri-lane already paying off dividends with that kind of movement out. Toronto Tokyo does break out the tri-lane. Does head out bot, where the Enigma solo in the duo lane does start to feel a little bit awkward. Wondering when Ari does decide to take that trip to the gate. But now still maintaining that tri-lane. At the very least, level 2 up and Pure, so the hook can have some follow-through, but you will really want the value point on Flesh Heap. Like, the damage output from Tomato early on, even with just multi-shot, is phenomenal when there's nothing else blocking it. And Whitemon's been pretty heads up with getting the chase down with that slow on the rocket flare and the battery assault to line up. So, just gonna be happy enough farming. Quite lining up. I think you are happy that Nightfall is getting a lot more in the lane with that relief from Toronto Tokyo, so even if Pure is off to a slower start up top with a couple of kills being bled off, your Morphling is, again, kind of free farming. No contestation at all.
No, certainly not. That's the thing for Nightfall, like, they haven't really brought anyone out to help Kasane down to this bottom lane. They're still running the tri-lane, which is... It's questionable to say the least right now. Kasane, though, at least has a creep wave coming towards him underneath that tier 1 tower, but Toronto's level 2, so he could think about diving. Here comes Ari. Ari will eventually TP down to the bottom lane to ensure the Enigma can farm this wave. Toronto immediately just drops the tombstone. No hesitation. Just basically telling Kasane, you are not farming this wave. This wave is mine. That's really upsetting, though. Like, all those creeps just going into the tier 1. No, Ari, he does drag it. Very smart from the back.
Yeah, does manage to give a little bit of recovery, but Toronto Tokyo's not shut away. He does have 2 mangoes. So he's just looking to steal even more strength. One more steal with a blood grenade might actually net him a kill here as well. Have to be a little bit cautious. Nightfall just gonna have to wait for those creep waves to equalize. Up top again.
Whitemon finding himself in danger. Nice cogs. We'll get out. Tomato trying for a chase onto Save, but the slows were just not high enough. Save is okay to walk out of that. It's a thing for the clockwork. Like, if you do get caught in that scenario, the Conk's pushback is always going to be your way out. Just needs to break the initial gap against himself and Pure, and he should be just fine. Bottom? Or maybe they try to get a little bit aggressive onto Nightfall, but he's still pretty damn healthy. Has plenty of strength to morph.
Has room to grow. They do manage to get us flank here from Whitemon. See if they manage to catch out.
Whitemon taking him from the backside. Toronto's going to be the big target. He doesn't have a cooldown, or rather a tombstone available right now. It is on cooldown. Toronto, though, still walking, finally goes down. Almost had another decay. Whitemon in the meantime.
Radiant's courier.
What that was about from Whitemon, just TPing right in front of Nightfall, does get stunned. Meanwhile, top lane, Pure goes down apparently. Tomato finds it.
Just a bit too far forward, diving pretty far back. Trying to find some pressure. Pudge already off to a slower start than you'd expect. I suppose we could try to take a look at the mid while we've got some time. Haven't been able to talk about this puck versus snap. And so far, GPK's done a great job of managing this lane. And he's just managed to stand back, not really cop too much harassment out from Bryle, equalize in terms of CS. So in an even start, this can be a little bit more awkward for Snapfire. It's not as easy going to look for the Mortimer's Kisses play without the support rotation. You've got the mini stun coming through, the interrupt from the Dream Coil that makes that a really hard prospect as well for Bryle. I think this is a good foundation for BBT to launch off of. If they can get PK fine, it's fine.
He is fine. Well, on the other hand, he'll also be fine. The save, messing around. Whitemon, walk in. Nice deny on the Invis rune. Does make sure Brawl cannot pick it up. Of course, Whitemon unable to really punish save very much here on the techies. Meanwhile, Toronto is going to show up in the mid lane now, so just 6 heroes in the mid lane, casually. Ensuring that both mid laners remain safe. Probably the one lane that's gone pretty even between the two, I think. So he will try again on GPK. GPK avoiding the kisses, gets a coil off, still in trouble though. GPK, can he actually find a way out? It seems like he probably can. GPK, he's done it again. Whitemon needs to get out, but Pure's going to cut him off. My goodness, that one's going to hurt TSM.
That is not a good feeling to have here. TSM, they commit a lot on that chase. They get the kisses off from Vryle, and they don't even find a single kill. Like that's good dancing around here from BBT. Again, it's not easy to pin down the puck with your supports. You're going to have to really combo well. And they're trying to play without the level 6s up. With no lasso threat, with no hook shot into Cog's pushback. It just seems a little bit optimistic in trying to make these moves onto GPK instead of trying to leverage it onto side lanes. Nightfall could be an easier target to go for. Pure has already had a bit of a rougher start. Instead focusing mid does cost them. And BBT, they're going to be more than happy with that pickup. GPK again off to a fantastic start. Working into the Witchblade. Is smoke out now with Toronto Tokyo and save here.
They can find smoke broken by Ari, so Ari may just get caught. Toronto on save will move in. BPK joining in just in case. He's not really required, I don't think. Though Ari is trying to juke away, might make it as well. Save. He still has the blast off. He just hasn't used it yet. I think he might actually be out of range now, but he does go for the reactive taser. Back in vision of Ari, they are diving so damn deep. Save. Blast off finally comes out. There's no punishment for diving that deep. They'll get away with it.
It's, you know, you could argue it's space for TSM with these two supports caught out elsewhere. You are starting to again leverage this space quite nicely on Tomato. His lane matchup against a Pudge solo is really manageable for the Drow. Kasane as well has been managing to leech off in his lane quite nicely. The Dominator not too far off. Does have level 6, but did go for a 3-3-0 though.
Kasane. See daisies. Awkward situation here for our offlane Enigma. He is going to go down. Maybe top lane they could try to find Pure, but Pure, realizing they're all missing, just backs off. They are going to scout him out with the rocket flare now, but you haven't even got a hook shot yet on Whitemon. He's still level 4. Pure's just kind of dance circles around them. While the Whitemon are looking, Pure might look for a hook very soon. Luckily for the TSM, he is lacking vision on that high ground. Down towards the bottom lane, Whitemon, Arne, they're all going to TP down bottom. There's no tombstone up on Toronto. They may not need it really, as Whitemon's going to get scouted by save. Whitemon will try and go for the chase. Won't be able to do too much to the clock. They will at least force them back. So the tier 1 bottom tower will not.
Yeah, and again, this is good space. Like your win condition, the Drow is farming up freely. Tomato is going for the Dragon Lance into Ags here. So wants that hypothermia early to deal with that Morphling, which is a very good solution in this core 4 matchup. Again, this is somewhat in line with how TSM loves to play, just falling back, relying on Tomato, getting some space out for him. You're still getting some ramp up here for Vryle. The Ato is not too far off, just lacking the crown at this point, it does look like. Once you can get that going on the snap, some solo setup could be massive. Some way of stably holding down GPK from Fog is going to start to line up these kills. And it's been a much more quiet game for Pure. Now, his Pudge has been off to a slower start. He is just farming up the top jungle, so he's not able to have as much impact as he'd want. Just trying to work his way into the blink, where things will start to be more comfy for that hero. But this dead period, It doesn't necessarily give an advantage to either side, but it does mean that TSM has more room, and again, that's already a big improvement from game 1.
Another smoke rotation from GPK and Save. Now towards the bottom lane, they really want that tier 1 tower. Tomato's still freely farming uncontested. Mind you, he has 4 heroes around that area. It's like he's pretty well protected in case they do try to make a jump. In fact, they're looking to go on pure, perhaps. But Wymon still doesn't have the hook shot, so there's no initiation. They'll get the tier 1 at least. Bottom lane, Kasane may just get caught with his pants down as he's dead. Wymon gonna show up last second, can't do anything to help. But at least he can soak XP here and get level 6.
Try to work your way. You really need that hook shot. You just don't have the gap close. Like, all you have is hook shot and this blink from Ahri down the line. Once that's up, you can start to get some more play. Without it, then you're just kind of sitting around on your hands waiting for someone to overstep their bounds, which BBT will not do. Time to group around mid. Kisses are still ready in Braille.
Mid lane, Oil was committed first by GPK. He's still gonna make the jump in. Waning Rift is there. GPK actually juking and jiving does get out. The lasso not able to get there as the silence was out from GPK.
Yeah. Silence is there. He dodges out the gust. Everything out from TSM. Just no hard control. And you really need Whitemon with a hook. If you can even land that, I feel like GPK can dodge that. A good phase shift as well.
Just give it, let him farm a camp. He's so close.
Getting nothing.
Yeah, they're gonna try again.
They got scanned.
They got scanned, yeah. Observer ward down. He can't initiate anyway. Cogs are out. I mean, you've got Kasane with the black hole around the corner. Ryle was just going to leave the area. Wymon's going to die. I'm just... Let him farm the level 6. It's just one camp. Anything.
Yeah. This is really awkward. And TSM, I like that they're trying to be aggressive, but they don't have the tools. And now look, BBT, they're the ones smoked up.
Ahri's caught by himself, top lane, so they know the Batrider's gone now. The TSM, they are certainly stacked up together in the triangle. BBT trying to find a way in safely. They'll move in, but it is a bit too late to the party, as everyone does leave now after taking the camps. Oh, they might find a Drought Courier. It has a point booster on it, but they let it go. Instead, they want Kasane's life, and they are going to take Kasane's life. There is no escape for the poor Enigma. None.
There's no play. And not the hardest Enigma game in the world for the Black Hole kind of gameplay, but we're not going to be seeing any sort of jump in yet from Kasane, as he is still waiting for the full Overload as well. They have level 6 in Whitemon. It's finally happened. 14 minutes in, 13 minutes and 40 seconds in. They've got the hook shot. Maybe you can get something out. Respawns aren't too long.
They got Save. That's a start. Save gets caught. Lasso as well. Just in case. He did have Blast Off, to be fair, though I don't think he would have casted it with the Battery Assault.
Yeah. Just a little bit tougher to try to bail out. A good pick off to find for TSM. At least something going your way now with this early activity you're emphasizing. Having Brawl around for the kill as well. Just helps accelerate that farm. Ato's up and running on a snap. Hiss is still ready to go. And a ton of space for Tomato. Still number 1 in net worth on the Drow. 2 parts away from that full Ags. And once that's going, that's around the time you want to see TSM take more fights. Now, it should also align with Ahri's Blink, which is only 50 gold away, and there it is. So you have play on TSM. You've got this aggression that can come true early. You need to put a stop to Nightfall, because even while Tomato's ahead, Nightfall's not too far behind. It does become a concern as to how you hold down this Morphling. Whether or not that Hyperturnia really will be enough in terms of finding that Morphling and taking away the regen. And again, even if you're banking on late game scaling here for TSM, with something like, say, the Blink BKB, Black Hole, and Kasane, you have Pudge with Blink Dismember, and you have a Tombstone, which is so weird to say it's a save mechanic, but there you go. It is the save mechanic up against that Enigma.
Running right into Pure, it seems. Pure gonna get spot. Oh, Ahri? Oh, yeah, he has no lasso.
No.
Even Ahri forgot he had no lasso. It was on a 3-second cooldown when he blinked in. Oh, that's just nerves getting to you now. Hookshot out, Toronto, Tokyo. getting into the Flesh Golem at least, but should go down. So a nice start for TSM, but in goes the blast off from Save. They've got the Snapfire. Brawl for now going to be okay, but dropping rather low as they will turn back in onto the techies. And now the lasso. They've got the puck, and they'll commit the black hole for this. No hesitation for Kasane. I'm using this black hole, he says. That's a good team fight. A 3-0.
Maybe a little bit greedier from BBT to try and chase down after losing Toronto Tokyo, feeling they've got the turnaround, but they don't respect that control coming in. And the fact that you didn't use Lasso earlier does end up netting you the bigger kill in the puck. Good punishment onto GPK. And 9-9, TSM fighting back, evening out the game. No net worth advantage coming out for either side. That's really significant. You do have the Ags early on for Pure. More damage coming through with a rod. No blink to cap.
Right on target. Right on target from Pure with the hook shot from Whitemon. Make it a little bit hard for Pure to finish off the kill. Thing is, Pure is still just kind of trying to man up through this, but he's going to drop. He's down. The TSM, they're doing the classic just play as 5. You know, if we can't survive alone, just play as a unit. And it kind of works, as they get Pure.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Pure feeling confident. I mean, he has that full Ags up. It's just not enough protection from the physical output of the Trow. He only has the +2 armor plus the Vanguard block. Not quite enough to deal with Timato and the marksmanship. They show up, they've got the magical damage, they've got the physical damage, and BBT just gets punished again. For the side of BBT, the one big thing is Nightfall has a pretty free game. Manta Style flying out for the Morphling next, so the Gust not going to be a massive issue. The Malefice as well, not going to be as reliable in trying to keep down that Morph. Timato has the full Ags up.
So, they've got the Morphling. Oh, they've got the Morphling. Nightfall is down. BBT, I mean, they're dropping the ball here, John. There've been a few pretty big pickoffs coming out for TSM, and BBT, I mean, I know they're a great team, but they've got to be careful.
They do. Starting to lag a little bit behind. Still on to Nightfall. He's the guy that was given the most space. Highest net worth here from BBT to just drop solo. TSM. And you just can't underestimate this court 4. Like, Drow does feel good up against Morphling. You just pierce through the natural Agi armor he has. Not going to care for that base armor at all. Hyperthermia in play now as well, so the HP regen not going to feel amazing. You've got the scalability. On Snap, you've got this team fight on the Enigma. There's outplay for sure on BBT, but have to be cautious. They'll try for a smoke plate assaults here.
They will. Right towards Whitemon. They're going to see the clock work. Toronto Tokyo gets started, but a nice hook shot from Whitemon. Force GPK back, actually draining a lot of his mana already. GPK not going to bother trying to orb forward. They should know that the BBT are around here, so they might want to try and force a fight, or maybe just go top where Pure is alone. Ryo will TP up there. Everyone else from TSM is going to stick around this bottom side of the map. Pure will TP into the mid-tier 2 tower rather. Try and perhaps rejoin his team. While BBT are pushing through the bottom lane, it seems. Nightfall, Pure, they're together. Nightfall's going to be scouted by Ari. Hook was on target, but a nice blink away from Ari. Going to make sure he gets out. It's kind of just dancing around each other at the moment.
BBT probably more than happy to dodge some of these wider fights. The cores are just not ready. It's a little bit of a slower draft in terms of that build up here, considering how the lanes did go out. TSM's tri lane did manage to find some good punishment onto Pure. You could argue it's also been a slow game for Kasane, but it's an Enigma. All you're looking for is just to use Malefice onto someone to try to run down, and eventually, if the game permits, to look for a black hole to hold at least one. If you can hold the puck or the morph, you tend to be very happy in this kind of game here for Kasane. And for the side of BBT, I mean, you just need more time. No Nightfall trying to go for the Ags. You've got Pure who needs a BKB and Blink. At that point, the punch starts to become pretty hard to deal with. Roche is something BBT will try to take, though. No vision in the area from TSM. Got some decent enough early damage coming out from Nightfall, so can get this done, but if the side of TSM reads this, black hole in such a tight area, so much control and damage here if you're not careful.
We're gonna get hit soon enough though, right? Like Roshan's already less than half HP. TSM They're hesitating a little bit. They're waiting for Brawl to come in with the TP onto the creeps, but it might just be too late, and it is. To be fair, it seems like they may not have even known because there was no rocket flares coming from Whitemon. Now there will be onto the twin gates. Maybe they can find Pure, but no, he TPs away. So BBT, they kind of get away with murder here. GPK has been left behind. Whitemon maybe has a bit of a look, but no. He's given up. GPK is going to be fine. Instead, down towards the bottom tier 2 tower.
They've got a lot of push. Full overload done. Overlord done on Kasane, and just with a drow. This doesn't take too long onto the objectives. You'll be able to find a tier 2 perhaps in exchange aside of BBT just going all across the map, not finding any pickoffs off the back of that instant Aegis. And the map control is in the favor of TSM now. They'll have at least one lane constantly shoved out. They've got good forward wards down bot. Keep an eye on the jungle. Are they really tempting high ground? No, they pull back. Still a little bit risky, but if you find an opening somehow with a good hook or a good lasso out, that can become a reality if you're not too careful on BBT.
Ari, we'd love a lasso. They get the opportunity.
Radiant are scanning.
In mid lane, Pure's going to reveal himself. Ari, with no hesitation, will blink in for a lasso attempt. Pure, though, a bit tanky, will survive as now the hook comes in. Kasane still holding onto the black hole, won't throw it out, and now it does. It has only caught Pure, and Pure's been pushed out by the cogs. Oh, what was that? Nightfall now, jumping in, finding Tomato. They've got the drow down. Kasane not able to TP either. Pure's watching. Ryle will drop. The punch survives. What was that? The black hole came out, John. The cogs was pushing him around. It was a mess.
Yeah, that's a complete mess for TSM. I like the confidence. I like that understanding that they've got this really good team fight, but they jump in. They don't manage to pull back Pudge fast enough. You have to remember, he has Ags upgraded Rot with a Rot slow talent. There was no distance at all created by Ari without something like the Force Staff or a BKB. He just doesn't really get any distance out. So they're forced to commit even further onto the big tanky front line of BBT.
I could say, okay, will be out. Lost has been committed. Hookshot in as well. They've actually got both supports now. Toronto and Save both getting caught with the reactive taser. They make it a little bit hard. Whitemon gonna have to die, and now so will Ari.
Oh no.
I mean, it started off nice, but they just didn't have the follow-up core to get the real damage up.
And this is where it gets scary. All of a sudden, BBT comes out with 7k lead with these pickoffs and that massive team fight. That's a huge commitment out from TSM. And even trying to catch Pure, right? You jump in, it's the Ags Rock with the added slow. But even then, he had Aegis on Pure. Like, you committed Black Hole. Even if you found that initial kill on Pure, I don't know if you have enough for the second. With everyone else collapsing on top. And with 8k, 7k lead coming out, I mean, you're in a really happy position for BBT. Full Ags up on Nightfall. Yeah, the Morphling Ags was nerfed down. But you still have a lot of utility coming in. Like, stealing attack speed from a Drow is pretty massive. Whenever that multi-shot is down, here it just feels really awkward without that right-click damage coming true. So Nightfall has a steady target to turn into. And I know, like, this game doesn't simplify for TSM as the time goes on. It gets pretty even. I think both sides scale pretty nicely. At the same time, it is execution heavy on TSM, and well, from what we saw in mid, it's a lot harder to pull that execution off up against a team like BBT.
Momentum will be taken down by BBT. We'll get that for no problems, Toronto. Oh, here we go. The save is up.
Here we go.
Grab ally.
Yeah.
Here. It is now available. I've got a change, Jonathan. If you get grab ally by Tombstone, theoretically, I think you should come back out as a zombie. And you can't control yourself. You just the next. Hold on a minute. Bot lane. Oh.
No, the hook missed.
Little GPK. I mean, you could black hole. No, the black hole's on cooldown. GPK. He's still gonna die. It's okay. They'll get him. It just didn't look good. It wasn't clean.
It looked like it could have gone away if GPK just managed to maybe turn around and blink. Did have to blink forward there for the much more instantaneous response. Tips come out from Save. It's stall out for time. It's information. These copy.
BBT look like they're having a good time. That's kind of the thing. Like this game too. Like couple moments like Ari blinks in with that lasso, that kind of moment where the hook shot gets missed or gets blocked. Like there's definitely a lot of pressure on TSM for sure this game too. You can feel it the way they're playing. BBT on the other hand, no matter how far they fall behind, obviously being already first place in their groups, they don't really care. They're cool.
Yeah, they're cool. They would still love a win. I think just overall, as a team, I feel like they've got that competitive spirit in them. They would more than anything else just want to prove a point. I think we're talking about, you know, all of these misses from TSM, all of that pressure. That's not what you want to see when your lineup is just so execution heavy, when every one of your spells has to be layered just right, when coordination has to be on point. So we need to see that tighten up a little bit more. Calm the nerves down. Right, to get this ship sailing smoothly as inside of BBT, they're going for a smoke play, a long wraparound.
Hook shot, Whitemon, he's got GPK again. Lasso will lock him down long enough. This time they don't miss the hook.
Comes through. Whitemon does manage to nail it. And that could be their opening onto maybe a little bit of a high ground threat for BBT. They did reveal that smoke. They broke it out on Nightfall, so not going to pursue too hard. 5k lead still stands for BBT, and TSM not looking to necessarily pressure high ground just yet. They don't want that full committal. They might wait out the next Aegis. We'll see in about a minute 40 how long that Aegis will take to come back. But again, BBT, with all of that space, Nightfall's still feeling great. Once he has this BKB up in the Morphling, your only concern will be that black hole from Kasane. And even then, I'm not sure if that's a concern. As long as Toronto Tokyo is alive. No? Very nice spell. Grab ally.
That is very true. 7.5 minutes into the game. Yes, I'm going to group up again. Just a little bit. Keeping that bot wave pushed out as TSM. That'll keep GPK around this area, though GPK might be getting a little bit of PTSD in this position. Scan out behind GPK, so they'll know that the puck is not alone this time. Immediately TSM will try to retreat. They've bought enough time for Kasane to have the BKB up, and I know you've already talked about the saves. At least it's harder to cancel the black hole now. Mind you, we haven't really seen many black holes to be fair, but it is now harder to cancel them.
You could always blink Dismember from behind, right? There is that. Maybe a little bit trickier. Pure will have to finagle his way around that one, but still feasible. If not, just convoluted.
Roshan's going to be the next play for BBT. They're just waiting for the to see if the respawn's going to be early. 10 seconds till we find out. PSM on the other hand, grouping up in the mid lane might force a smoke. Knowing that the Roshan timer should be coming sometime soon, and it's going to be 40 seconds away, so it's not too bad. It's all about holding this top corner of the map position for BBT now, and TSM, they've got to get there. Surely you don't want to give this away for free.
You can't. Maybe they want to try to gun for a tier 2, force a response out. BBT just mass gate once more across. They could try a flank if they were feeling adventurous here.
It seems like they're going to try. Get vision around the area. I mean, to be fair, TSM are leading themselves to that area of the map. BBT, they'll move up to the north. They will find Ari on the Bat Rider, so that's going to be one being picked off. Ryle will throw out the kisses. This is very preemptive, considering Roshan is now officially available. And so with Ari down, BBT, do you go through the bot lane or do you go to Roshan? It seems like Roshan will be the idea.
Looks like it should be. Got control over that gate. They can just make their way down. They don't have the vision spam that you have here on Whitemon. If you just scouts out the Roche, they should know the next play. And for now, not forcing the issue too bad. It is daytime, so Roche will just wander across, take a bit of a jog through the map. That is an opportunity for TSM. Respawn is coming out for Ari. And Black Hole again ready for Kasane with a BKB.
The Rocket player was there in time this time at least, so they know it's happening. Problem is it's happening a lot faster than last time. And it's basically just gone. Like they'll realize now they don't have the time for this. BBT now, certainly looking to go through the bottom lane. Really much in the way of stopping them. TSM, they're still very strong on their own side of things, but you are so reliant on some great initiations. And we haven't seen that game-changing black hole yet from Kasane yet either. Well, he's been looking, but has not come out yet. If they try to venture in the Dire Triangle, BBT, they'll hold out and instead they'll go to the right side of the map. Take the other high ground. Nobody's defending the T2 tower yet. TSM are just casually waiting. They'll throw the Drow illusions in first. Rocket Flare will give the vision over BBT. It seems like TSM are leaving the area. I don't think they feel quite safe here.
It is risky. They know where the side of BBT are hanging around. They're not letting go of that position. They might just surrender to tier 2 here. We've got one outer tower left. That is the case. High ground can begin in earnest here for BBT though. They've got the damage with Nightfall. You aren't quite at your level 20 talent as well for Bryle. They're starting to build into the Chrysalis. Perhaps that full Daedalus comes out. And only one level away, so not too far off. But have to watch yourself.
Radiant's top
You
tower
got it.
is under attack.
Won't go high ground yet. BBT, they're going to retreat. Looks to maybe go through the top lane, it seems. Wisdom runes. Lines were drawn towards the bottom lane, but they don't go that way. TSM, however, they're moving back towards this Radiant. They'll see my Nightfall does still have the Aegis up, so it's a little bit challenging to try and start with him. Ari is moving out though with a lasso available. Pop the drums of Toronto and just run. The boots are bearing. No messing around. Seems like they just don't want to be around this area. TSM grouped up as 5, but won't find the initiation. They'll just hold out. And BBT, they're going to smoke up as 4 now. They'll wrap around the other side of the Dire Triangle. Ari is there to break the smoke, but he's not quite within range. Ryle, he's a big target. Tomato gets you really want to just hang underneath that tier 2. But to be fair, they probably are very concerned about where the Enigma is to boot. But here, there you go. Onto Brawl, they've got the Snapfire to start. Lasso, Black Hole, they've got 2 targets with that, but the Dismember from Pure going to save. The Black Hole does nothing. Ryle is down. They'll go for more. Income save. The Sane will drop. Hook shot is there, I suppose, but it does nothing. Whitemon will need to retreat, but a hook. Pure.
Oh my god.
Mid-cogs pushback, he gets the hook. That's stylish.
Ridiculous.
That is very stylish.
Managed to clear out the Aegis. That's something, but they commit Black Hole. You don't have the lasso, the high ground.
Glacier. Look at that, John. The Glacier's here.
Yeah. And that shard is pretty good. But I do believe it is slightly bugged. If I recall right. So it's not a guarantee. But yeah, Rax just set the fall. I mean, you can't stop Nightfall. Yeah, without that Black Hole, it just doesn't feel like this team fight's going to be that easy to pull off. Respawns aren't too far off though, and the side of BBT will respect those shorter respawns. Will take what they can get, reset, keep this farm game going. No rush for the side of BBT. And TSM, it looked alright, but the saves being on hand for that Black Hole. And mind you, Pure was playing on the edge of the Black Hole. He was actually looking for that Dismember play. Just had it on cooldown as he used it to clip Bryle. So, they've got the idea as to what to do up against that BKB, and it gets scary for TSM. Again, still the same story for this game as it has been for the past almost 15 minutes. Very execution heavy with this draft. And we're seeing some signs of that execution come in, but not enough to make it smooth going here for TSM.
I love the fact that this Toronto Tokyo Undying always ends up with 3 Wraith fans. Can I just say?
Yeah. It's a smart build.
It really is.
It's just so efficient with armor. I mean, you just get so much armor from it. As a support.
Right.
Like,
You do this in your
no
pub,
other support probably do this.
Yeah, you do this in your pub, you're gonna get raged at. But it's actually really good. Like plus 12 armor. But for the cost is amazing.
It is. I mean, you have all your utility on saving.
Yeah.
Save is the guy to Force Staff and Glimmer Cape. US Toronto, Tokyo, you have one job. Blink, Tombstone. That's it.
It's quite literally it. Level 20, you have I suppose your second job is to just die after that. You have your Tombstone on Death Town. If he goes for that.
I feel like picking a talent for you expecting to die is, you know, it's not something that feels great. I don't think Toronto expects to die anyway. He has 3 deaths this game. So the decay is probably a lot more impactful because he's just not going to die. He's not thinking that he'll die. If you never die, you never use the talent.
The caster curse. Pure. He was taking no damage. Now he is. Pure. What's he stuck on?
He was stuck on the Tombstone. He wasn't. He was BKB.
He was stuck on the Tombstone.
He couldn't go in because he was debuff immune. Is that it?
What is this?
He was targeted. He was targeted by the Tombstone.
So hold on. If you get targeted while you're BKB'd, you just get stuck. That's how it works.
That is so weird.
That's amazing. That's a new way to grief your team members, ladies and gentlemen. Toronto, or here's another way to grief them, I suppose. Black holes out from Kasane.
No one.
Nobody. Yeah, he caught air. Very, very good. In case they needed oxygen. They've got it now. In goes the Enigma. Out he goes as well. Kasane's down. Tomato in TP away. No, he's not going to make.
Just not yet. Mike.
Well, I mean, what's happening? The Pure gets stuck on tombstones. We whiff black holes. Toronto just blinks blindly into the high ground. Suddenly TSM are down 2 heroes. Make that 3 in just a moment. Ari, he'll have the blink up. He's okay.
That is... I don't know. I'm still bothered.
You just said Toronto couldn't die, by the way, John. You did it. That was your fault.
Yeah. You also didn't expect to grief Pure. So... I mean, you look at hover over Tombstone here, Mr. Eason. It does not pierce debuff immune. So I suppose that's it.
Is that the nerf? That's the way you play around it. That's Icefrog's way of nerfing Tombstone grab ally. Just if they're BKB, screw them up.
It doesn't work for debuff immunity, so you just get stuck.
What do you mean it doesn't work?
It was precisely on him, right? I wasn't crazy. When Pure died, the Tombstone was right there as a marker. It's a preemptive Tombstone, I suppose, for his actual death there for Pure. That is so silly. I want to see that in the highlights for some. It's just you don't expect it. You're like, all right, Toronto Tokyo got the save. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He got the grief. Wait, is there a chance Pure disabled unit help on his? Did he disable health? Would be one thing as well.
Surely.
Probably the BKB, right? Surely the BKB.
I mean, he got stuck. I thought it was the glacier for a second, to be honest. I thought, oh, they built a glacier. Look at this. Amazing. Oh, goodness. Anyway, it happened. 12k advantage still for BBT. 39 minutes in. GPK. Oh, Tomato. Could be a very awkward time to show himself, but the jump is not there yet. GPK was waiting patiently, and now he's found himself. He gets one Dream Coil. They'll force him out. The man to dodge on the 4-star was pretty sick.
Yep. Cut your losses. Dream Coil not the longest cooldown, especially that Oct Green up on GPK. So not hurting too bad. About to hit that level 25 as well. With the Dream Coil piercing debuff immunity. ESM smoked up here.
Every time you say piercing debuff immunity now, I'm just gonna laugh about Pure every single time. TSM. Yeah, they tried to smoke. John Aria almost died smoking because his mind's on the ground. Smoke or not, I mean, they know you're there. No point trying to hide now, TSM. They know exactly where you are. But then again, the rocket plate does scut BBT out as well. Roshan now has officially respawned on the other side of the map. Here he comes. You got the Ag's blessing on this, Roshan. Smoke from BBT. We'll wrap around. Sane casually waiting by the Lotus pool. Gonna see Pure jump in onto Whitemon. Sane blinks right away seeing this. Pure in the meantime is just taking no damage. Ari will go for the lasso. Who are they actually aiming? A black hole on to save? I mean, they've got the techies, I guess. Toronto, he's also down. Nightfall, he's your big problem though. Whitemon will drop. They've even got GPK, but the Aeon Disc purges off the silence. He's okay. I mean, a solo black hole into save just doesn't feel very good.
That doesn't. Who is Pure holding in right now? Holding someone inside. You held Nightfall, alright. Just a little bit of healing out. The gem was picked up by TSM once more, I believe, and they are still in position to force this fight. No black hole is a little bit awkward. This is already. You can find an angle somehow.
TSM pretty much the same position now. Just waiting casually for someone to make a move. EPK will start scouting out with the orb. Shadowblade coming out on Nightfall, so almost has the full silver edge up, just about 20 gold away from finishing that up. Smoke broken by GPK immediately onto Ari, so he'll just immediately jaunt away, though Ari is still chasing him down with the Firefly. GPK, juking and jiving, will be okay. Now the coil, locking down the Batrider. Ari, barely surviving, but not for long. GPK's got him. That is a dieback. That's a big deal.
That's the gem being handed back as well. Rather unfortunate for the side of TSM.
Look at this, save. He was looking, but he couldn't find the three others. Instead, he'll try onto Bryle. Bryle popping his BKB. Sane in the meantime jumps in, but has no black hole. He's got nothing to play with unless Nightfall. Oh, Nightfall getting very close to dying. We'll make it out as Save jumps in onto Tomato. Tomato though on the Glacier is alright. GPK jumping back into the backside, trying to find the Drow Ranger, but he's going to be okay as Bryle is going in on his own. But he is saved, rather has to back off. Pure does save Toronto from the Dismember, or with the Dismember. A very chaotic kind of fight. Only one dying, which was Ari at the start.
It's
Roshan's still waiting.
Still waiting. They've got black hole in 20 seconds. TSM. All this stalling is working in their favor. Got that threat to black hole. Will line up with the BKB as well for Kasane coming back up. BBT not willing to let go of this area. We'll try to take a different angle, different flank here. Start this fight.
You say different. I feel like they've done this 3 times now, John. It's BBT.
Radiant are scanning.
Here comes Ari, just making the casual walk back on the Batrider. Like you said, the black hole is now officially back up. Kasane. That's just how long they've been at this bottom side of the map. Roshan does get started by TSM. They've had enough of waiting. Ari, oh Ari, Ari. There he goes again. Hook. Not going to land on anyone, but now it's a 4v5. Ryle will show himself right in front of the Roshan pit, hoping that Nightfall jumps in, but he'll wait it out. Pure. Oh, he's landed on the hook on the Kasane. He's got the Enigma completely blind. He had no vision. Tomato trying to get out, not going to make it. I feel like there's going to be an old tab joke or two there, John. As the full team wipe is up. BBT going to move on to the Roshan. Full team wipe. That'll be the Axe Blessing for somebody. Toronto's going to take it. Okay. Why not? Or is he going to hand to somebody else? I imagine he's going to hand it over.
No, he eats it. Oh, I don't mind that. It's a big one and just dropping down EHP, right? Like 8 strength is massive, so just want to sock these targets up, get these kills faster, and it works out fine. High ground does begin.
Ari getting caught again. Ari just not able to survive. Every time he respawns, he just dies another time. Down for another 54 seconds. BBT, they'll finish 1 Rax into the second. There is no buyback, so it's very hard to expect a defense from TSM. BBT, even now a hard up on Pure, so he's got about 5k HP on that punch. Mega Creeps will be up very, very soon because Nightfall right in for the jugular. Pip save while he's at it. Tier 4 towers now under siege. TSM 1 final defense attempt. When I say attempt, I mean they've got to walk in and try.
They need to blink black hole. Sani needs to find the biggest one of his life here, somehow. BBT actually respect a bit. Backing off just a tad.
GPK just messing with them. Tier 4 tower is already so low. Korea is... What was that on Brow? He's got his Demon Edge now, trying to work towards the Daedalus. Still level 23. Not quite near that 25 mark yet. EBT, they'll take the Tormentor in the meantime. There's your full Daedalus. The Savior's going to get a free shot.
This can be nice with Brow doing this much damage, but honestly, it just doesn't feel like it's enough. You still have to execute here. You can't just out-damage the side of BBT. You need to try to isolate, you need to try to look for these black hole opportunities, get a really good lasso and hook shot out. Everyone has to play their part.
Keep in mind, you literally have 0 buybacks on TSM. Nobody's got buyback available. 150 gold away for Tomato. Hook, not gonna land. Tomato needs this 150 gold if they want to give themselves an actual chance. And he's gonna get it. He's now got the buyback hold on the Drow. Happy days. Jump in. EPK again. Will commit the coil. Nightfall, no hesitation with the lasso. Does grab him. Oh, but the grab ally. The Tombstone again. Buying time from Toronto. They'll lock down Nightfall, but it doesn't matter. He just waveforms away. Onto the tier 4 towers he goes. Look, not gonna land. They've got a 1 tier 4 tower now. GPK just continues to mess around with them with this blink in. Sam hoping for a mistake from BBT. You are immediately jumping into 3 targets, not able to find the dismember he really wanted next to the hook shot of Whitemon, and now the black hole. Kasane, he's locked down 2 of them, but they haven't got the follow-up damage. Nightfall and Pure still alive. Pure finally goes down. Nightfall, maybe he's gone too far. Maybe this time they can get him a second time. Ryle will land the court. No, the Manta dodge. Nightfall's gonna be alright. He jukes out the stun. Tomato's down. He'll buy back immediately. They're still trying to defend this. Toronto, Tokyo. Look how tanky he is. The Ancient's gone. They're too busy hitting Toronto. The tip will come out. Tomato paying his respects to the Morphling, of course. As Nightfall having a fantastic performance here on the Morphling. And I mean, it was BBT. Props to TSM for trying their absolute best till they had literally nothing left. But BBT certainly looking like the best team coming out of Group B.
That they do. And they're number 1 for a reason. And for TSM, this could be the end of their journey here in Riyadh. There are still potential tiebreakers. So there's still a chance Shopify Rebellion also drops 0-2 here to Aster, of course. And that will open up potentially a tiebreaker coming out there. Who knows? It's not in their hands anymore. So it's going to be a little bit rough for the side of TSM. But BBT, and you said it, they had a little bit of fun here in game number 2. We saw some awkward moments there. Apparently targeting your ally with Tombstone with debuff immunity. Maybe that's the bug. Maybe it's just bugged in general. Couldn't right-click into the Tombstone either for Pure, so he's stuck. It's a feature. It's a feature. And at the very least in game 2, TSM had a lot more play. They had more activity. They had a draft that fit their playstyle a lot more. Tomato just trying to farm up on the Drow. Does get big at the end. Bryle has a much more decent time mid. Although that wasn't too bad either for GPK. And this is the one fight you can see. Lasso out onto a punch with Ags with a talent. Like, you just don't get any movement out. It's just then the Cox.
That black hole was a bit of a weird one. The Cox just pushing him around in the black hole, and Pure was just still taking 0 damage. You see the beautiful hook there to cancel the TP of Kasane. So, I mean, I think you've already said this, but TSM not necessarily out of it yet. But they are in a bit of an awkward scenario now because they are reliant on Shopify messing up, I believe. Which Aster and Shopify game 2's happening right now, so there's that.
Ooh. This is spicy.
Yes.
If Shopify does get 2-0'd by Aster, there's a 3-way tie. So Tundra can stay in, TSM can stay in, Shopify Rebellion can stay in. So it's going to be spicy. We've got that 3-way tie in Group A for the last upper bracket slot. We've got potentially a 3-way tie for the last lower bracket start on Group B.
Our production teams found every black hole that was in the game to throw into the into the highlight reel, and sadly there hasn't been many good ones. And I just keep seeing misses, just air balls here from our Enigma. Sadly, it was a pretty hard game. But you were saying, John, three-way tiebreaker, Shopify, TSM Tundra, potentially happen. Yeah.
Yes. So I suppose there's a chance for at least one NA team to go through. Who knows? I mean, if Shopify Rebellion just get one win, we will have one NA team through. So if you don't want ties, Shopify can take a game off faster, and that does mean, you know, NA gets to hang on. If not, potentially Tundra could win a tiebreaker. Who knows what happens there? Maybe TSM gets clutch again. But BBT, you're seeing again the reason why they're number one. It begs the question what happened with that Team Secret series, but you know what? It's water under the bridge. It's happened. I'm sure BBT were maybe just underestimating a little bit there. As we can take a look at the highlights overall, right? Like this is from our last series as well. Team Spirit up against 9 Pandas. Also a riveting matchup. I mean, that game too where the GGECs came out for something.
You're too right. Yeah, this is the play of the day, of course, provided by Abdul Latif Jamil Motors, apparently. So happy days there. This was a very, very, very long team fight. This wasn't the one where Kiyotaka was not dying to collapse, but it was a great team fight nonetheless. And I believe this was the fight that really gave Spirit kind of that fighting spirit to make the comeback in that game. Here we go again.
And we've got the Colonel's Choice this time, presented by KFC, of course. This one is as spicy as those 11 herbs here.
9 Pandas, I believe, took this game number 1. I remember correctly. This was a draw series. Team Spirit were unable to make the comeback happen. Yeah, 9 Pandas, another extended kind of team fight here against the side of Team Spirit. You saw just the big jumps in. Ramses in the pos 1, Night Stalker going down. Those are the Brood. Kiyotaka dies. Team Spirit. These guys just never stop fighting. Yeah, Team Spirit, doesn't matter if they have 1 or 5 heroes, they're going.
Yeah. And this is the moment where Team Spirit were starting to get, you know, some of those openings you were expecting from Collapse. Of course, we've got the save of the day presented by Dr. Sulaiman Al-Habib. And I'm keen to see this one. It's not the BKB tomb, unfortunately.
I was going to say, I wish it was the BKB. Here's the hook. Who's getting saved? Is Save saving? Save is caught. Save goes down. I didn't see the save, John. It does. That was saved. Well, I mean, that is the save. Oh, okay. Well, that. Yeah. You see, I'm not smart enough for these jokes, John. There's people in the team, in the production team, shaking their head right now, like this idiot. He ruined our joke. You ruined everything.
Oh, good job, Mike. That's why we're not getting paid the big bucks. But no. Spectacular groups. Again, it's kind of tied in. Those were our last 2 scheduled matches. We do have tiebreakers. I'm not sure how the distribution of that goes. It's 2 3-way ties potentially, with Group B still hanging in the air. And it should be exciting. Again, these upper bracket starts mean so much. You know, if we could remember the format, like just having an upper bracket start guarantees you a little bit more of a chance to get that bigger prize pool, of course, which is just massive. You know, you're coming out, you're like, well, I guess, you know, I'll be happy no matter what going into TI as well if you manage to go in. So a lot of these teams going to be having a great time and going to be fighting to the death for that, of course. But spectacular tournament, Mike. The Riyadh Masters, we've gotten a lot of great games out of this one.
Oh, we certainly have, and it's nowhere near over, Jonathan. Plenty more games to come, and like you said, there's a tiebreaker going on between for Group A. I imagine it's going to be probably on the mainstream, so head over to that. Apart from that, it is MLP Dota, it is John XFire. It's been a pleasure. Catch you all again next time.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Gina.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel by how.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة ياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still, sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still, could decide where I should remain, where I would hide, sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still, sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I
Hey everybody, and welcome back into the Riyadh Masters. It is tiebreaker time as we are getting ready to watch North America consume itself. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Fogged. What is up, man?
Not much. Great time zone for NA as well, too. Everybody's, well, West Coast all waking up, I guess, heading into work.
Yeah.
We've already got almost noon coming in here on the East Coast. So for all the NA people, definitely going to be a treat. They're all going to be able to watch this one. And yeah, it's going to be a treat to watch them rip each other apart, right? And I feel like it's been so many times now where we end up in this, this TSM versus Shopify when it's in the DPC, of course, in the regional kind of things. These two always duking it out between them, and now it's mostly between them. But yeah, this should be an exciting one because I'd say TSM, they've looked kind of, I mean, not the greatest, I could say, but they definitely have been trading with some teams. Well, I mean, Shopify just, I feel like they're progressively playing worse and worse. I'm not sure what's going on with them.
That is kind of the big question, right? Like they have looked really shaky in a lot of their series, and like this previous series they just played against Aster, it looked like this series was going to go maybe 1-1, but just some rough late game decisions, and they dropped the series 0-2, and now they are stuck here in tiebreakers. So I mean, granted, something similar can be said for TSM. Like, they were actually looking pretty good against BB team in game number 2, and then it kind of just spiraled out of control. So we'll see if they can kind of get their composures together for this series.
It's the thing is, it's important though. It's not a series. It is a series, but it's not. It's a best of one in a way, right? So
yeah.
It's this is where you bust out the big guns. If you have anything up your sleeve at all, this is where you have to actually use absolutely everything. Shopify, they're gonna get the IO. Let's see how TSM responds to it. There's been quite a bit of responses in the past. Like Disruptor sometimes move up in priority even versus IO just because of the pushing the numbers out and just breaking the relocate a lot of the time. So
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I don't feel like as afraid of Shopify having the IO as I would say if this was like, Gaming Gladiators or Liquid, right? These are two teams that just tend to play this hero like exceptionally well.
Yeah.
But Shopify has had some struggles with it for sure. TSM will open their Undying terribly though, so a really, really strong safe lane.
They haven't. I don't think they've opened with this. I know they really do like having the TB +1 in response to them. I know Tomato really likes to play it, but okay.
Yeah.
And this is, if you're gonna go for something, like we said, this is best of one. So if you want like a strategy that goes like late game, some type of extra type of scaling and stuff like that, TSM is already taking themselves with that with the TB early. Only thing you have to watch out for potentially is like the voids and stuff like that comes up perhaps later on from Shopify. But I don't know if Arteezy wants to play a void either because he's had some, I think, a rough couple games on it.
I mean, coming off of his last Void game, it felt pretty dang bad.
Yeah. So, I mean, it might be something you will get pushed into if we do see some type of weird stuff happen. If they do end up having to draft counter this TB toward later stages, but this should probably just be the Lesh.
Yeah.
So this is also why they go the TB because they just expect this Lesh to come out, and this is the traditional counter in a way to keep the distance. You get Scotty and everything. Although, Lesh with BKB can counter Scotty, and, if you get an advantage on Lesh, you can run down this TB in a lot of situations. If TB gets to itemization, can be a good matchup.
5 seconds remaining.
I do like the Batrider being banned here in first phase from Shopify. Even though TSM haven't had a ton of success this tournament, they have been picking up Batrider quite a bit here for Ahri.
Yeah.
And they also go ahead and just ban out the Snapfire. So know that they're going into TSM having first pick in second phase. Snapfire, a fantastic hero you can grab. So they're just going to remove it. They also just don't want to risk giving that one up.
Yeah, I mean, they'll probably put Brian in a bit of an uncomfortable position in matchup, because as far as we've seen, it's like Snap, Lesh, and then Spirits. And that's kind of been our overall mid pool in most scenarios. There's been a couple of the Tinies that trickle in, and then the few Primal Beasts and stuff like that, but start to phase away. I think people are starting to just really stick on Spirits and Snapfire.
Yeah, and unless you're Sumail, then you can also pick Quap. But
True,
outside
actually,
of those few heroes.
Yeah. But not versus Lesh. You probably don't
not
want
versus. That's not good. And like you get the occasional Tinkers and Invokers, but you have to be a specialist on both. And Lesh is probably one of the worst heroes to play against as a Tinker.
10
so
seconds remaining.
Taking out the Terrorblade counter, so they're removing the Darkseer. Shopify taking out I think out of Visage.
I think Kasane
It's
Classic,
Kasane.
right?
Yeah, it's his most played. One of his most played, so I understand that. Legion ban is very, very good with for Saberlight. Also is a good pairing for the lane if he doesn't want to go with like an IO per se, if it is something like that. And good versus TB. Goes both ways though. The one thing about the Legion, when I see this one banned, versus it's like maybe they see something else in it too, but when you're playing versus Undying, I don't know. It's just like this hero in the lane and stuff like that is still good versus the Legion, and in the game, you can just tombstone the duel once you have the grab ally and stuff like that. But just not wanting to play against the Legion anyway. I guess that makes sense.
And it's one of the like hard counters to duel, right? Because Legion just stands there and waits out the duel duration.
Yeah. It does make your group up really strong too. The Legion with the IO always makes like the next person just so much stronger. And yeah,
I guess that makes sense. That's a really good point.
And maybe they do want something about just like these dispels and. All right. They target more Zoo heroes.
I mean, there's Lycan and Beastmaster.
Yeah,
I'm thinking classics.
I'm thinking the Lycan a little more probably, just because it's easier to isolate the IO. Okay, and they will.
I agree. Very good against the IO.
I always
So
get
the real question. Oh, go ahead.
No, you first. My point is very stupid, so go ahead.
I love stupid points, though.
No.
That's the point. That's the best kind.
You say yours first. I'll remember mine.
I mean, mine was just gonna say along the fact that like Kasane's hero pool seems to be very straightforward. Like it's almost always the same set of Zoo heroes. Like he was like picked up from TSM exclusively because he was a really good Zoo player. And 7.33, like the original when it came out, has been offlane Zoo meta the whole time, right? It's basically been Beastmasters, Lycans, you know, Visage maybe not as much, but build these Helmet Dominators or now Vanguard, I guess, became really good.
That's a good point. They're going to be able to get the Rubiks. I was going to say my stupid point was whenever IO gets picked, there's sometimes these stupid heroes that sometimes come in. Like I was mentioning the Disruptor. That's not a stupid one. That's a pretty good one. But we saw, I think it was EG do like the Weavers and stuff like that to attempt to go for these counters and stuff like that. So they're just going to stick with something safe though. Rubik and Shopify, they stick with something even safer. A very, very strong pressure lane. The Axe Skywrath.
You don't get Legion Skywrath, so you get the Axe Skywrath. I like this a lot.
I like it, actually, from Shopify quite a bit, what they've got right now. They've got Hero to set up for relocates. They've got Skywrath who can set up for ganks kind of on the side also, too. And this is a pretty cool pick. This is
Rubik also gets nothing from Axe. Like, almost nothing.
Right now, his spell steals are they're only Lesh, really. Skywrath is, depending on what you can get. You don't really get the best ones. A fun thing to point out, too, is Saberlight. Has he actually played the Axe recently? Not so much, but for people who remember Saberlight's actual introduction into the pro scene, this was the hero that he made his name on.
I didn't know that, actually.
Yeah. The old school
I've been
when
following
he was...
him for a while, but I don't remember that.
Man, what team was he on now? I am drawing a blank. It's before... this was years ago.
This was, what? He went from TSM to Shopify, right?
This was like his first, one of his first...
So this would have been pre-TSM days?
This might have been Hippomaniacs.
Oh my god, I forgot that was a team. I remember that name.
Yeah, because I remember he used to do some creep cutting shenanigan and like kill couriers and just pop off. And I think it was during like the... Man, I don't know why I'm remembering so much, like maybe into like the qualifiers of TI or something like that. I don't know, something like that, whatever, either way. Very good, he's a very good, comfortable, good Axe player, so I like this. I think it actually works really well. It's a great pressure lane. Good to trade with the Undying, too, because then you battle hunger him, and Axe, you're going to get decayed, but Skywrath hits him and hits him and hits him, and trades concussive. So it's a lane that can actually perhaps withstand some of that pressure from Undying.
Okay. I just want these tiebreakers to be good, you know?
Me
Is that
too.
too much to ask for? They do the Kasane Beastmaster. We knew that this was the other Zoo hero that was still left. Not as good as the Lycan, probably this game, but still very much in his wheelhouse. It's a decent lane with the Rubik. And I think you just ban out like the couple like really hard counters to the Beastmaster lane, the Bloodseeker being the primary, right? That one has been pretty devastating for a lot of players.
Yeah.
And then do you ban Drow would be my question.
I'm like trying to wonder which ones because then it's like how much for the lane do you want to go and how much for the game? Or do you want to just go for the ones that are good for both? Because that, like you're saying, like the Drow, the Bloodseeker kind of mixed I would say, a little bit versus the
Yeah,
TB.
not great in a TB, but Drow like wins both lane and kind of carry matchup.
The one that's interesting though is with the Bloodseeker, you can amp up your Lesh, and then the Lesh becomes the carry. So you can Blood Rage the Lesh, and he goes crazy. Besides just having lane counter, so that could be perhaps something. They'll look at the Slark first. That's another one that can just ruin. And they have like no floor targeted ability. I guess they have like Decay and Beastmaster axes, but besides that, nothing to really hit him through Shadow Dance.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I don't really want the Drow. I want someone that's a little bit more like self-reliant, because right now his pairing is, I guess he's with the IO, but
yeah, he's with the IO lane. It's kind of just passive.
Maybe it is. Yeah, maybe Bloodseeker just seems really right to fit the best overall, but
the thing is like at the end of the day, I think Shopify have a few heroes that are okay for them to pick here. Like even Morphling's not bad. Like Morphling is still good. So I don't think TSM can really like ban out everything. I think it's probably coming down to what they want in the mid lane, and there is a puck ban. I mean, you have Abed like heroes still available, but playing into the pretty solid catch of Skyrath, Axe, and Lesh is a little scary.
FTX's turn to ban.
I'm unsure right now.
Get rid of Pango.
I'm also thinking maybe like a Void, perhaps still too for TZ, but then again, we're still thinking about that Void thing that we were talking about from earlier. You know.
True, huh?
Yeah.
Dude, yeah. I mean, Void would be great. You have the Skyrath follow up, Lesh follow up, Axe with a call as well. There's a lot of.
I'm just seeing
a lot of things you can dump into it. Yeah.
I'm seeing a limited catch in particular too. There's a Rubik Lift and a Roar, so I mean maybe. That's why when I see the puck ban, that's the only reason why that one moved up a little bit for me. The potential of either the Morph or that Void. Morph, Void, Bloodseeker are the three that I'm thinking. I'm not sure in what particular order.
I would say Faceless Volt. Okay, they banned the Bloodseeker. I think we're both right with this. I think this is probably the big one.
It's the one that I would say the best, like overall. I felt like.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see the Faceless Void regardless of. I think RTZ's pretty okay at brushing things off.
Okay, they'll do Medusa.
Okay, Medusa, huh?
Okay.
I mean, there's not a good mana burn hero that you can really pick from the mid lane. You mentioned limited catch. Who am I missing from mid that can play this?
That's a bit of an interesting pick. I wasn't certain that he would do that one. I thought he would pick something that was more able to join like with his team a little bit more. This one just feels like he's going to be playing his own game on the different side. But
yeah,
okay.
And they'll do Primal Beast.
Or Brile Primal Beast.
Or yeah, Brile Primal Beast. Sorry.
But we've seen this matchup. The Lesh is a very good mid matchup versus the Primal in the lane. In the game, Primal Beast can actually be quite good versus the Lesh to catch him out and stuff like that. But as the lane goes, it's not the easiest one for a Primal Beast. Still think I'm okay with Shopify's. I'm not crazy about the Medusa overall, but I like the other 4 picks that much that it kind of pushes me. But TSM has a very comfortable draft too. Like this is probably the most comfort TSM draft I think I've seen in quite some time. Like they got pretty much like all the signature heroes, I feel like.
Yeah, Kasane literally is Beastmaster impersonated, and Tomato is basically Terrorblade, right? Like these are some of their most played heroes of all time. I don't know. I like the draft. I worry that you don't really have an answer to the Medusa. We'll see how well they play around this IO Leshes. They have looked pretty good with it, but
they've looked quite good with it. Yeah, it's their best. I think they've looked with.
Yeah, I agree. It'll be interesting though. NA versus NA in the tiebreakers. As a NA, fanboy, it is hard to see, but I am excited. I'm excited
NA will reign
to see
supreme. Don't worry.
Yeah. We'll be at TI Grand Finals. Don't worry about it.
But yeah, this is. I don't know. The Medusa pick is just a little strange for me, but I still think I like just the pressure they can put in. I have some faith in Saberlight Axe. I don't think it's like a big draft advantage by any means. I actually quite like what TSM has also, but I like the first 4 of SRs, maybe just a little bit more, but we'll have to see. It's going to be up to a lot of these plays and how these lanes end up playing out in particular. In particular, I'm going to be looking at mid a lot to see how much Albed's able to get versus Brile, how much he's able to dominate that matchup, and then how much the Sky and Axe lane are able to actually apply pressure versus an Undying TB.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We're gonna jump right into game number 1. I guess of 1. This is best of 1 tiebreakers. I've been used to saying game number 1 of the series, but it is best of 1 tiebreakers. The winner of this will advance to play Tundra, and then we will see what ends up happening there. So a lot on the line for both these teams. No one really wants to get eliminated at the moment, as this is a pretty big tournament. A lot of prize money on the line.
And yeah, we'll have to see. I'm going to be a little critical. Apologies to the RTZ fans. I mean, I'm also, of course, an R-Tour fan. Known him forever, but I'm going to be a little critical of when I watch him because I've gotten to see now multiple games on his Medusa where he has like Aeon Discs or Satanic or a Paladin or sort or something like that. And I'm like, R-Tour, come on, man.
Yeah, we saw the Paladin
these
sword
mechanics
Medusa the other day.
He knows these mechanics is the thing. Like, you know that he does. It's just sometimes in these games maybe a bit of like a brain fart. I was reconnecting, by the way, so sorry if I'm missing anything.
Oh no, you are good. All that commentary was perfect.
Okay, good. But yeah, I'm going to be checking a couple things. I'm sure he won't make the mistake again, but I think in Bali he bought a Aeon Disc and a Satanic and then immediately realized, wait, these items don't do absolutely anything on Medusa.
Yeah, I saw the clip of the Aeon Disc play, and my initial thought was like, all right, so what? Aeon Disc is a great late game save item, right? And then I like saw the interaction, and I'm like, oh,
like, oh
that's awkward. So we'll see. He's just doing the research for everyone else. You know, he's making those mistakes every once in a while so that the rest of the Dota community can learn, not just him.
No, very true. There you go. I like that. The Aeon Disc incident. Isn't that what, despair, right? Isn't that the meme people say? The incident.
It's just, yeah, probably. It's nuts. That's up there, I'd guess.
Yeah. And so they're gonna have an IO Medusa lane. I mean, the IO could definitely. I mean, they could definitely get some kills up here. I would say on the side of TSM, a pretty aggressive lane, and they can actually use Boar in this lane, so potentially could get some catches once he gets some extra levels onto it there. But they can double dip pretty nicely with the IO and the Medusa providing that extra mana regen when he gets Bassy. That's gonna be pretty strong up here.
I didn't realize IO's base movement was actually so high. For some reason, I thought it was slower.
And I'm gonna
Either way, yeah, you're right. They're actually getting a lot of damage in just because of the Boar and Ari just right-clicking them over and over. They don't have a lot of pressure into Kasane at all.
I think Kasane should get some really solid farm up here. I definitely think they have the bit of a stronger lane on the side of TSM in order to apply that pressure here. But they should be able to get farm and push. Like, as long as they keep the lane in a good position on SR, they should be able to get that farm on TZ. Mid, Bryle, he should suffer a decent amount here versus Abed. Especially the first like 4 levels, from what I've seen, it tend to be pretty difficult for these primal beasts.
I kind of think like when Bryle, who Bryle targets this game. It has to be just like IO or something, right? Like, I can't imagine he can go on to anyone else.
Very likely he needs to find the back line. Yeah, I'd imagine so. Someone has to be the one to go for the IO in most of these fights, and I think that it's probably him and the Rubik in most situations, so.
Okay. Bottom lane, we are going to see Tomato and Whitemon. I mean, they committed Tombstone and Meta, both coming to an end here, and the lane's in a pretty rough spot. They did manage to push under the tower, though, so it should reset a little bit. Whitemon
might get him.
It got his boost damage. How close was that?
It was
85 damage when he had 80 health. Yeah.
Top.
Very close. But yeah, top. They actually get the Medusa. Okay, the level 2 timing, I suppose, just too good. They've been wearing him down slowly with the boars.
I mean, Ari just playing with Inner Beast and just literally right-clicking. He probably has the highest physical damage done in the game at this moment, just literally hitting the Medusa, hitting the IO. And they're keeping the lane in a pretty good spot, TSI. This is a nice spot to be able to go aggressive. It's not so close to the tower.
Dire are scanning.
Damn, I didn't expect it to be this rough for Bryle, but it is. Oof. Even rougher than I mean, I've seen this one be one-sided, but I didn't think it was that bad.
Yeah. They do manage to get a nice turnaround bottom off the 14 stick charges, but top lane, they find Fly and Kasane with the body blocks. They're just going to chase Dusa all the way back to the tower. He has to kill the boar. That might be what saves him here.
But look at the damage he takes. I mean, I love that Kasani went for the boar. I've seen sometimes people just still go axes in some of these lanes. Sometimes you have to if it's just a constant boar cure, but in this lane you're already seeing the power of how much it's able to do.
Dude, I also did not expect mid to go this bad. This is something else. Bryle canceled his onslaught.
And he's just going to get it denied. Oh my god.
He's also in a lot of trouble here. Crit comes in with the blood grenade. He doesn't have mana for another spell, but can they chase him into the trees? They're going to try.
He's turning.
Trample, trying to turn onto Crit here. He actually just gets the kill. He's got an onslaught. If he can get to the trees, maybe.
He's okay.
The bonus armor's fine. Okay, Bryle ends up coming out ahead in that exchange, just slightly too low on the resources there for Shopify.
Nice identification to be able to just turn and man up versus Crit there. Well played. I mean, when he's this far behind, he needs that type of kill. So, good little pickup there. But yeah, I did not expect it to be this one-sided. I know it's one of the worst matchups for Primal Beast in mid, but damn, I've been bringing it to him this game.
I mean, and they knowingly picked this, right? Like, this was the last pick Primal. And he's going to instead just come bottom, try and just find a kill onto Saber. And boy, does he just disappear from the game.
Cool rotation. That's.
Dude, I mean, he has so many decays on him. He had 12 strength stolen.
And it's as mana's up too. I like when I see these primals do this. It's like when the lane is just so rough. This is like the Thompson, whatever you want to call it, rotation that people were talking about. Does mean you're giving a absolutely free game to Abed, but a nice move to continue slowing down Saberlight. Tomato is free farming.
Medusa is very far forward right now in this lane, and the boards are just going to keep him slowed up. Fly, he's trying to just force feed him some mana, but Arteezy is out of mana, and might fall out of life here.
Ooh.
Fly with a salve, actually going to keep him alive. Very nice.
Yep, they didn't break it, actually. Ari didn't hit Fly.
And that being said, Fly, he will have the tether again if he needs to use it to get
going
away, but he's just sacking himself. He can't get away. They did get the boar. So he walks away. Fly literally sacked himself to kill the boar.
I mean, this lane is a big problem up here for Shopify. TSM, Kasani getting this type of start, it's scary. This Beastmaster, not something you want to be giving this type of game to. I've seen the way that they're able to play with this, with a TB as well too. It's a very, very strong draft. For Shopify though, they still have that huge advantage in the mid lane, but Arteezy's going to need some time to perhaps recover.
I think he definitely will, and to be honest, like, Kasane is going to have his Helm of the Dominator in 400 gold.
That's an issue.
You can't sit in this lane anymore, right?
No, and the thing is that you don't have... Your Axe is kind of struggling a little bit, and your supports do nothing to the Dominator. Like, they actually just feed to summons.
Oh, Crit.
He's
Goes for just a moment. They drop the Tombstone and a Blood Grenade, just for good measure, as they find themselves a kill. And they're going to get the tower with this Tombstone, unless you bring some heroes here. So, it's huge.
Feels like he's the only one actually having like the good game at the moment for side of Shopify. He tries to steal the stack, but won't end up finishing up. Bryle makes his way over. 7-1. Nice moves. Good aggression coming out from TSM in this laning phase.
Okay. This is good stuff. Absolutely. Kasane top net worth, followed by Tomato. Saberlight is really struggling on the Axe, but just mostly like I said, mostly XP. He would like to be a little bit better off right now. This Primal Beast, though, also super low.
Yeah, the scary thing is though is that Abed's a killing build, or like with the lightning build and everything. So their tower pushing on Shopify is going to be really weak, and TSM's going to have options to take towers really early with this Beastmaster.
Nice grab here. He'll just walk into the top side with the smoke. They find the Undying, but Kasane, he's safe, and he's got a really good ward. The Helm of the Dominator is done. He's just gonna farm.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh man, if they find, I mean, he's got a haste rune now, but no mana left, so it just burns a little bit of Arteezy's mana. Just goes back.
This doesn't feel like a great place for Arteezy to be though. I mean, he's been pushed out of top. He's only level 5. He's slowed down significantly this game. Terrorblade, I mean, it's now 1k differential, and TB can just send illusions to farm at the same time, while Deuce always has to be there where she wants to farm.
Yeah, she like has to get her Manta to like start accelerating her farm. Like the Manta is like 100 or so GPM increase because you just split push. But the Sonic top lane forced a roar onto the IO. Maybe he wasn't forced at all. He's trying to just find a kill himself. They will have to clean up the Centaur. Now the chase back the other way. Abed falling a little bit low on mana, but the mana boots as a response. Kasane will burn, and they're looking for Ari as well. The split earth from Abed right on the money.
Great
It's going to be 2 kills for the Lesh. Fantastic find. I'm a little bit surprised Kasane wasn't just lane cutting, but finally gets found in the top lane. Big for them.
Maybe he thought that there could be a rotation that happened, like if they dove too far since he's up there, but I think Bryo went for his own play at the same time and got Saberlight, so...
Yeah,
they
the
lose
tier 1 as well.
Yeah, they lose some, but they get some out of it. I like
Saberlight
this...
is just getting owned.
Yeah, I like this move, though, a lot from Shopify. Just bringing 4. I think that's... Or bringing 3. I think that's how they kind of have to play at this point, since the Axe is slowed down and since the Artesias. They have to make space, so run around with Abed. That being said, though, I mean, it's definitely going to hurt a bit, because TSM, they're just going to be able to maximize and farm across the map with the way that they've gotten this start here in the first 10 minutes.
You're not really slowing down Beastmaster. He didn't lose much in the lane, right? The wave was in a position where he missed like maybe half a creep wave, gets his resummon on the Helm Doms, and he just goes back to farming. And to find this kill again, you're going to have to do something similar, right? Bring multiple heroes, and probably spend a decent amount of time trying to like chase him through the trees. So he'll probably play a little bit more defensively now. Mid lane.
Abed
for the power runes. It's going to be an invis bottled up by Abed. They get the split earth, the silence into the Mystic Flare. They're trying to keep Ryle alive. He gets the onslaught, but the attacks there coming out. They find the kill. Great high ground tombstone here from Whitemon. Can they finish off Fly? He will fall. Abed now 3, 4, 5 zombies on top of him. No way to cancel the TP. He almost finds the kill.
That was very close. I mean, that's that tombstone in a perfect position.
Does still 4-point lightning storm, and he also is on his way to a vessel as a response to this IO.
Yeah, that's, I mean, pretty good. IO, Lash, Axe, gonna be great versus all of them here. These are getting a bit of space to farm, but Kasani looking to get aggressive.
He's gonna roar him, dude. Yeah, he's got a Hurricane as well. It's gonna be near impossible to get away at this point.
He's got him.
And he is absolutely dead.
Oh my god, a solo kill. Had some concerns for this Dusa. More concerns rising. I mean, Tomato is getting absolute freedom, and Arteezy's not getting the best space. I think, yeah, Shopify, I think you just gotta keep moving. Abed, you gotta keep pulling him around the map to try to fix this issue that's happened already.
They're smoking up here. They know this. They're fine. Yeah, they're just gonna find him. They're gonna back out on TSM and just kind of give this one up. That being said, Abed is taking a ton of damage. Gets Hurricaned away. There's gonna be the Split Earth finally coming through. So Beastmaster does die, but again, the exact same trade. Bryle goes bottom and kills Saberlight.
And Tomato's getting the kill credit is the thing. Like,
yeah,
man, I think I maybe jinxed Saberlight. I talked up his Axe, and he's having literally no game. It's 0 and 4. Tomato is just 3 kills now at this point, level 9. Tomato getting enabled, and Arteezy getting slowed down.
Paimon, again with a high ground tombstone. The creeps are just killing it, though, which is, he's like, wait a minute, that's not what I wanted. I'll just farm the camp instead, I guess.
A reload for nothing.
Yeah. Just gonna do some stacks. Whoa, that was a really weird re-aggro there. Okay. Doesn't get the stack.
Saw that too. I don't know.
They like re-aggroed the tombstone, and as soon as the tombstone died, they all just stopped following. It was bizarre.
I've seen some weird creep mechanics since the dawn of time of Dota, so
yeah.
Ryle's got some nice stacks to work on here. Triple camp. We'll be able to finish that one off. A DD in the bottle. And his farm, you know, sure, he's behind the Lash by a decent margin, but he's made it work. Anyway, he's found quite a bit on the map here with this Primal Beast. 11-7. And, oh god, Arteezy.
Oh, no. That is a telekinesis into the Hurricane, and pummeled into the ground as 4 heroes surround him.
Oh, what's he doing there? That's a very, like, bold place to be versus this type of lineup who can wrap around onto you. That's, I mean, another death for Arteezy. This Dusa pick, so far, it's really doing nothing.
Whitemon's BM there, it might actually be so legendary. Just kills him, just no brains. Dude, and then tips him. That is brutal.
Undying has some of the best, honestly. I hate life, no brains. Oh, they're so good. Okay, so for Shopify, next timing, I mean, kind of only timing, it feels like they're going to be hitting these next few moments. It's pretty much the blink on Saberlight to open up, get some reload ganks and stuff working, to get some space, because at the moment, I mean, Arteezy just has none. He's almost getting doubled by Tomato pretty soon.
Oh, man. Saberlight almost farmed an ancient camp and then pushed away by Whitemon and Brow. I will say the ward game that's out from TSM right now is so good. Like, they have so much vision over where like Shopify would like to farm, but just
And look
can't.
at this. They're actually making a quick move. They saw Shopify setting up. They're actually bringing 4 or 5 euros.
Ral's got DD, man. This is going to be a lot of damage. Good Yules out from Abed. But no more DD.
Good disengage.
Sad Dino.
Very, very good disengage. Ari actually has, in my opinion, one of the probably better spells he can steal this game besides the Lesh Stun. He has Ancient Steel. This is actually an incredible ability. Just how much you can amp up from a Primal Beast or anything.
And just super far cast range, right? Oh, they found the Isles Relo. So they're going to drop Ward Sentry here. Fly going to get silenced up with exactly what we were just talking about. And a quick Dino kill for Bryle. Good Hurricane plays once again. I love this spell. I think it's one of the coolest additions to the jungle creeps in a long time. I'm glad that Kasane is using it. Yeah.
It's the best creep, in my opinion, nowadays. Like, we saw it rising a lot more when like, these Dooms started becoming super... It's the best creep. It really... Well, best mid-game kind of creep.
Yeah.
There's just so many crazy plays that you can do, saving or aggressive plays. It's hot.
Having a directional maybe Force Staff is just... That's a pretty good thing to have, I would say.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Arteezy in the absolute corner of the map. I thought this is a much better position for him. I like this spot better for the deuce up here in the middle of nowhere.
Dire's top tower
With the way that the game has gone so far. Shopify, they're smoked up, looking to perhaps try to find Tomato. But the TP's back up for the side of TSM. Yeah, they've got all but White Line. And he actually has one being delivered. He's actually going top to join his team. He's got his Manta already finished up.
That is absolutely nuts. So...
Huge.
Can you, like, just play for the Roche as well here on TSM?
Very soon. I think you probably wait for the helm timing. You're about to have the Helm of the Overlord, and then you can do that.
Oh, yeah,
right now, they're still hunting. But yeah, I think that's the next call. I think when your helm comes out, you can probably look to, like, poke top or poke wherever, and then just straight to Roche, because you have actually probably one of the best Roche lineups, besides having... best Roche lineups with no minus armor.
Yeah. I mean, outside of the what was it? The shenanigans with Arc Warden, Terrorblade we saw a moment ago, but
yeah,
outside of those, probably the best.
Yeah, I mean, Arc Warden with Illusion Heroes can always be just broken the way that the bubble works.
Yeah.
And so far, I mean, TSM, they forced a glyph up top, so they could potentially get this tier 2 and then just go straight to the Roche right afterwards.
I mean, absolutely. They see the Lesh bottom on the tier 1, right? Like, this is a tier 2 for tier 1 trade. They're going to force them back to the high ground anyway, because you're going to have Kasane's boards and Tomato's illusions. It's going to chip this this tower eventually.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, so far, not actually running direct. I thought they would just run straight for the Roche, but right now, not having information of where Shopify is, so...
Oh, Kasane needed his creep. He ran back for the Thunderhide. They're going now.
Good call. All right, yeah, my bad.
No, you were right, because I was also wondering the same thing, and I was like, well, where's the heck the Beastmaster go? He ran straight for the ancient camp.
That's why he TP'd to the tier 2. I was wondering why he did. Okay, yeah, whoops. Brain fart. But yeah, like this, very difficult for Shopify, I'd say, to contest. Arteezy's still not in realms of wanting to look to contest. And it's going to be, this is when TSM's like fully set up for it, so you expect there's going to be Hawks and everything, so I'd be shocked if SR looks to contest that. They don't look to just play the eco game.
Yeah, they even dropped the Flesh Golem for this, and the Tombstone. Why not? Just get this as fast as possible and get back on the map. So what is Shopify waiting for at this point? Like, obviously, they need a lot of items, right? You've got the Manta done on Arteezy, you got Bloodstone done on Abed, but Saberlight's still decently far away from his... it's about 600 gold from his Blink. Or from his Blade Mail.
I mean, for them... Not sure. All I know is TSM is absolutely super ready to fight. They've got literally everything ready. They've just got all those item timings too. I think Shopify ideally wants to split the map up and look for a pick-off with the IO somehow, but TSM's not really giving them that opportunity.
They just smoked right by Saberlight. He got very close to getting down there.
Ooh. Even Abed just gets out. They've lost so much of the map. They're even losing another tier 2 here. The space to farm for Arteezy is just so limited in top.
They're just going straight in. That's just BKB from Bryle. Crit, not be able to do anything. The Pulverize just sets up a freebie. As Saberlight, he walked in, he blinked in.
He walked in.
Oh, he did walk in. He didn't get the blink at all.
Wait, what?
Did he get hurt? Oh, he got Hurricane. No, he didn't have Hurricane. What the heck
He didn't
happened?
have it. I
Was
think
it
he
telekinesis
just
from the high ground?
He might have been. Okay, that might have been. I didn't see. I just saw that he was on the low ground immediately.
Yeah, I think he was at the high ground and got pulled down because I didn't see him come via mid, so he got pulled down from Ari, I think.
And they have a frenzy creep with a TB hitting this. I mean, this Rax looks completely dead. I think you can't even contest it. Just split up the map.
That's exactly what they're doing. Yeah, they're just running down mid.
When are you going to be able to fight, though? You're losing so much. You've lost literally everything so far in this game. Your Axe is 0-5. Your Deuce is 0-3. TSM, they can just react to any move now. And the thing is, for Shopify, like looking at their next timing of items, too, let's say the Blade Mail on the Axe, the BKB on the Lesh, doesn't feel like it's really going to fix much of anything with how huge TSM is. Tomato has a Scotty.
Okay, so yeah, I did see the follow-up. He TP'd into the barracks, like behind the tree, and Ari instantly telekinesis him to the low ground.
Okay, good eye.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I was expecting them to just bail out, and then I just see like a Saber Light right in the midst. I'm like, wait, what the hell? Like, another smart move from TSM though. They take mid tower, swing it to bottom. There's no meta.
Oh, there's your blink call right onto the Beastmaster.
Oh,
but the Sunder from Tomato. That's always going to be an option. BKB popped on the Primal Beast. He's got that Pulverize. He wants to use it. He's going to. Whitemon taking a ton of damage. They're going to try and maybe burn down Abed. Tomato, he's got that second life to play with. He's still alive through it all. Abed with the Bloodstone. Is it enough? Brawl trying to find the damage as well, but the seals from Fly are doing work. Arteezy is out of mana. Saberlight about to be out of life as well. Oh boy, 2 dead. And the Relo is scouted.
They're too big.
Onslaught in a moment. They are absolutely too big. You have Tombstone, Flesh Golem still going. Tomatoes up onto the high ground, just zoning out any tether target.
Look at
instead, he's just going to run down Crit. The Scotty, dude.
This is
not
without meta.
respecting how strong he is.
A whole fight without meta, and they lose literally nobody because they're perfectly set up. I mean, Shopify, that might just be it.
I don't know. You can't afford to buy back, right? Like, you're already too far behind, but you don't find anything here. You have Roar and meta coming up. Like, nothing was spent here on TSM outside of a BKB on the Primal.
Sunder's back up in 10 also, too. I mean, BKB is going to be back up for this Primal Beast also. This is likely a second set. No Stone Gaze for 15 seconds. I mean, TSM likely to just stay here. There's no meta going.
Yeah, absolutely. You are not going to be able to really threaten this TV. They're going to go for
Manta
the call.
dodge.
He Manta dodges it. What a guy. Tomato has been on point with his Manta dodges this tournament. I will say that. He's been very flashy.
Some reason they first 2 picked this hero. I mean, today.
You're just going to straight to your force. They don't. Are they just going to force the hands of Shopify? How much time is left on meta? It is almost done. They're going to back. Okay. It's some chip damage onto the tier 4s and get out of there. He duels the creep so that he can get the extra 250 gold.
Desperation. Down to bottom. TSM. They can just stick and keep going. It seems like they can even they can just fight even without meta. So perhaps even being like, we don't even need this. Like Tomato, he's got 90 seconds, but they can keep going if they'd like to. But they can also just take Tormentors and be as safe as
and Wisdom
possible.
Rune.
Yeah.
Oh.
The world is their oyster at this point. They have destroyed this game.
Yeah, it's an 11k lead here at 22 minutes. Doesn't seem like the most, but you have a completely untouchable Terrorblade. And Kasane as well, with a pipe now completed. This is going to make life so much more difficult. That call into Mystic Flare, it's not a guaranteed kill at all.
Nope. And yeah, they're just pushing even without the meta. So, even though it's 60 seconds on cooldown, this tower's dropping.
You've got Hawk Vision, a Tombstone at the ready here for Whitemon if he wants to use it. Who almost... Dude, he's got the Holy Locket almost with mech completed. Like, there's just so much sustain out of these guys.
Yeah, it's cool to see the build that he went for, too. He actually just went for Max Soul Rip rather than Max Tombstone. I just actually saw that a couple times in the fights, how much heal he was putting out. Very cool. Feeling like they don't even need the Tombstone for the team fight. He can just do the Soul Rip for sustain because they're winning all the fights.
Yeah. Yeah, there was the fight right here in the triangle, right? Where Tomato, like, had Aegis, and I thought he was just, like, you know, could drop the Aegis immediately and get Soul Ripped, and suddenly he's like, oh, I can keep fighting.
I mean, they've literally gotten... It's like the dream, I guess you could say, for TSM. They've gotten every aura. They've got mech. They've got pipe. They've got drum. They have a spirit vessel to counter the IO as well, too. They've really ticked all the boxes. For Shopify, I mean, honestly, they've ticked, like, only Albed's ticked any boxes, it feels like. Like, Saberlight literally hasn't had a game whatsoever. Neither has Arteezy.
Look at this smoke wrap around in the mid lane. Kasane will potentially find some vision here with the call. Okay, gonna come out. Axe taking just a ton of damage. Jules will stop up the initiation of that Primal Beast. The Tombstone is gone, but Abed's on the run. The Pulverize just grabs him, and Tomato just beats him down. The Roar catches the Medusa. The reload gets him out, but the GG is called. The game is over. TSM will move on to play Tundra. Shopify's hopes are just now that Tundra lose, like that TSM lose the next game. They have to hope for a replay at this point of these best of ones.
Yeah, I mean, their first 4 picks, their draft looks good. This Dusa pick, I think it like kind of broke their draft a little bit, and also they just got crushed from these like rotations and everything. TSM outplaying, outdrafting, outdoing everything. It feels like this game. This was honestly beautiful. Even though Bryo did have a tough time in mid, I feel like he didn't, because he made the move bottom immediately, killed the Axe, then he found the Axe like 2-3 more times to set up Tomato for an absolutely glorious game. So yeah, sure, he didn't win the mid matchup, but it felt like he kind of did.
Had a ton of impact still. He finishes 5-1 and 8, right? Like one death after he was like half the CS of the mid laner. And a lot of it comes back to Kasane's lane, right? Where they just completely bullied out Medusa and Io. And in order to actually like slow him down, they bring these like 3-4 hero rotations. And they just get the counter kill on a Saberlight every single time. It was just 1 for 1.
Yeah, I think this top lane actually broke the game completely. Like the fact that they get these like early towers, they can actually just move around bottom. It's these side lanes. Like these side lanes just got way too owned. Tomato is able to just pressure towers, be able to get pretty much anything. Dusa's level 5 when he's almost like level 7. He's just sending illusions. Arteezy maybe with some like movements that weren't the best, showing up to mid and getting killed a couple times. But either way, like this was just a beatdown from TSM.
Yeah, it was super sick. Yeah, we'll see. It is, again, these are kind of a best of 1 3-team round robin tiebreaker. So it will be TSM moving to play Tundra right now. If TSM wins, we're done. They get the 2-0s. They will be the ones advancing. It would be Tundra and Shopify eliminated. If Tundra win, we'll be back with a 3rd game after that one. So we'll have to see. We're going to go to a short break, everyone. Stay tuned for more here on the Riyadh Masters. We'll be back in a bit.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay. If time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still,
Hey everybody, and welcome back here to the Riyadh Masters. It is tiebreaker number 2 of Tundra taking on the winners of our previous game, TSM. Very excited for this one. Another NA versus NA game, right, Fogged?
Always, my boys. My Snay and my Owie, my Curtis.
Big fans of Snay and Owie, obviously. They've been huge like staples in the Dota scene for a very long time. So excited to see them find a lot of success over there in the EU. I like to clown around about it, call them the NA team of Europe. But realistically, Tundra has looked pretty good, like leading up until I would say only a couple days ago in this group stage. Like they had a pretty good start, I thought, but then started finding some cracks, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, Saksa, of course, having his issue with his anxiety or whatever, his illnesses and everything that happened, it definitely hurts quite a bit for this team. Having Owie stand in, he's still an amazing player and everything like that, but, they won with Saksa and it's just different monster. So, yeah, it's always going to cause some type of issues and stuff like that. But, yeah, I'm always happy to cast these guys anyway. Yeah, I say, former teammates and stuff like that. They're my buddies for like 13 plus years. So, this should be a really fun matchup. And let's see how they match up because TSM, honestly, they looked amazing last game. They literally made no mistakes. They absolutely destroyed Shopify. Their draft looked neat, clean, no funny business. They just went for super comfort and a good, well-rounded draft. And it worked. Even though they got picked as Primal into Lesh, they didn't care. They're like, the game state is fine for it. And it was. So,
hey, you said it at the very beginning, like this is the most TSM comfort draft we could have seen. And it worked. They played it and executed perfectly. See if Tundra want to respect that and maybe put them on a little bit of a oddball draft, maybe put them out of their comfort zone. As we're going to see the IO first band, we're going to see Darkseer actually hitting the first phase bands as well as the Naga Siren.
You're versus Tundra. I think this is a definitely good strategy when you're playing versus them. You're playing versus the map controlling monsters, right? So Naga, map controller, Darkseer, map controller with, split pushing without being seen and stuff like that. So I feel like versus Tundra, it always makes sense. Especially nowadays.
Now, Snapfire is available, so it makes it a little bit difficult to go for the Undying.
Yeah.
Or you take the Snapfire yourself. So what do you, like, is there something else I'm missing here? There's Coddle, I guess, still.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
An overall first TB. Wait, what?
Tomato says, I'll do it again. Watch me.
Can't you just like Timber +1 here?
Probably, huh? I mean, could you respond with Undying? Is that good enough at slowing down the Timber? Or not really?
Yeah, you could just Timber Snap. But that's a little, maybe that's a little bit too much. I don't really like that, actually. That sounds bad when I say it out loud.
Well, then we'll see the 4 Coddle come out, get a Vessel. Boom. Easy.
Yeah. What else?
And that is a bold pick. Tundra's even like, okay,
I mean, you got to think about like what's your best 2 that you can grab. It's like Timber Edge, Timber. Okay, they'll go Enigma. Cool. They have like this one quite a bit too. So then it's what, Enigma Snap. Wow, did not expect that. So this is what they did, I guess, versus what, Shopify, I think it was quite a few days ago. I caught a glimpse of the game, actually. They won very fast at this, so very, very confident. It wasn't versus a TB or anything, but... Oh.
5 seconds remaining.
And it's, Enigma's very flexed, as we've seen throughout this tournament.
Yeah.
It's a 3, it's a 5, and DSM, they ain't moving around too much. This is the comfort up the wazoo, but also addresses a bit of the Enigma and the Pangolier. And they
I like the Terrorblade Beastmaster here as well. The thing is like we saw last game, obviously they play around it very well, but the fact that like the heroes that are good into Beastmaster a lot of times in lane aren't necessarily the greatest into the Terrorblade, so it is kind of a cool, they cover each other. The only exceptions maybe are things like Faceless Void and Bloodseeker, but
this is quite a statement.
Probably just ban the Bloodseeker, right? I'd have to imagine. I don't know.
Not sure, but they're going to take out the Undying anyway. You're definitely not going to give TSM... don't let them run back that last draft. Now you're going to look to cover, perhaps, this TB a little more. So the Ench Band comes out. This is one that they love to play versus it. Also versus the Beast.
Yeah. If Kasane has the start he did last game, and, like, I don't know, like, how you actually... stop TSM. Right? It felt like his momentum was enormous.
Yeah, I mean, you can't have that happen, right? Like, I feel like I've rarely seen a Beastmaster get picked like that and then just be able to run away with the lane just because you haven't addressed him. So I don't imagine that'll be the same thing for Tundra. I can't believe a TV first pick. Holy moly! And I also just noticing the
Only
differences.
TSM, dude.
The differences that we got. I was actually I was chatting with Lacoste quite a bit, just like trying to get, because you can't watch every single game, and he's been covering pretty much the opposite as me. So I was asking him like what he thought about some heroes and stuff, and he's like, I was telling him about the Coddle. I was like, oh yeah, I was like, going into this tournament, I was already hyping this hero up to him, and he's like, I've seen 0 Coddle. And I was like, that's actually crazy, because we've seen like 10 plus Coddles, and it's winning every single game. So, and then now we come here and we're gonna see, probably no Coddle anyway. So it's just interesting, and yeah, we'll see the Timber band. So I kind of expected that one. Yeah, I thought they would actually open with it. That's why I really thought they would open with it, but.
Man, I love the Enigma pick as a response here. Even though like there's a Beastmaster roar and stuff, it is just it has felt very strong in almost every game, just because of the threat of the flex from the early part of the draft. And then if you ever go late game against an Enigma, he's gonna have that blink BKB. Maybe this game he'd go blink Lincolns or something. I don't know, but either way, it's one black hole is all you need to win a game sometimes.
Yeah, and Malefus is good. Honestly, I mean, it's always
super
been
strong in lane.
It's always been a good spell, but now it's. I mean, it got buffed, and it's also better after the BKB change, because you still with Shard you still spawn Eidolons, which is kind of neat.
Whoa, I didn't think about that. That's kind of cool.
I played it the other day. Well, I played it like a couple weeks ago, like 2 weeks ago or something, and I was like, oh, wait, I'm getting Eidolons. So I was like, oh, cool. Oh, that's actually amazing. It's still good. It still pops. Even though they're still technically stunned, right? So they pop up.
Yeah.
Yeah, fun.
That's funny. Dude, I mean, Nine's Pango is really good. I know that for a fact. I worry that with a Pango pick here, you can't really protect it too well in the mid lane.
Yeah, because even... Actually, you know what? There's no risk of Bloodseeker at the least. You don't have to waste a ban on that, right? Because they show the offlaner and the safe laner, so you're not going to pick like a mid Bloodseeker ever. And then they ban out the Ember, so they're taking the lane counter in particular. And the lane and the game annoyance. I mean, Ember is pretty annoying for Pango throughout the game too, so... They're covering what they can.
I imagine they look for Bryle's Puck, right? As like one of the next bans. Great at scouting the Enigma.
Puck and Pango. Or Puck and Primal Beast, sorry. Are the two that I'm still...
Oh, Primal Beast too, yeah.
Because Primal's still in, and then they can just kind of run back the same draft that they played before, and they look maybe even looks better because he'll have a good lane versus the Pangolier.
That's right. It is one of the better lanes against Pango.
Yeah.
Forget about that.
Good lane, good and great. I mean, you stop... The fact that you stop roll with Pulverize is just seems kind of game-breaking. Like, your Pango just literally, what do? You have to get, like, a Lincoln's to prevent it or something. Like, I don't know.
Hope he doesn't die so he can keep rolling. That's about all he can do.
Well, no, it cancels the roll.
Wait, it cancels it altogether?
It cancels it altogether when you Pulverize him, yeah. That's why it's, like, so devastating how OP it is. They'll ban the
that
Snap,
I didn't know.
So, look
wow.
I mean, there's a lot of lane... Like, Snap is probably the better ban. Because that's the lane matchup that's just unplayable for Pango that we've seen, so...
Yeah. So Doom Enigma probably in the off lane, I would say at this point, right?
Probably, but still flexed, because we can play the Enigma as a 5.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Man, I would... Yeah, I like the idea of Primal Beast or Puck. I think both are really good.
Yeah, both look good. Both look nice.
But... why not run back?
You can just
from last game.
Take Rubik. Looks phenomenal here. You're versus Enigma and Pango. You played it godly last game.
Yeah.
They'll switch it up.
Ari's Bat Rider. Okay. So this is something that was banned overall first phase last time against Ari because he just keeps playing this. Okay. I would have liked... I mean, what if they just actually just picked Rubik Primal again?
I actually legitimately thought that's what they were going to do. But I guess they wanted, I mean, more...
Bat Rider's pretty good in these side lanes if this ends up being support Enigma. And then, oh, the Clockwork. Okay.
It's an interesting deviation. There's a lot of BKB piercing kind of disables now coming out, so good luck ever, the BKB black hole kind of not really a case.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
A lot of different ways to like mini interrupt the Pango now too. Clockwork is quite annoying. He gets on him. It's the constant battery assault, and yeah, 2 different ways to disrupt him inside of his roll. Well, 3. Not bad.
TSM FTX Slark.
Well, they just get away with the Slark. I mean, that's nice. Versus the Beast lane, you're versus Terrorblade and versus Bat Rider. They just kind of got away with murder, I feel like, getting the Slark.
We saw this banned last game too as a response to the Beastmaster Terrorblade, and they do manage to get away. And Tundra is one of the teams that has a lot of experience playing Slark, right? They were the ones running like a 4-position Slark out of nowhere. It's not what it's going to be this game. It's definitely going to be a safe lane, but
Soxa's
really
not
good
here.
Slark game. Yeah, it's not Soxa, so.
They're actually these are the two teams that play the 4-position Slark, which is actually funny because Ari was the one who was spamming it in pubs. I think he was maybe with even the first one, to be honest with you, but Techie's banned.
So they need a 4. They're anticipating 5 Enigma. I think that's probably safe, right? Looking at the Slark lane.
Yeah, and it's just Aoi, right? Aoi in a nutshell, playing these microing heroes.
5 seconds remaining.
They don't have much for this Slark. Alright, now you switch it up. You put Beast mid, and you pick Legion Commander. And then you have a Legion bat lane versus Slark.
Dude, that would be hype.
Half
honestly.
memeing. I mean, mostly memeing, but actually kind of serious because it looks absolutely unstoppable.
Yeah, as I say, it's
They won't
pretty
do it,
dang
though.
good, actually.
They definitely won't. I mean, it was just... they're just
It's
gonna target
Kasane,
Brian.
like...
Yeah.
The alternative is you put Kasane mid and you put Ryle off lane. Because I don't think you take Kasane or the Beastmaster away from Kasane.
No. I mean, they're not. This is just some... This is some, like, next level kind of maybe thing that could end up working, but...
Some meme drafts.
Yeah.
I like the Shadow Fiend ban.
It's Brian
That's
special.
a hero that they don't have an answer to. And yeah, definitely a Braille special. They get rid of the Rubik as well. So Doom doesn't have as great of lane partners to play with. A lot of supports actually banned here. Your mid Pango matchup, right? We were talking about Huck not as great now against the Slark.
5 seconds remaining.
Still like Primal.
I still also like Primal. It completely crushes Slark.
It's
got to be a Primal
They banned
ban.
Rubik too, right? I'm like... I feel like it's... Right? Like, Primal just looks really
It's super
strong
free.
here.
Like Slark from the side lane versus a mid Primal is actually like impossible to play against because he will just... If he ever ganks your lane, even if you're level 6 on the Slark, he just kills you.
Yeah.
They banned the TA. Dude, if you don't Primal Beast here, I am gonna be lost. It is such a good Primal game. You have great options to play with too, right? You have Bat Rider with tons of slow and lasso.
I'm trying to think what
Clockwork
else...
to help run people down.
What else is a possibility of it? Because, I mean, if that one's this obvious...
5 seconds.
Maybe it's not that pick.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. The only other options are like Wind Ranger that I can think of, which is somewhat safe. Pretty good against the Pango or Death Prophet. It's actually not a bad Death Prophet
that's
game.
a good call. I actually keep forgetting about this hero because it's just like never really played. They'll just stick
Go
with the
for
puck.
the puck.
Okay, they stuck with
Man.
it. Yeah, these Puck Primal were the two very obvious ones, I
Yeah.
guess how you could say. I still thought it would be Primal because of the Pango interaction, but... So the thing with Puck, it's still also versus Pango. This was a traditional counter overall throughout the game because you just coil him. The thing is, Pango can still buy Shard. So if you're coiled, you buy Shard, you click Roll Up, and it dispels the coil off you still. So there is counterplay.
Yeah.
But maybe wanting another form of initiation and reach up for Bryle.
Dude, looking at this now, I almost feel like I wanted Death Prophet over Puck even. But yeah, a hero that we kind of forget about every once in a while.
The one thing for TSM, though, I think what they're trying to do is... I mean, they could have done it with Primal, too. All right, whatever. But I think either way, they're just trying to be active, and they do see some limited catch for the Puck, some limited disables. Now there'll be a Puck, though, so that'll answer the lack of disables that can come out here, perhaps, though, from Tundra, so... That could hurt. That
will help.
That will definitely hurt Bryle quite a bit there, but looking at overall game, I think TSM have a much less greedy draft, so good pressure draft overall, while Tundra, they've gone down the greed route.
Yeah, they definitely have. I mean, I like TSM's draft again, don't get me wrong. I just kind of wish it was a Primal mid, just because Brow looked really good on it last game. He's already kind of feeling it. Like we talked about, it's good into every single one of these hero matchups. But
Puck has its merits.
also very good. We've seen this hero absolutely crush in the late game. There is a, like you said, fairly good lack of disable until the Lion pick, unfortunately. But if he manages to get vision of the Lion, or if like Clockwork or Batrider just run into the Lion, then, you know, what do you do to stop this puck?
I think that's maybe what they were kind of discussing about a lot of different things. Like they're like, all right, there's lack of disable, but they can still pick one, but we have ways to get to the back lines easy. We have a Hawk to scout, we have Clockwork Rocket to scout, Bat's gonna get blink. So many different forms of initiation, so maybe Bryle feeling like he doesn't have to be the first one to jump. So if he jumps first and Lion goes, and then boom, 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 he can have someone else go first if Lion shows himself. So, okay, I mean, we'll have to see. We'll have to see if this one ends up working. It's a very comfortable TSM draft again. I think Tundra also got kind of what they wanted.
Yeah.
So, oof.
Nine is one of the few Pangos that I think that I like still seeing picked, because like Pango has kind of fallen off a little bit for me with the amount of like BKB or, you know, spell piercing disables. So
I think I quite like TSMs again. You know, honestly, they just have good ways to, if the lanes do go well, they just have great ways to hit buildings and to take these towers. For Tundra, they don't have ways to take towers. So if these lanes do go a little rough, it's like gonna be these like Midases and greed game and hope to come back. Potential there for sure. But I think if TSM plays the way they did last game, with how confident they were in pressuring stuff, could be another TSM win.
I don't think you're going to have a great time against this Tomatoes Terrorblade lane again. Like last time it was the Undying, which is definitely stronger than the Clockwork lane, right? So you don't have as much aggression, but I don't think this like Doom Lion is going to be able to really stop Tomato from finding his farm. And we saw what happens when this guy gets off to a good start. We'll see. I mean, this is game 2 of these tiebreakers. For those of you who are just tuning in, it is Tundra taking on TSM. If TSM win, they are through to the main event. Tundra and Shopify Rebellion would be eliminated. So Tundra, a must-win scenario for them. We'll see what happens.
We sure will. Let's see if these interactions end up coming into play. You know, if the Shard Pang over his puck, if he ever ends up actually building down that way, or feels like he can't actually because he needs his itemization, and if he even needs to at all. If it ends up not being any type of issue.
Both teams. I will say, 5-hero smokes when you're playing against a Slark, or like when a Slark is on the field, it's actually just so difficult. But you got the high ground here. They're gonna walk right on in. Tundra,
what a position!
In some trouble. 33 and snaking. They're gonna ignore the Lion, but he gets the Earth Spike. It's actually gonna stop their chase. Ari, can he get close enough? A Blood Grenade is out. Do they have their own?
What a mistake by TSM.
Snaking.
I think they split.
I don't know.
They went for 2 different targets. One wanted 33, the other one wanted Snay. I mean, this is a definite first blood if they use their spells better. Whoops. Nice stun from Snay, but that's a big slip up for TSM.
Yeah, I guess they just thought there was no way they could stop him. But yeah, that was the max range ravage from that Earth Spike, dude. He just completely crushed their hopes and dreams.
Yeah, we'll talk about the positive rather than the negative. I like that, you know. A good stun from Snay, not some weird spell usage from TSM.
I mean, it's a little bit of both. It's a little bit of both, for sure. You get the free kill on the Lion if you just decide to go for him.
Yeah.
You know, instead. But
so Tundra, I think they'll be probably pretty happy at least. They get to go to the lanes. They get to be healthy, full HP on everybody.
Sane with a huge block here bottom. That's quite nice. And we will see him open with the boar once again. Ari just going to start taking the right-click harassment from the Malefice, so have to be worried about that.
Also have to worry about the Eidolons eventually at some point for his boar, so we'll have to be keeping that one in a very good position.
Ooh, nice little courier take there from Whitemon.
And yeah, thank God for Owie with the blood grenade there. The blood grenade also saved.
Yeah, it's
earlier
true.
Too. I was actually checking to see inventory, so still had one. I didn't actually get to see that he threw it, but I checked his inventory afterwards. So all right.
Yeah, that was a big deal, right? They probably closed the gap there onto Snake King's Lion. So well done.
Yep. See how this top lane goes. I think they're. I don't know. I don't think this is nearly as easy for Tomato this time around. I think this is actually quite a good lane to be able to pressure. Scorched Earth, you just stand your ground, and even though Clockwork hits you, the Terrorblade can't walk up unless he has meta, because he'll actually just take all that Scorched Earth damage too.
Yeah, they're just cycling the cooldown for it, right? Like every time Battery Assault comes out, he's dropping the Scorched Earth and Earth Spike. But the level 2 timing is not something to underestimate here from Clockwork and Terrorblade, and he's going to go back in again, but Tundra now has the Infernal Blade. So no greed out of this Doom, no Devour anything early.
I like this build quite a lot. This is the... I see this a bit. I see them hold skill points quite a lot when you're playing a lane that you can actually apply pressure with, so... 11 and 4, 33, pretty much missing, I think, just one last hit so far up there. And yeah, level 2, when they get it on the side of TSM, they do have this good kill threat, even especially onto snaking.
Yeah, he's gone double Blood Grenade now. He sent out a second one. I wanted to point out, Aoi has gone for Midnight Pulse at level 2. So he did not grab a point of those conversions.
Okay. Interesting.
We don't see all that often. Alright, he gets that really nice pull there. That's huge.
Stack
Could just Midnight Pulse the stack, though. that's exactly what he's going to do. Alright, that'll work.
Maybe thinking that this is what's going to end up happening. Maybe that's why he put the point in. I didn't see the exact scenario. I wonder why he got it, but...
He had just, like, thrown it in the wave earlier, yeah.
They're on Snay.
Oh, they are indeed. A decent chunk of damage. The meta isn't going to be enough. Do they finally get their first blood? He needs a battery assault from downtown. He gets it. Tomato on the Terrorblade with another good start.
Yep.
I mean, not on CS, but
yeah.
on the kill at least.
I was going to say I needed a kill because his last hits are looking pretty grim, but on the flip side, Slarks are also not the greatest, but Slark now might just find a free kill on the Skeeter. Or a free kill on the Ari.
That is a pounce. No mana here to play off of. Ari, a slow death here, unless he gets the...
He's fast.
Okay, he's actually just too fast. 330 move speed. What can you do? Sometimes you just walk away, or fly away in this case.
Okay. I thought they'd be able to actually get him. No Blood Grenade on Aoi. He can chase through.
The level 1 gank, it all mattered now. It made a difference.
It's true, it's true. Good call.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mid, pretty even. Bryle leading by a small margin. Maybe to be a little bit expected. That range advantage. He's going for the Gloves of Haste too, to be able to push pressure onto 9. But Pango,
I like that.
Doing well, anyway. Holding his own.
He did have to do the whole, like, leave for the bounty rune, of course, to... You know, get the refill on the bottle, and Bryle's probably just going to contest him for this one as well. So if he gets the double rune, oh, he's gonna. That's pretty big.
Nice move. Now it pulled a decent amount ahead. I think level 5 is when I usually see the pucks really start hurting the Pango quite a bit. You might have to buy the even extra regen. Bottom, Kasani again. He'll be actually okay. Well, top Whiteman's the one to go down.
Oof. Okay, just getting a little bit over aggressive there with the meta not being available. And he actually did go the Mana Aura with the Mana Burn, so Snay and 33 have plenty of spells to play around.
Oh, he found, the Dream. I mean, they left. I guess he did see the... I did get it open. Camp. That's going to be pretty painful. Yeah, Tomato, he can't actually really step up to wave. He's 11 and 5. Doom is going to be absolute free farm, so this is definitely a bit of an issue here for TSM. Especially now that Whitemon, he went toward the mid lane, so yeah, this is going to be a slow start for Tomato.
For ball refill or just for... Had to be, right?
Yeah, I think so.
He is just dragging the wave back behind his tower. This is kind of cool. So he's going to pull this one in really far. 9 is going to be in a really bad spot.
Looks like it should still push forward. Nice, trying to block it the best he can. Meanwhile, top 33, he's got Vanguard done. They need a +1 to maybe kill him.
They're bringing Ari. I mean, the Bat Rider's a great answer. If he can get on top of him, the Cogs will push him back. He's got no mana. The Blood Grenade is out as well. He had a huge stick. He's back to full HP, basically. He's gone. Just TPs.
Level 2 Bat Rider. I mean, super low level on Ari. This bottom lane not going nearly as well this time around. I was a little curious to see why they did end up going for it, but the Slark pick was kind of perfect to answer versus this Bat and this Beast lane. Right. And yeah, 33 with a Vanguard already finished up. He is super tanky up top.
Looking at these bottom runes here, they're going to bring Aoi as well. Bryle thinking, you know, maybe he can go for this. It's going to be a regen that gets popped. He drops the coil onto 2. The Flame Break will snap it. Can he get in range for Whitemon? He will. 9 able to get up onto the high ground, and the chase will stop there.
And he gets the
coil
hold
and
regen.
rune.
Yeah, he gets to hold that. Nice move there. From AUI, knowing that Skitter is actually just fine on bottom since Ari had left, so he can actually make the rotation to the 6 minute. And Whitemon back to base. Tomato is starting to catch back up in farm. He's a bit actually ahead of the Slark in that network, but not the ideal, of course, for this Terrorblade. And 33, he's going to have a tremendous start. Potentially even going for like solo kills because he's gonna hit 6 early.
Going for Helm Dom as well. Like playing kind of a very different take on the Doom from what we've been seeing.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he's got a Helm Dom queued.
No.
What? Wait, who did I have? Okay, I guess I'm just dumb. I had the wrong hero selected.
I was like, holy moly, that the double creeps. You use the one that you've eaten, and then you use the power from the one that you have. I've never seen that before, but I was ready to hype it up.
All right, glad to know that I just had the wrong hero selected. Just baited you. All right, don't worry.
It's all good. 1-1 though. Slow start. Not even.
It's super.
Pretty damn even, I'd say. I mean, the
pretty
TV
dang even. Almost everything.
I would just say that this Doom is just very large for just a level 1 Devourer. He's 400 ahead of even that Beastmaster, so absolutely set up for success. And Snay is giving him a lot of XP too. So Doom will hit 6 fairly soon.
I'm also curious how Aoi is going to be able to scale on this Enigma, because he's actually pretty high level. I didn't even point out the Wisdom Runes. It was a 1-for-1 trade. So Aoi, almost level 5. He did go back for the second point in conversion. I'm sure he's going to go for the third at this point. Yeah, so he's full farm mode. He's not going the Malefist build.
I mean, their lineup's about green, right? Their lineup is about just taking it to the later stages. It's up to TSM to be the ones to pressure, so if they can go down farm route, it's very, very good. And yeah, he's just going to go straight Solar Crest. So we saw this from Puppey the other day. It's really, really good. It's a Slark versus TB matchup, so you always want to buff him up.
Ari always has kill threat on the Enigma now, so that's one thing that's kind of scary. Ooh, nice pounce in. They will grab the Beastmaster, but Skitter, you don't have an ult. You're going to take a pretty good chunk of damage here. One more second before that next Dark Pack comes out. The Coil comes out as well. Brile with a great rotation. Snake with an Earth Spike as well. Can they finish him off? They do. One grenade back the other way. The Roar, though. Kasane hit his level 6. He's still got a Waiting Rift available. He will dodge it out. An Orb in 1. Can he finish off Aoi? He does. 6 plays from Brile. 9 trying to chase. I don't know if he's going to have the damage. Another orb is available, and Brile. What a nice fight. Whitemon? Excuse me? A nice portal to the bottom lane, it seems. Okay, the
just
turnaround.
He may have just killed his buddy, pulling Brile in.
You know, sometimes you get baited.
He didn't make Brile run in, you know?
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
Oopsie. Brile. I mean, it was a good rotation either way from TSM until that moment. A good rotation to pressure Skeeter's over aggression. As soon as you use Pounce, I think they're probably calling the Kasane's like, he's got no escape. Fours on him. A good play until that moment.
Yeah.
Top.
Uh-oh, 33. Lifts the Doom into the trees. He's trying to find it. In comes Ari. He will get the Doom off, pushes him back. Tomato's just got to run. And honestly, Batrider will just walk away now as Aoi comes through. So first Doom not put to good use. Good plays in the trees there.
Nice TP.
Tomato.
Yeah, great TP from Ari there. Just even a little pushback or any type of slow. Getting him off of him there. Tundra, though, they are set up around here getting aggressive. Level 6 already on snaking. Got the finger.
Kill on the puck. That makes all the difference, I guess.
And look at this HP on this Terrorblade. Oh my god, snaking might just be able to snipe him. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yoink.
Got
him! So he's just like, how the heck is he level 6?
And he looks at his mid and he's like, Brile. I mean, Snay. Damn.
That's big. That's huge for the Lion.
I didn't even
just
notice,
a
too. Like,
solo kill, almost level 7 now.
Snay has 13 denies.
Excuse me?
What? A lot of denies on the board here when I just looked at it. 13 on a Lion, 12 on a Doom, 15 on a Slaughter. There's a lot of denies.
Alright, Skitter. Bottom lane. Woo. Let's jump away. He's going to be just fine. Alright, top tier 1. Gonna go down here. Not really any way to stop this. They are bringing the heroes bottom on TSM to try and find a return here. Tomato's gonna pop the meta as well, so just a tower trade.
Important for Tundra to get these type of early towers, though. Their power pushing, it comes mostly from an Enigma in this early game. So the fact that they get the same timing of a tower, that tells quite a bit there for how Tundra's lanings and everything has gone. Even though it's only like a 2k net worth lead, that's still a very good move for them when they're playing the greedy draft. Midas is done on 33. They're looking to punish him. Heavy rotations coming out. ESM.
This is a great rotation if they can find him, but both your supports are level 5, so you are missing your BKB stun here. Or not like, just like an actual really good stun, but 33, he's in really deep. Battery Assault is too good. Tries to pig pull away. And they still finish him off. Okay, so good find. Unfortunate kill going to the Bat Rider over Tomato, but level 6 now means Lasso.
These two supports, they probably have the two highest damage single abilities in the game of full duration, right? Battery Salt and
That's
Firefly do... you can do the math on it if you want. It's like 1,300 on Firefly plus... I don't remember exactly the math on what Battery Salt is, but...
I'm from NA. I don't really do math.
Yeah, it's like super high damage, so if they do get on
Just a
top of
lot.
even a Doom, he's dead. So yeah, he's going to go down the Crimson Guard route, but there is a lot of mixed damage that TSM does have, but this Crimson Guard is going to be really effective versus Beast TV.
Dire are scanning.
9 in the meantime.
Where are we
Huge
at?
stack.
Ooh, my lord. Hello.
Humongous stack.
Mango, not really like the standard stack taker, but when you find a Lance of Pursuit, it's not that hard.
Yeah, it just takes him a little bit of time, but just has to continue just swashing through, and it's not getting contested, so that's going to give him, I mean, pretty close to Diffusal Blade when he finishes up all these big creeps.
Right. That's, I mean, it's huge. He just got so much out of this. Level 10 now.
Yeah, he's got the creeps above him, too, from the hard camp, too, which is, yeah, very, very close to having that Diffusal done.
Oh, get it off the 2 camps, right?
Yep.
Close at least.
It's going to be just...
Unfortunately took one of them, maybe.
Just shy of it, yeah. TSM, they're looking to kick things up, though. They know that Tundra's playing greedy, right? They have an Enigma farming jungle, Slark farming in one lane, Doom farming in another with Midas. So they're looking to pressure, but Tundra just being effective around the map, and they're actually just dodging all these moves. A 3K lead now.
Yeah, Skitter's in a really good spot. They will scout him now, but he knows. He knows he's under vision, so he's just going to walk further into the jungle.
Ooh, what a sidestep.
I mean, Aui's just toying with Ari there, had no idea he was about to get hooked, so.
Give him the credit.
Yep. Very nice, very nice.
Set up
Good
for
sidestep
mid.
nonetheless.
There we go. Set up for mid. Meta's popped. Tundra are in the area, though. 9, not the most healthy.
Ooh, Crimson Guard. Hello. That's kind of nice.
Just to block the tower. Look how much he's blocking on the tower.
Yeah. I mean, getting a multi-hero coil here could be a pretty big problem.
9 is very
Tundra, 9. That's just a roar. The lasso even as well. They haven't even had to commit the coil, but can they actually find the kill first? You need to get the Terrorblade out of there. It's just going to be a black hole from the high ground. Tomato just gets taken down and doomed under the clockwork. Hurricane will pull him back, and the chase now is Skitter joins the fray. A disaster for TSM here. They've got to get out.
A very bizarre fight from them. I mean, 9 just rolls in, and they kind of botch both spells. They let him roll in. They also used Lasso and stacked it with the Roar. Tomato's just in the midst of everything, and AY's just on the high ground. That was very botched for TSM.
He got like stunned, then cogs back the other way, and then like stunned again, and then just black holed. Like,
oof.
Oh, I mean, man.
The team with the greed is winning the early game pretty significantly now at this point.
So much money for Aoi there as well.
And
That's a big fight for him.
And they even keep the mid. I mean, they can deny the mid tower, but they do keep it alive. 29 HP, the Crimson block.
That's all they really wanted, right? Initially. Yep. They're just like, I guess we'll just get a fight out of it.
And now for TSM, a bit of downtime especially. I mean, Tomato showing up early there with the meta trying to get a tower does hurt him. Just trying to get some type of advantage. Hunter's just getting so much out of this map here.
Yeah, there definitely was some confusion on who was supposed to use what spell first in that fight, I think, right? Because, like, he roars the Pango when he's, like, on top of the TV, so he just gets chased on.
For TSM, you still want to try to apply some pressure. Now Doom and Black Hole at the least are on cooldown. You don't have meta, but sitting back and just letting them farm with this Enigma, with this Doom, with this Slark doesn't feel great, but it's hard for you to really force the issue right now here after you just lost a fight like that. Perhaps waiting for Kasani's Helm of the Overlord, but anytime that you're waiting, anytime that you're playing slow like this versus Tundra with this type of lineup, or any type of Tundra lineup, I guess, they're going to farm a lot. Especially this lineup, though.
Absolutely.
They're just maximizing. I'm just seeing more and more stacks. 9's got another triple or quad ancient stack that Aui's just been sending, I think, some, like, Eidolons just to stack, so he's farming on one side while stacking with Eidolons on another for his core.
And you're about 1,000 gold off of Ags here for the Slark.
Good lord. Yeah, they're very big. This is a problem. TSM have to find a big connection here now with the... They're going to get some pretty decent timings together. It looks like the Puck Blink and the Helm of the Overlord in particular from Kasane is going to be coming out, but Tundra's gotten... They're going to have another... They're going to have item timings also. Blink's coming out from Snaking in a second. As you mentioned, the Ags for Skitters soon, so... And I did see that 9 purchased a shard immediately at 15 pretty much, so... We'll see the... You know, he gets coiled, he'll pop roll up, and it dispels it, and then he can actually make his play still.
That's so good. Oh, mid lane. Brow looking for Aoi. He's underneath the ward here. Whitemon will walk on in. Dude, he's actually just too fast. They actually just dropped coil, and now they have to turn around and run.
Oh, how awkward.
And he gets the D ward.
Now played.
Okay. Yeah. Sometimes just Solar Crest and Faded Throat. Have a quick point. Top lane, though. Dive here from the Slark and 9 is that they've committed both ults. There's no coil available, but Skitter gets the lasso from the grave. Finds the kill. As 9 thinking of going back in. Does have a lot of mana burn on this Diffusal. Tundra looking for the grab round of the puck. He ends up orbing up to the high ground, and Aoi will black hole him instead. Staking still got the finger, looking for the kill. Who's it gonna be? Prowl able to get away. Never mind.
Very awkward. They should be able to get the
finish up the clockwork.
Okay, I mean, Skitter... They jump in for the kill on RA. Skitter actually ends up kind of killing himself for the play. And then they black hole Bryle, and there's no follow-up, so... Alright. Bit of misspell usages from both sides.
I mean, you have Roar and Coil now.
This is TSM's time to go. Meta's in 20 also.
Rider trying to... Oh, there it is. You got one option here. It's going to be Aoi on this Enigma, but can you find more? They do see the Lion, and Kasane is just trying to chase him down. It should be pretty dang easy for this Euro. And one more auto attack. Really all that's necessary, they get him. Okay, so 2 finds here for TSM into the tier 1 top. Could you pressure Roach? You have meta, right?
Yeah, I think that's the absolute call. I think you want to try to take any advantage of these cooldowns. Roll up, or Pango Rolling Thunder is up, but yeah, straight to Roach. They've got the Frenzy Creep. A nice hit. And I think that is that Ari getting his Link Dagger? I'm checking here. It is, so there we go.
That's big.
Striking back. A good aggressive move to punish the cooldowns. Tundra, with that top move, she kind of hurting themselves a bit there. They really wanted to kill Ari, and it now led into a couple sequences that has potentially set TSM up for this Roche. I mean, Tundra, they're moving, but it doesn't look like they're going to make it in time. It's going to be close.
It's your Ag timing on Slark. You have no Doom, no Black Hole. You will be playing against the Rolling Thunder inside the Roche pit, but they're not going to make it in time. And once again, Ari and Whitemon are in a position to tank the whole gank. They will just settle for the Bat Rider, it seems. Good ward scouting this out. And
they might
the rest
go more.
of them. Oh, they get the TP out. Kasane, I think they saw you. Yes, indeed they did. He is alone. And he will eventually get ran down here. Malphus connects. Not much he can do.
2 pretty big kills. Actually,
2
Skeeter
very big,
gets, yeah, Skeeter gets both as well, too, so he gets 2 stacks. So they do give up the rush, but they get some nice stuff as well. Whitemon, he will cut the creep wave. A nice TP also finishes off the whole creep wave before it. Fancy.
This guy's played Clockwork before.
Yeah, that's nice.
Ryle looking for his mid-power rune, and it will be a shield rune top. Okay, just gets chipped there by the Pango.
He's like, you want this? You're going to lose some mana for it.
So at least some signs of life here for TSM as they were starting to kind of fall on the back foot. They get the good fight. They get the Roach on.
Yep.
Aegis is on the puck. How do you feel about this as opposed to the TB?
I'm fine with it. Transformation hero, right? We talk about that quite a bit. And he is playing versus the Lion, so there is a chance that like the puck could just blow up at the start of the fight, so I'm alright with it. Tomato just has to keep his distance. And Tomato, if you check out his itemization, he has gone for the SNY, so versus the Doom in particular, I think that's the few situations you do. But he's also versus Lion and stuff. Horse won't help versus Black Hole, but yeah.
They managed to grab their Tormentor, and they get the Jetpack for Clockwork. One of the best shards, in my opinion. It is so good.
In terms of fun, yeah.
Yeah.
No,
well, I mean, you get
good,
bonus move speed. You get the ability to just leave your cogs if you ever need to.
Flying vision. That's the dream. And just, you know, the flanking when you get Aghanims, you can just shoot the rockets while you're skirting across. That's also the best part, too. But unfortunately, it's a 5 o'clock, so we won't get to that. A decent hit there from TSM, though. Slowing, or accelerating things a little bit for themselves. Tundra back to slowing things down. Going for a Tormentor. Gold lead has
Crimson
stayed
Guard.
kind of stuck between that 4 to 6K though, so not too bad.
That's also a very good shard. Just goodbye TB Illusions.
Oh, Snake does get it. Okay.
Yeah.
One seconds. 2 minutes still on
How he
Aegis.
bought his shard.
Yeah, he bought it. He bought it and he lost his courier actually. So he bought it actually I think quite a long time ago. He just got it delivered I think recently.
Okay.
Radiant structures are fortified.
See 9 get himself a bottled illusion rune.
Always a nice rune.
Get out of the puck silence and Unify. It's initiated on here by Snake Kings. Protected by a shield rune at the moment, so he is not an easy kill.
Yeah, he's got Aegis too, so can't really go for it. 9, he is about to actually have that Lincoln's done, so did mention in pre-game how big the Lincoln's is. He's gonna have Lincoln's and roll up, so he's gonna have multiple different ways to protect himself. Now, TSM are looking to push with this Aegis that's still on them. At least force people back.
Yeah. You got the pressure from Kasane's Thunderhide, Tomato. They don't bother popping the meta, but you're right. They force 2 back, not the best, because you're still getting quite a bit on the map here, as Skitter and 9 are just farming.
Yep, they didn't react to it whatsoever. They just continued to play the map, and I think that was also, I think Skeeter, he bought his own shard, right? Yeah. So.
Yes.
Quite a lot
Absolutely
of shards
necessary.
purchased. Tundra actually buying 3 of their own shards very early this game, just really seeing how important these sometimes can be. Slarks is always super good, Enigmas as well. And in this particular situation, the Pango one. And timing with the Lincolns, they're looking for a smoke.
The smoke on smoke. Who's going to see who? They're on the low ground. Owie. Be nice if they have to catch Terrorblade. He's just on the wave completely alone.
That looks very awkward. That's the biggest catch they can find. Just walking to join his team and just out in the river.
That is some. That is really rough. He like finished BKB on like in base on the courier. Now at the mid lane, Skitter with the double pounce will hold Clockwork in place. The jetpack can't save you there. So
Big kills.
bleeding now.
Yeah, and Skeeter now has 28 stacks potentially for this next fight as well. He's going to stick around here for only like 60 seconds, so if it kicks off that fast, then yeah. But he just continues to just get more and more agi. These kills just being handed to him. Worries. More and more worries. TSM, they did some good hits, at least to get this Rosh and everything, but Tundra, they're still just playing the eco and scaling game. And TSM definitely do not outscale this. They have to get some fights that work together somehow very, very soon. But Tundra's just prepared. They back up together.
Invisibility.
Dude, Tomato. You gotta be. I mean, you don't have Doom right now, but like you still gotta be a little careful here.
They have to push the envelope, though, here on TSM. No Doom. They have to try to pressure and get something and force some bad fight somehow here from Tundra. Ari?
Lincoln. Ari looking for an opening. Doesn't find him. A Hex comes out. Owie. Thinking about going in for his black hole, but a lot to cancel. In line with just the mana drain from the lowdown. Completely burns
9?
all of what Tomato has, but there's going to be a black hole. Does end up catching him. Owie, can they cancel it? Terrorblade's going to be stuck up on the high ground. Gets a Sunder up. Anyway, it's Skitter that's stuck on the high ground, trying to run away. Pounce up forward, does pop that Depth Shroud. Trying to just stay on top of the Clockwork. Whitemon falling low, but he's able to just walk away. Tomato, he's got a stick, but no Sunder left. He's surrounded by the side of Tundra. He will fall.
Getting stacks.
As, yep, Skeeter stacking up 9, finding Kasane here. Another pounce comes through. Bryle trying to find some openings here to maybe find this kill. He will, but he's got to run as 33 will continue the pursuit. He has a Doom back off cooldown. Insult to injury. You lose the puck.
TSM, they're trying so hard to force it because bum spells were on cooldown, but the initiation is not clean. 9 actually gets caught a little bit, but then it doesn't matter. They get the black hole coverage. Skeeter ends up surviving long enough. 42 stacks. These fights can't last this long for TSM, and this Crimson Guard purchase, this pipe purchase from 33, it kind of prevented, like, it felt like 50 to 70% of the damage that TSM even put out there.
if there was a mana burn stat, I'm fairly confident the Lion 100% mana burned Ari and Tomato. So that's why we had no lasso, nothing from the Batrider.
Very true. Good eye.
Like that, I was like looking back on him, like, dude, he got like a full duration mana drain from the low ground. It was actually nuts.
Yeah. Just a great executed fight from Tundra, and TSM's was pretty all over the place with how they could throw spells, because I think the Lincolns and stuff, everything's starting to cause them big issues. And it's a play that they feel like they need to do because their other lineup works, but they're so far behind at this point.
Dude, that 11k gold lead is going to be a really difficult. Skitter with a BKB,
yep.
The Shadow Dance and Depth Shroud. It is going to be a very difficult Slark to kill.
It just continues to grow and grow and grow. It was stuck at like that 4 to 6k for some time, but then boom, those last two fights have really pushed it forward there. Yeah, Octarine now finished for 33, so even more farm that's going to be coming up. The frequency of these spells will come up more too.
Oh my gosh, the Roche respawn. Almost instant, 15 seconds. And they are set up here on Tundra.
And they can probably look to do it if they want to.
I mean, you do have the split push bottom, potentially, if they can get down here on Kasane's creeps. But
it gets scouted.
Like it's just going to be Aoi.
Yep, Skeeter, though, he's actually making an aggressive move. I think he saw someone down bottom for a second. He's actually going to see Ari. Oh, and he finds Ari.
Yeah, and Kasane will scout the rest, but yeah, you're going to get a freebie here onto the Batrider, and that is fantastic. His buyback is available, but very costly.
Yeah, if you start the fight now, you're fighting into 45 Agi, so you already gave him 15 stacks before that fight potentially kicks off.
Skitter is huge right now.
Yeah, this Slark pick, I mean, they banned it last game because they were worried about it, and maybe they forgot about it this time because they even doubled down picking a Batrider with the Beast lane. You know, if they had a Rubik in that lane, it would have been a bit better. They didn't expect the Slark, though, it seems like, because this Slark pick just seems perfect.
Yeah.
I just played
up
really
again.
nice around it, too.
They're just abusing this bonus night vision from Slark, and Snake King just right behind him looking for anything.
And Bryle!
Oh, he orbs right in. Oh, he gets the blink out. Snake King.
Ooh, not on his...
Barely off the mark there with the Hex.
I guess his eyes were on the area the orb came from, not himself.
Yeah. Nine stuck in the trees. All right, swatch away. They force 4 here on the top side from TSM. Tomato trying to split push bottom. Can always take the portal. But Roche will be moving in a minute.
Tundra's playing as 4 there while Aoi just continues to farm. And look at Aoi's farm. He's actually almost caught up to Kasane. Typical AUI, right? Just farming up 140 last hits on this Enigma. Greaves and a Solar Crest.
Are huge.
Yeah. They've got all the, you know, I mean, not all the auras, but they've got the important auras. They just lack a drum at the moment, but they've got Solar Crest, Greaves, Pipe, Crimson Guard. While on the side of TSM, I think they have 0 of the auras. I think, no, sorry, they have the Pipe. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. They have Pipe drums, but, like, that's not enough.
No.
No.
Not when you're on the back foot, especially, too, when you're already lacking damage.
And they will be portaling bot to set up for Roshan, I'm guessing, because, I mean, this is the best time for Tundra. They want it on the day cycle.
Yeah. And Skitter, you can even, like, walk around in this area when it's, you know, at this nighttime for a second. You check to see if there are any sneaky wards at the moment to prepare for it. TSM, I feel like they absolutely have to fight this Roshan. If you give this one up to Tundra, this game feels
that is a DD rune.
Super hard. It is a DD, and it's Tomato with a fresh Nullifier. So that Crimson Guard, the shield crash, these things will be removed. Maybe this will give him that damage that he was lacking.
We will find out. They've got to take a perfect initiation here as Tundra smoked up themselves. Whitemon will scout them for the moment.
They're getting a good wraparound. Look at this angle from TSM.
The Hawk also running a little bit of vision here. And they get Skitter. They get in. The Silence Blade gets the Shadow Dance off right away. So 1 spell committed at least from this Slark, but he's going to find Whitemon. Nice 4-step for the moment into the jetpack. He's out. They see everyone. 33 needs to be careful. Tomato wants to go in 9 with the Rolling Thunder. Cancels it. All right.
Just a roll up.
Just the roll up. Bryle's going to use that as a go, though. Trying to find the Pango. They're just going to get healed for the moment. The Nullifier will get purged. They get the Doom on the Lord. Can Tomato put in the damage? They get 9 out for the moment, but he's still going to survive. Into the Depth Shroud he goes. Bryle on the backside trying to hide Snaking with the Mana Burn on the backside. You've got the Pango, but can you get more? Snaking will fall. It's TSM on the aggression. Aoi has the Black Hole, but will he get the opportunity to use it? The Skitter will pop the BKB. He's got to run, though. It's Tomato. The Black Hole catches 4! Owie! The turnaround, the tube comes out onto the Terrorblade. You didn't think it could happen, but they make it work, and TSM get crushed.
Oh my god, they were crushing this fight too. Owie just 4-man turns, just... Look at Tomato, TI winner Owie. I mean, he literally just turned and black holed and got almost all 5 of them. Oh my god.
I am speechless.
It was such a good overall fight from TSM too until that moment. They jump perfectly when 9 uses roll up. They get the catch on him. They get this crazy type of chase out. Some cool plays from Skeeter getting some save that we can talk about as well too, but everything is Owie's black hole there to turn it.
I literally don't know how he does this. I don't. I actually am so confused. I'm like trying to watch it back to see what happened there. They literally just walked in his 5. That's literally what it was.
He just turned and casted it. What more can you say?
He's like, wait a minute. I see them all.
Oh my goodness.
Dude, absolutely unreal.
What a monster.
From Owie. And top lane, I'm pretty sure he's fine here, right?
Maybe Snake's got... No blink. Never mind.
Owie... Or not Owie. Ari having some fun there.
Maybe not for much longer, though. Skeeter is on the hunt, and he's found him.
Ooh. Yeah, up onto the high ground potentially. Will maybe find Snake. Nah, the Shadow, or the Depth Shroud actually saving him for the moment. Does he go for the lasso kill? He does. That's good stuff. We love to see it. Yeah, lasso down, making a little bit of space, I guess. I mean, overall, I have to feel like Tundra is very happy with their state of the game now.
They're elated. Like, that bottom fight was almost miraculous from TSM for going for that type of play, but yeah, back to what we were at from Tundra just before that whole entire gank potential that they got onto 9 at the start. 9's now got Cheese, so in the next situation, they probably can't just burst him down. And he's actually going to have a Shiva's finished up too, so.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I've seen a lot of like 3-4-man black holes or something like that, and I think a lot of them I've seen without blink daggers.
Oh, they managed to catch Pango. Doom's coming in as well with the box too. Skinner's here on the backside, but Tomato, he got the BKB off the Depth Shroud, actually doing work. The Doom will finally come out, but 33's gone, and Skinner trying to stand his ground. He's used every spell. He has BKB left. They will get the Hex on the backside, but Brow catches Lion now. Can they keep Terrorblade alive? He will. It's Sunder. It's got to be thrown to Kasane, and it's going to work, but Skinner... He has a Depth Shroud up in 3 seconds. They catch him with the lasso. Can he get the Depth Shroud off? He will. So Skitter's still surviving. Will be able to TP. Oh, boy.
Holy... I mean, they're playing around just what? This ward that they just placed down, I believe? They find 9, and he had no buyback, and they actually bots 2 out onto it. They have no buyback on either of them. Okay, TSM.
Wade? I mean, did I just instantly curse him? Like, yeah, they feel pretty good.
I think we both did. I mean, 9 just walked out.
Death.
9 probably felt similar where he's like, yeah, I have cheese. I'm like invulnerable with this Linken's. And then he just walks under 4 heroes and then 33 TPs into it as well, too. Yes, Em.
Oh. They find... Oh, it's the... Phase shift off just in time, trying to get away from Owie. Obviously, Black Hole is available, but... Trial. He has Blink, I believe. Oh, wait a minute. Oop. Slightly off cooldown. And now he has it. Okay, he's
okay.
Woo.
That was...
Fuck hard hero.
I mean, that was massive, though. That was kind of the comeback there for TSM, I would say. Like, a full item now for Tomato also finished up after the fight. Like, that was a pretty big giveaway there from 9. Him dying like that without buyback and also 33 keeping him. Those are pinatas. These two are super farmed, so when they die, they give massive amounts to this puck, to this Terrorblade, too. Okay, we got a game on our hands.
He is top net worth on the Doom. Like, it's a lot. Which is kind of what we expect from Doom, especially out of the Octarine Midas. You know,
but things have been massively shifted now. Like, Tundra were really accruing this huge lead for so long, and they found the big opportunities. They opened the whole game up, and then TSM have shaken them up again here. And it's going to be going down in the next minute or so, and Tomato is getting closer and closer to, like, he's like 6th slot almost territory.
I mean, they were 12 to 13,000 ahead. They've cut it in half.
Yep.
So that's huge. So the late game, we got to talk about it now because it looks like we're kind of getting to that point.
Still feels...
Pause for the moment. They find Tomato. He's got a gem on Skitter. The 4th staff save from Ari will be nice. That Aegis, it's got 1 minute left. They do not want to take the fight into it. Sane trying to run Ari up into the high ground as well. As Skitter.
Tomato is
basically everything. Wait a minute. Skitter needs to be careful. Forced to Shadow Dance, and on the backside, Brow's got the coil into 2. Gets snapped. But can they bring down the Enigma is the question. Tomato wants to go. The hook shot catches the Eidolons. Unlucky from Whitemon. Now you might need to back. You've spent a lot on both sides. I guess a lot of duration on the Aegis. No Shadow Dance either. But Bryle, 33 misses the Doom, but can they find the kill onto the puck? They're gonna try. There it is, baby. The Doom comes out. Lion will get lasted on the backside, but 9 with a great Rolling Thunder coming through the roar. Catches him. He's got the DD. It's doing work. Tomato just laying into these heroes. The black hole again from Owie. Nobody can stop this man. Skitter trying to stack up, but he will finally die. The Aegis puts a great use. Owie. Number Capes runs away. Bryle, he bought back into the game. They want to try and find the kill here onto the Slark, but can they do it? He's elusive. He's got 1 more Shadow Dance left. Tomato lays into us.
Skeeter?
Oh, the damage. Excuse me? Is the auto attack going to hit? It does not. He gets away. The Enigma's going to catch a nullifier instead. Owie with a seal totem to the high ground, but the damage is done. DSM hold somehow. It's a costly hold, though.
It is a Bryle buyback, but I'm honestly, Skeeter is lucky. Someone glimmered him. I think it was Owie saved his life there with the glimmer, because he was dead to that attack that was flying through the air. That was a DD Terrorblade hit. I don't know. He like jumped into the TV, maybe not expecting that damage there. It does cost a buyback for Bryle, but Tomato again, a big fight for him.
I just keep loving that Owie just casually strolls into all of these fights and is like, I got it, guys. Look at the black hole. Don't worry about it. He's just watching every spell.
Yeah, literally just waltzing in. Doesn't even have a single way to protect it. It's pretty funny. Bryle has to be quite careful in these upcoming moments, though, because a kill onto him could just open up everything for Tundra to then find Tomato. Tomato has his Aghanims now also finished up, so the frequency that they can fight with it, and also the potential combos. We saw the Flame Break with the Coil. They're going to have Terror Wave with Coil in a second, too, so maybe another little extra added element that could trip up Tundra a little bit here.
I kind of like this option here from Kasane. He's opted for the Time Warp aura here.
Oh,
so
okay.
AoE cooldown reduction for the team, and it's level 3, so 12%. It's pretty good.
Especially, I mean, for Puck especially, right? Puck is probably the best one. So. Yeah, cool. And Tomato, he does commit, so he disassembles his Dragonlance, sells the components, and uses the blade in order to build that Aghanims. And he's getting closer and closer to 25.
Airwave is a good I mean, that's an easy way to stop Owie from walking in.
True. And they have the Coil Break too, so there's definitely these cool potential plays that they can do. Bryle find himself a Timeless Relic. 9 finds himself a Trickster Cloak. Bryle soon to have Octarine.
If 9 can not die during Rolling Thunder now with the Trickster Cloak, it's huge. We're almost at 25 on the Slark as well. This Butterfly now completed.
AUI now has, so now he can actually set up the black holes a little bit easier rather than getting a little bit of luck to just waltz in.
They are setting up bottom here on TSM as they know Roshan number 3. Kind of important, especially since it will be on the Radiant side.
Skitter?
Well, I mean, you can't actually cancel that channel, I suppose.
I mean, he used Harpoon. I guess it hit the link. Wait, did it link? It hit something, I think. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, maybe it did.
Yeah, I don't know. I clicked it right afterwards. Well. These tense moments.
This constant Hawk vision with Sentry Wards and the cooldown, of course, being even further reduced. Like, this Hawk has a 17-second cooldown.
That's actually pretty cool. Yeah,
That's pretty nuts.
I've never really seen the Time Warp Aura used too often, but yeah, it can actually be pretty neat. And they're looking to position themselves. Roche, right? This is why they're playing around here. This is probably what is going to be their home for the next few moments. Roche, a bit of a long respawn, though.
Yeah, it is.
The Tundra, they're going to look to maximize. Skeeter just shoving out the top lane with some Eidolons and Snave, and maybe potentially shoving mid. But they do have to make their way over on Tundra. They don't know the exact timer. They're going to have to make their way down to bottom and probably smoke to be able to get over there.
Yep, they'll do exactly that. 33 finishes up his Aghanim Scepter. So, AoE Doom is available. They have this ward up on the high ground. I think Skitter saw him for a second. He's going to just pounce right on in. The force staff to save, but he managed to catch the puck. The Hex comes down and out with the blink reveal. Gets the black hole onto 3. The tear away from Tomato will cancel, but you need help. Kasane's out of mana. He's out of life. It's a dieback on your puck. It's Tomato versus the world. He's going to just TP out under the black hole. He's caught. BKB, but it's caught. The Hex comes out, and Tundra will just wipe TSM off the earth. It is a disaster. The plays from Skitter just going in with that little bit of vision.
And they just jump in. I mean, Skitter this time around, they're able to get a good fight. The other fights, I'm still surprised that TSM were able to take them like that, as now Tundra, full butterfly on Skitter, just no fear whatsoever. And now those stacks, 47 of them.
For a long time, too. Yeah. That's pre-50. He had the 50 talent going into the, or the 25 talent going into the fight.
He did.
Top lane. Ari needs to run. 33 and Aoi in pursuit. And I think it's not too long before they find him. Yeah. Aoi's gonna just block him off here.
Why not?
Actually, just, I mean, the cooldown's so low, I guess.
He's also got Time Warp.
Yeah. Time Warp plus Spell Prism, Octarine. Dude, the cooldown on Doom, it's bugged for me, but it's like 60 seconds.
Now Rush. Easy for the Pickens. All these stacks for the Slark.
I mean, this is a free Ags for Aoi. That's pretty big.
They're actually gonna give it a 9. Don't give it an Aoi.
Oh yeah, I guess you do give it a 9. I for some reason I had assumed he already had his Ags, but yeah, you're right.
No, he built other items, right? Usually it's
Yeah,
Ags
yeah.
straight, but yeah, he built the Lincolns and the Shivas. Is what he's playing against, so. And a cheat. Now they have what, double cheeses as well too. I don't think they ever even used the original one. Yeah, they do.
That's big. All right, 28,000 gold advantage now after these couple of fights. And
Now it's
TSM very much on the back foot here.
Now it's going to take some real throws from Tundra for TSM to try to have a chance in it. They had some really good fights, but
Whitemon is under vision. He's going to be able to pull back Snaking. There's going to be a nice tear wave, a nice coil as well from Brawl. If they can find some openings, it will be big, but this Doom, they can't really push into him. Kasane has the roar, but just going to get chased down from Skitter, and 9 with the chase as well. The Chain Stuns are there. He's dead without buyback. Snaking's just going to come right back into the game. They manage to go into the base. They get on top of the Bat Rider. 9 with the roll-up. Gets him out. But Aoi again. A 3-hero Black Bull securing the victory here for Tundra. He's done it time and time again.
that's the way you close the game out. Wow. Total number, how many heroes has he gotten in the black hole on average? I think it was like 3 on average.
I think it's 3 on average.
That was pretty damn impressive from AUI in particular, but overall, Tundra as a team, this draft did look really good, and they got away with the early game. I think that's the important thing that I mostly want to talk about is how well they did in the early game when they've gone for more of a greedy route. They did excellent. You know, top Doom was free farming. Pango did pretty damn well in mid, and bottom was free. So, yeah, they actually just did excellent in all 3 lanes and then just played really nicely around their cooldowns. TSM, a couple botched fights, especially in the early game. This one in particular that we're seeing on our screen, this one hurt quite a lot, but at this point already, they were losing pretty hard, at least on the terms of the, you know, the farm, the greed, when their lineup is about being the ones who want to be on the aggression.
I feel like that fight for me was the backbreaker for TSM, because it really just took Tomato from being like this, I'm kind of even, I can farm, I can be impactful, to he's just like died twice basically as a result of that, and
yep,
that was rough. And yeah. Slark is just such an elusive hero, right? Once you have the shard, once you have that BKB, it's like killing this Slark was just so difficult, and then the itemization to go back for a butterfly, oh, perfect.
Yeah, perfect. And they got like especially toward the end of the last fight in particular, just how he's able to just jump in for the fight. And let's look at that again. Just a turn into a 4-man black hole.
Just walks in, unreal.
Whitemon walked in at the end, so technically it's a 5-man black hole at the very end of it there. But yeah, a very good game from Tundra. TSM had some cool moves, especially that one that they did wrapped around bottom to jump 9 when he had his roll up on cooldown and all that. But overall, we're heavily on the back foot this game. Their lineup is about getting ahead and staying ahead. Tundra's about playing greedy, and they actually got ahead at the start and were able to play greedy with winning most of the team fights. So, all right, we go to the next one. Will Tundra be the ones to be able to take it?
Tundra will be taking up Shopify in the potentially last game of the tiebreakers. If Shopify win, it's rinse and repeat, and Ogden and I will be stuck in purgatory. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, this is just a very good game overall from Tundra. I just can't believe Aoi managed to get this many good black holes.
Yeah, it really
on
was.
The support Enigma. It is just nuts.
It's so many, and I think we're, or at least maybe we'll see if that has any effects on like later in the tournament. But I think it probably already has throughout these groups into play-ins. It's just the flex to the Enigma. Just it's a good 5. We're clearly seeing that in a lot of these games if you're able to get the setup for it. So
yeah, good stuff all around. I feel like I'm trying to think like what. I didn't feel a ton of impact out of the support duo from TSM this game. Like they had a couple nice pickoffs when they get the wraparound under 33 top, but the lanes, because they just were so rough, it just felt like Ari and Whitemon weren't able to really get online and do what they wanted to do this game.
yeah, no, I actually absolutely agree. Like I think it's tough to say because they didn't see the Slark and everything though. But I think the Bat and the Beast, this type of lane, it ended up didn't do as much as I think they wanted it to be able to apply pressure to slow things down because the Enigma and the Slark were still just like kind of farming. While last time they were able to really apply pressure with their Rubik plus Beastmaster. So maybe we'll see some type of adaptation, but we'll have to wait and find out. So.
All right, well, we are going to go to another short break, and we'll be back with our third game of these tiebreakers. It'll be Tundra versus Shopify Rebellion, everyone, so stay tuned for that. It's going to be a blast, I'm sure. We'll see y'all then.
حتاكل لين تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر. أنا تجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to the Riyadh Masters. We are into the last potential game of these tiebreakers. It is Tundra taking on Shopify Rebellion. If Tundra win, they are through to the main event to the group. If Shopify win, rinse and repeat, run it back, I suppose. Fogged, how you feeling?
I mean, I don't know what to expect because TSM destroyed Shopify, and then Tundra destroyed TSM.
Yeah.
So the rock paper scissors, if they're true in any way. No, I'm just kidding. We'll have to see what happens. I mean, Shopify definitely looked the roughest. They didn't really get off to much of anything in that last game in particular that we got to see. So that one looked hard. And also, I hope that they take it one step at a time. Just thinking about the game that's in front of which I imagine they do. But the thing you have to think about, if you're not doing that, is they got to win this, they got to win the next game, and then they have to win the one afterwards. So they got to win 3 games in a row, which is can be a bit stressful if you do start thinking about that. So let's hope that they can focus on the here and the now, and let's see what they can do. Let's hope they actually get to play a little bit better too, because that last game that they played was literally, I felt like just one person. I felt like Abed was the only one who actually played Dota, and nobody on Shopify got to because of how TSM just crushed them.
Yeah, dude, it really just it felt like Shopify kind of just rolled over and died in that game. They were just like, okay,
yeah, we
messed up. All right, bye. See you later. Like, just gave up about like halfway through. It was a 24-minute game, and it felt like for somehow the game was longer. And then I looked back and I was like, no, they just got crushed in 24 minutes. It wasn't even close.
Yeah, they didn't even like make moves. That's the one. It was like Abed was the only one with the IO a little bit making moves. Besides that, it's like Arteezy hitting creeps, Sableye hitting creeps, and then I feel like he never even got like a blink initiation. He got like 1 or 2, but they'd already lost their base already by that point. So let's just hope we get something better for Shopify, just so we get at least an actual game for them. But for Tundra, I mean, if they can play like they did last time, their draft, they went down a greedy route. They kind of just smashed from start to finish. And AUI, even Crit said it in the lobby. You guys don't get to see the lobby chat and everything on. Crit writes, kind of beast Enigma there, Owie. So,
yeah, kind of beast.
Kind of beast.
I made some good stuff happen there. I mean, that was probably as good, an Enigma game you're going to get from the support role, I think, as you could ask for.
Yeah. No, yep. There's definitely there's no better game that you can get as a 5 Enigma. Averaging 3+ heroes in your black holes. Yeah. Get that out of there. They ban it right away.
We had a little bit of a pause there at the start of the draft, but we are in. Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
So the Enigma, not messing around here. Like you said, Crit pointed out, I was like, all right, yeah, we don't want to deal with this. You guys have to do something else here. You get rid of the IO for Shopify, which has been one of their most successful heroes. Granted, against TSM, it got completely crushed. So
until this morning.
Yeah, until this morning, it was one of their most successful heroes.
Yeah. So they still have to ban out the Naga Siren. I mean, Skitter definitely feels like he's been the best Naga Siren in the world for some time after that whole TI sprint because he just made it look broken. Darkseer, that means it's going to be left in the pool. And as we saw, in particular, TSM did want to at least ban it out from Tundra. That hero is also insanely on the rise. Let's see what does get left in the pool, though.
It feels very appropriate that I am potentially watching all of my NA teams get eliminated after having covered this region for so dang long.
Well,
oh, no.
You have to get used to it, especially if, like, I'm not going to say it, actually. I'm going to flame way too hard. I got to take it easy.
No, you're good. You're good.
I mean, people call me so much about being like an EU fan nowadays. Like, guys, I'm American. I hope people know that, right? I know I do.
What?
I know I do hate a little bit on the
me?
NA teams a little bit right now lately, but they kind of deserve it a bit. Some of them, but
it's tough love. It's tough love.
It's true. I can use that. I mean, I know them all very, very well. So it's there's no real hate. It's just I expect better from a lot of these guys when I've been watching the way that they've been performing recently. So Abed, he'll get his Snapfire. So no Undying. Tundra, let's see which route they look to go to punish this.
I mean, there's been very few responses to the mid Snapfire, right? Only a couple in terms of like drawing the lane, but no one really beats the Snapfire lane. They will just go back for their Enchantress. This is good. Yep. Stops the aggression from the off lane in terms of like Beastmaster.
And Brood.
They grab the Brood. That is cool.
It's still very Tundra style where there's going to be Spiderlings on one side, Ench creeps on another. They're going to be splitting map up and looking to get a lot of farm. And that's probably more than likely AUI playing the Enchantress, so a lot of farm.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm trying to think like what Shopify want to do. Like, do you pick your Brood counter like here, something that can play against it, because there's obviously a handful of heroes from the off lane that are great. You have the Mars, of course. You have Legion Commander, which has looked pretty decent. You could flex the Legion even to the safe lane if you really want. But otherwise, is there a support here that really shuts down the Brood in the lane that could work?
Good question. Checking around really quickly because they have been varying quite a bit here with a bit of their drafts here. And I mean, the thing is that nothing's like so many things just aren't working for Shopify. That's why I'm like really thinking if they might just pick something like a Darks here just to have a good team fight secured. They do show 2 cores if they do that, but
yeah,
I mean they'll do it. They'll do something similar anyway. They'll pick a TB.
Okay, I mean that's good because it is one of the better carries into the Brood lane, right? So I like it.
Kinda.
But yeah, you're right. They are double showing cores. Going to make it a little bit difficult to ban out here in this first phase.
I don't know. I don't really mind Brood versus TB that much. Like Brood actually usually has a pretty decent advantage. It's pretty annoying to deal with the what is it? The Ebola, whatever the hell it's called.
Yeah, Silken Boa.
The Silken Boa, because the miss rate is actually super frustrating for a hero like TB, pre-Manta and stuff like that. And they have an Enchantress, so I'm actually kind of curious about this TB pick because it actually feels like they already have some answers to it.
I think if you pick this, you have to go with like an aggressive 5, something that can actually like help find kills on the Brood, right? You have to be able to punish it in the early levels, because that's when it's definitely weak. But as soon as it gets to like levels 5 and 6, your lane kind of falls apart, right?
Mm-hmm. They'll ban out the Darks here. I mean, they're definitely gonna look to try to protect this TB as possible, but there can be a lot of risks that you fall into when you do open like this. Team like Tundra, they're gonna move up the focus of just how they want to fully target it. So we'll see the Sim band as last time that we saw at TSM. They take out that Timber Saw.
Dark Timber.
Yeah. But there's a lot of options. You know, we saw like Lion and stuff like that. So Tundra do have quite a bit up their sleeve. They have Lion, and then for the mid lane and stuff, they can do the Pangos. They can do the Ember Spirits and stuff. So they have options. Even if they might not be the best lane matchup, like Ember versus Snap or something.
Radiant team ban.
They do end up going for the Legion ban.
Okay,
yeah,
good call.
I think it's fine. Yeah. It's really rough for the Brood Mother. I thought if you picked it phase 1, it would be fine because you could flex it, but now they actually just... I wonder what they want on the carry, because I imagine it's something to address their safe lane matchups.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that's a good call. I mean, Legion definitely seems to be a really, really good hero at the moment too. I just was a little doubtful of the first 2, but definitely could have been good anyway if they could have built a lineup around it. How are they going to look to ban and protect this last one? Maybe they don't ban the Pango just because they have the snap matchup versus it, and it does destroy that lane so hard. If they do end up putting it there, they'll look at the Slark instead. So we did see Tundra run that one just before, so prioritizing that.
Makes sense. Skater looked amazing. Did do a good job against the Terrorblade overall.
Yep.
Good at finding the Snapfire and dealing with her too, so I like that. It's a really smart ban.
Yeah, they got the glory of being able to watch the last game, right? So they get to look at what they learned from it in particular. So if they saw that the Slark, if the route that they're going down is an issue for the TB, then yep, so be it.
I mean, you can't cookie out a Pounce, right?
No.
Yeah, that's rough.
Tundra Esports.
They'll just ban the Pounce.
Yeah. Straightforward ban there. No.
Yep. Saberlight just full targeted. I mean, did you see 2 Beastmaster Terrorblade games, even though one of them did lose?
Radiant team pick.
They'll go with their bat.
Dude, this hero has been so good.
Super strong versus TB. Good versus Snap to get the initiations, and it's a fight starter. Potent lane as well too. That's the one thing about the TB. You know, you could be, if your lane's not in a good position for yourself now at this point, this Brood and the Batrider can run you down a lot of times, so looking to protect him perhaps. You can go for this Veno a bit early.
Yeah, so interesting Veno pick, right? Because probably 5 Veno, I would imagine, for
That's
5.
What I think too, yeah.
does at least give space for the Terrorblade. Like anytime Batrider goes in for like Firefly or like Flame Break, you just gale him and it's over.
That's what I'm thinking as well too. I think it's just literally strictly for like the lane protection, just so they can't like just chase TB constantly. So that's kind of cool, and they'll get a tide. So
Slark's already, Slark's banned. Not the best like hero against the tide, but there is a Razor still. I'm not sure if you can pick Razor to TB though. I feel like it might be too slow in terms of like the team fight damage.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what other options here for Tundra.
5 seconds remaining.
I think they're always the team with the TB.
Yeah, right.
Radiant team.
Basis Void is an option.
They're still gonna do the
back
Pango.
for the Pango.
I mean, the matchup, we said this is a possibility of the Pango, the Ember. The matchup, it's gonna be rough versus the Snapfire, but they're looking for the overall game, is what that tells me. For carry, I mean, I can't believe I'm gonna suggest it anyway. I think we saw it once or twice this tournament, but the PL, I'm not seeing a whole lot of stun. And he has the Dispel as well too. For the Gale and
it's
everything.
not bad.
But there's a Tide Hunter though. It's like you can play around the Tide later on with just like whittling his mana down just with constant illusions and everything like that, but maybe it's not the best pick.
Yeah. I mean, I would still think it's something you gotta be scared of. Like it could still fit the draft really well. Maybe it depends on what 4 Shopify managed to get here for crit, but
am I missing like a very glaring one?
I mean, Faceless Void's the like other really big one for Tundra. I think that would work, but it could get punished pretty easily. I think by Tide +1.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe, but I just don't feel like they have literally 0 damage in Chrono, and versus like a Tide, maybe it'll take you too long to get to that point. But maybe. I mean, they're taking their time for the bans. They're thinking hard. So they're looking more to Drow. That would have been good. That would have been nice there versus the Tide and TB.
That is a good point. Yeah.
Radiant team ban.
So they're thinking this is a support snap.
Yeah, I was just wondering. I was like, what if they move the snap into the Tide lane? It is one of the old school matchups because you do have minus armor from the Little Shredder, and you can just get like a casual Blightstone. A lot of times you'll still go like your 2 spells, like QW, but you could get like a value point in the Little Shredder.
That's actually pretty interesting.
I just feel like it's been too good mid to turn up. The Meepo ban, I was wondering if you could go Meepo. I don't know. They do respect ban it at least.
They didn't really have much answers to it, so that would have been pretty nice. They banned TA. Ban TA, huh? I mean, when you ban TA, that usually says Void again, too.
It kind of feels like it, right? But
yeah, maybe you're actually right.
10 seconds remaining.
We'll have to see.
I mean, when I see the Ember ban, I thought the PL again. And then I see the TA ban, and now I think...
Tundra
Yeah, you're right.
Esports.
Guess we'll see.
That is just an old school Tide lane partner as well. That being said, there's not a lot of arrow setup this game.
Pretty much
at
none.
all.
Yeah. I mean, that looks
you have
kind
Gale.
of weird. They're in a situation, again, where they don't really have any, like, stuns and setup. Like, the last game, they also ran into that issue where... I mean, it was Saberlight, right? Abed has a stun as a Lash, but it was just him and Saberlight to be able to get in. Saberlight had no game. This one is another one where they really lack Disable again.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the Mirana. Bloodseeker's still in, yeah. I mean, it is one of the good heroes into the Tide lane. It doesn't struggle too much, and Terrorblade matchup is meh, like okay. How do you feel about the last Bloodseeker?
Oh god, I don't know. I mean, I wanted it last game in particular versus the Beastmaster and stuff like that, but this actually still looks pretty strong. This looks pretty good.
All right, Shopify, a lot that they have to accomplish in this game.
Huh. I mean, if Shopify...
It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, I mean, if Shopify's draft isn't bad by any means. I mean, I actually kind of like both. They're both they both kind of got what they want. I'm just worried because Shopify don't have stuns, but then I look at Tundra's, and Tundra's also doesn't really have the most disables until Pango's kind of online, so... I actually like Shopify's a little more.
And Pango's in a pretty rough lane.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, maybe... I think I'm liking Shopify just a tiny, tiny bit more. Very, very small, though.
Just because
of the lane.
Matchup.
Just because of the mid matchup, and I feel like sometimes I've seen these mid players, like, they just don't get off the board, but they do have ways to get to the Snapfire and Stopper if the Pango does not have a horrendous time, so... And I do think that this Terrorblade does have quite a few things that he has to be careful for. I mean, there's an Ench, a Brood, a Bat, and a Pango. So these 4 heroes in particular, they're there to kind of answer the TB. So we'll have to see what type of lane he actually ends up having versus what the Bat Brood.
I am curious. Like a lot has to come down to, I think, Abed getting like really active early. If he manages to get the Atos, there's potentially your arrow setup, right? Because we've seen the fact that they are lacking it, but
I mean, maybe
with Atos, it could be good enough. I don't know.
I'm so indecisive right now. Maybe I don't like Shopify, so I'm like, I don't even know.
I think the Terrorblade Venom lane should do good, though. I do think that lane should have kill threat. If they get the Gale onto the Brood at level 2, they can easily just kill him.
Yeah, I just have worries. So I have worries for damage when like Pipe comes out for the side of Shopify, and I feel like that's gonna happen pretty early for the Brood, and then it's all like Artesian. I feel like he has a lot of entries. You know what? I'm switching. I like Tundra's a little more. You know what? I'm switching a little bit. This is a tough one for me. I don't know. This one's going to be exciting either way. I mean, I'm really looking forward to see if Shopify is going to be able to win this and then bring back for 2. And if not, I mean, Tundra, this will be it for them. So,
yeah. Tundra win this, they're straight through to the main event. If Shopify win, we get to rinse and repeat our 3-team round robin. So for those of you who maybe saw, the other tiebreakers, welcome to this one. It is Shopify taking on Tundra, and a big game for both these teams. We'll see what happens.
Yep. Oh, man. So it's too much to think about right here. I'm like trying to think how these lanes... The Veno TB versus the Brood.
Oh.
Okay. They're trying to get first blood.
Yeah.
Gush, Veno, Gale, Arrow with the TB coming in. They have quite a strong... I mean, their level 1 is so much stronger. I would say the Shopify have drafted themselves some pretty strong lanes overall, and then just, Tundra's looking to draft overall for the majority of the game.
30 seconds.
So if SR can have these strong lanes and kind of snowball off of that, they do have a good lineup. If Tundra can actually do decent in their lanes and slow the pace of the game down, their draft overall looks nice.
Man, I am hesitant to say this safe lane should be really good for Shopify. I feel like it should be. I've seen this Veno have some pretty good stuff, but
we'll have to see up to execution.
Yeah. All right, we're just gonna do a quick trade 1-for-1 on the runes. No one really getting too aggressive. I mean, it makes sense. Tundra definitely want to avoid this fight.
Yeah, I mean, their level 1 is pretty miserable. You have an Enchantress and a Broodmother on your level 1, so don't really do too much with that if you don't have really godly level 1s. And a Bat, reliant on other heroes as well too. So 2 for 2. And let's see how these lanes end up going here. Let's see if Crit's able to handle AUI on the Enchantress here. AUI instantly just skills the heal.
I like that. That's a cool way to trade into this Mirana. We saw in, was it the Berlin Major? Or I think it was Berlin, where Mirana was getting picked a ton because of the Enchantress. And I want to say it was Snaking doing this, where he would just build a bunch of stats and just right-click the Enchantress in the lane over and over.
Yeah, you can trade super effective. It's just... You have Arrow on Mirana, you can't actually out-trade this Enchantress by any means, so... It's not just putting Skitter in a 1v1, which... I mean, isn't the easiest 1v1 by any means versus a Tide, but...
Yeah. So bottom lane, they did get a decent chunk of damage out onto the Brood, putting this first meta to decent use. The thing is, the lane is going to push here. So...
Hard shoving, yeah.
Yeah.
Gale will connect, but it's just a Gale
almost level 2. If he was level 2, Snaking might actually have died here.
Yeah, maybe. And that Blood Grenade plus a Reflection then, so yeah, probably.
Yeah. Poison Sting. It would have added up.
Yep.
But very close. Very close. Fly will just salve up on the backside. He does have a lot more regen than Snaking does. And here comes level 2. The Reflection Gale 1 second away.
It's at the tower.
Did a few more auto attacks, but yeah. They dropped the Blood Grenade, try to chase him back into the tower. It's not going to be enough to secure first blood.
Alright, I mean, Tundra. They're alright. They're kind of okay with this, with the pushing in, as long as they don't lose heroes now. And as long as they can get some of these ranged last hits. But it looks like Shopify's playing it nice. They secure those. Mid lane Abed, he's looking to get as aggressive as possible versus 9.
You get the bottles delivered about the same time as the 2-minute runes are up as well, so they'll both get the refill. Crit is just getting destroyed by Owie now. We forced to salve up himself.
He'll be able
Does
to
protect one mid rune, and 9 sees it, so he's gonna head to the other side.
He'll be able to, yeah. Deny that one away from Abed. Abed won't get both.
Right. How are these lanes looking in your opinion?
The lanes overall, I was saying like Shopify, I feel like they should have the advantage on the lanes overall, but Tundra, I mean, can work their magic, especially on bottom. I think this is one of the ones that I'm going to be looking at a lot in particular.
I mean, next meta up in 17. You're not going to have level 3, but maybe they still go for the play. It's hard to say.
Oh, Snake actually goes for Sticky in this one. I thought for sure he would go the 2 points Firefly just for the kills, but Saberblade top, making quite a bit of damage here.
Yeah. The enchant, the blood grenade, the blood right is out, and he might die under the tower here. Skitter will just go for the dive and gets him.
That's huge.
That is big.
I mean, Owie's just hitting him. The heal play, and he's just actually out-trading them very effectively.
Yeah. Bottom lane, the exact same thing we were talking about. They're going to play around the meta, get the Gale onto Brood, and he dies. But First Blood going to Bloodseeker, way better.
First Blood going to Bloodseeker, and 9, he is handling mid right now pretty damn well versus Abed, gotta be honest with you. 17-3 to 19-5.
He gets his second kill, does bait him with the magic stick there. But yeah, still. The meta will end now and give a little bit of space for 33s. He has the regen advantage now.
33 just opts to go very early boots. He's just going for move speed versus these multiple forms of slow that comes out from Shopify. TZ is low though. Do they have extra regen? They don't have extra regen just yet.
Yeah.
Okay, there's some coming on the courier. Tango and Salve coming out, but
okay.
He's going to be kept low for a moment. But Snaking, he actually went toward mid to help out 9.
Ooh, nice. He denied the bottles again.
Yep.
Why is kind of low? Needs to be careful of snaking right now. There's a salve, but oh, does he? He actually doesn't have a napalm for 1 second. Will throw it now, but he's trapped actually. Oh, the Gale's gonna come out. Snaking gets a little bit too far forward, and it will just be a. We'll hear in just a moment. Yeah, he will burn down.
And the wave, they can actually get quite a bit of denies on it, so they actually get every single deny on the creep wave because he burnt them. So he actually kind of just got himself killed and griefed 33 a little bit with the lane positioning.
Yeah.
Bit a big slip up there for Snaking, actually. He was holding the skill point, and then he just like walks in without Firefly and just gets caught by Gale. And a TP
Gale on a 33. He's so deep. Yeah, the TP in from Crit.
Nice move.
The Starstorm.
Whoop.
And they finish him off here. A few more auto attacks. Should just get ran down here by the Mirana, and he does. Okay.
Good TP.
Some nice rotations. That is very big for this lane.
Yeah, nice for whoever called that. Like, literally, as soon as he walked under tower, Gale instant TP, so. Top, that means they're going to get aggressive, though. Can they actually punish Saberlight? It looks like not.
2-point Kraken Shell now.
Yep. Too tanky.
So he is just trying to survive.
Alpha Wolf kind of completely counteracts it, right? Almost entirely, I think. Yeah, it's close. Not entirely, but...
Yeah.
All right, Artur farming well. So is the Bloodseeker, though, and yeah, I mean 9. He's only 100 gold behind the mid lane, behind the Snapfire. So I think that's pretty damn impressive, to be honest with you, for Pango.
Rith is still bottom here on this Mirana, and just trying to play with 33 a little bit. Their goal, I guess, just leave Tidehunter solo.
I like it.
Makes free space for this RTZ Airblade. Yeah, I like it as well.
Yeah, I think it's the right call. There's like now the Tide is safe enough for the most part until Rupture comes online to be protected up top. So yeah, he can look to kind of play as this dual lane / tri lane and play around mid lane as well too, and maybe even find 9. Illusion.
Oh, what a Manta dodge or illusion dodge rather. But in a melee range arrow, he gets the Rolling Thunder off. It's going to be enough to allow him to survive. That was sick.
That was actually so nice. Holy crap. I mean, a for sure kill if it connects.
Yeah. People say early illusion rune doesn't matter.
Precious bounty.
It's a good start in these lanes, Shopify. But yeah, Pango not that far behind, only 500. Kisses are on cooldown, but so is Rolling Thunder. But Rolling Thunder does come back up 20 seconds earlier. Snay.
Throws the blood grenade even into the reflection. This dude is crawling base movement speed across the map, and he's gonna die.
Big.
Airblade walks over to connect. That's big. Another kill for him. Meanwhile, Power runes, or the wisdom runes, melee arrow, crit grabs it. Okay. Now you have this Piranha and Enchantress just right-clicking each other again.
Yep. And 33 will opt to just take the wisdom room itself, so that will at least hurt one of these supports in particular. So they're going to be a little bit lower level. Tower? It looks like they might actually be able to. I mean, Arteezy's having a great time down bottom. This Venom pick has actually worked kind of in the way that we had hoped it would have worked. It's gotten some good effective use out of it versus this Bat.
I think I have seen this Venopick into a Broodmother earlier in this tournament, and it completely gutted the Brood. Like, it couldn't play the lane, so...
Yeah. I mean, it's the same thing versus the Bat, too. I think that's probably why Snaking went Sticky instead of going Firefly.
Oh, the Rupture top lane. Saberlight just TPs, but guess what? He's got the Troll Trapper. 9 coming in, offering a little bit of extra support. He could Ravage, and he will as he just tries to walk away. 9, continuing the chase here. Blood Raged up, Swashbuckles on forward, and Snaking should be able to run him down. One last auto attack from Skitter. So, Ravage down.
He thought he could survive backing away. Ravage on cooldown, that's actually going to hurt. Mango does have Rolling Thunder, but 8-minute power rune again. It's been secured. They did send the 2 supports to help out Abed to get its shield runes online. Super tanky.
They're closing in on that Atos. A little over 1,000 gold away, which will be a good form of catch if Crit's Mirana can play around him.
Very good point.
Oh, the cookie comes out. The blood grenade is there as well, and plenty of damage. I'll finish off the Bat Rider here. 9 with the Rolling Thunder, going to chase. Sleep to the low ground, but an even better shield crash, and 9 will be able to find himself a kill here. But Abed does have Mortimer Kisses, and he's going to use them. 9 has to walk on in, and the real question is how long can you keep this up? The cookie comes out. One more auto attack. Yeah. That was sick.
That was really sick from Abed. The positioning even to put himself on the edge of the wall so he gets bonked up. So then he's actually just right next to this Pangolier as well, too. Really smart play from Abed.
I didn't even think about that. That was cool.
That's really, really nice from him.
Auto refill as well.
This early game is crisp. I mean, Saberlight, he is getting slowed down a little bit because Crit's rotating, but Crit is enabling these other 2 lanes massively. The TB and this Snapfire at the moment, they're getting such a good amount of farm, and they're being active. They're actually looking to set up perhaps even at the Skitter top, who's not healthy.
He just finished Meteor Hammer. He wants to start hitting this tower. Cookie. And with the guts to follow it up, the Venom's level 6. The ult comes out. Skitter's just gonna burn under all of these dots. Okay.
Shopify had to wake up. They needed that one game to get themselves going. Fly so far, he's part of every kill. 4-0-4, the Venom pick is working beautifully.
This is a level 6, like 5 position Venom. He just chases down Snaking. Arteezy with one of the most deep wraparounds. He portals top and just starts farming to connect on another kill.
I don't ever want to see an Arteezy Medusa again. I want to see more of the Arteezy Nagas and Terrorblades. He just looks so much more comfortable. They secured his lane.
He's already got that Dragonlance.
Yeah, he is very, very big. For Tundra, I mean, they're not too far out behind, though. It's only that 1K lead at the moment, 2K now after this tower falls, but can they get any connection for themselves to get some space to open up the map a little bit here?
33 should be able to grab this bottom tower eventually here, right?
Yeah.
Like, it is just Broodmother. They're going to bring everyone else down here as well, so they are going to commit for it. Oh, God, you're right, mid.
They're just going to take mid, yeah. I mean, Saberlight's
got a Catapult.
He's got Meteor Hammer, they've got Catapult, the DD on Crit. This tower's going to fall very fast. Great moves from Shopify.
This is nice.
And Tundra still, especially the 2 supports, we're seeing those levels hurting. They got one of the Wisdom Runes, but the other one was taken by 33, so Snaking's still level 4, and now we only 5. Whoop! That arrow almost catches 9.
That would have been very close. And Tide can now just go bottom. Tower dies. Okay, still gets taken by the Catapult, but at least have like an immovable body that can be on that side now.
I like this. I think this is where this is home. He should just stay hugging Abed, holding his hand pretty much for the rest of this game. He has the partner now for that Atos combo, so he can always get the arrow connection. They might even just be able to find one right away. 9. Will he show?
Oh, the arrow. It's not going to connect. He gets the swash away. Nice reaction from 9.
Nice play, yeah. And that's almost his defusal finished up, so dodges the gank. Some time wasted from the side of Shopify there.
So, good start, at least from Shopify. As this game goes on, we go into like this mid-game here. I feel like this Mirana, maybe we're going to see a little bit more impact out of than we initially expected, just because of how good the lanes have gone. What do you think?
As long... we'll have to wait a second. 9 will secure the courier and probably jump away.
He's just like, see ya.
Even a tumbler
up to the high ground.
Yeah, so far the early game's been good, but yeah, there definitely could be some concerns coming out. If they don't deal with the potential what's going to start happening from Tundra is they're just going to start using the spiders to cut waves. They're going to start using the enchant to cut waves and stuff like that. So lanes are always going to have to be something Shopify keeps a mind on. And it's a good thing that they have something like TB to at least push those out constantly. But any waiting time where you're sitting back not farming, like Tundra is just going to play this eco game super hard this game. Nice scan. Actually right on top of Skitter. They're setting the trap. This is nice.
Light Shadow, you finally hit level 6. Fly, Atos, into the Veno ult, and Mortimer kisses. You know, being assigned base movement speed is never a fun thing.
Yep, and Fly gets another one. 505, still part of every single one of the kills. It's making really nice moves.
He's almost a Solar Crest.
Yep, and I like that they bypass the lanes in order to do that, right? They're like, okay, Tundra's playing lanes only with heroes that don't show. So we're going to have to look to find this Bloodseeker inside these jungle camps, and they do exactly find him there.
And they are looking for Snaking. They will get some vision of him. Oh, crit.
Nice leap.
What a call. Just, yep, perfect leaps on over. Cancels that TP. Snaking is pretty fast. I'm going to try and run away here. He could get a little bit out of it. Blood grenade out from crit. Arteezy actually ended up going back the other way to cut the wave, so... It's going to be a slow, painful death here, potentially, for the Batrider, or he's just going to walk away.
No, he's just out. He was actually... That was a huge... The smart little play there to turn around immediately as the TP came out. Like,
wait a minute.
Oh, will he get out, though? Just kidding.
Uh-oh. There's a TV here, guys. Arteezy gets himself a freebie. Meanwhile, mid lane, they got tied. He signs up, Ruptured, Rolling Thunder, everything. All the space comes through. The Atos perfect connection. Terrorblade is here as well. 9. One more auto attack will finish him off. So... Arteezy gets 2 kills off the map.
He really just needed to wake up. Like, look at him. He's actually showing up to all these early fights, even on a Terrorblade.
He's almost the Manta.
Yep. Rolling Thunder used. He's feeling confident to go and at least put a little bit of pressure onto mid. Don't know how much he's going to actually be able to hit the tower, though. So. Good moves. 12-4. But looking at net worth, Tundra, they're still playing the farm game.
I was gonna say, look at 33, dude. He is super farmed on this Brood all of a sudden.
Yep, and he's playing to scale since his Bloodseeker is having a little bit of difficulties. He's going for the hard right-clicking build.
Yeah, early BKB. Owie, just getting chased down here from the Enchantress, or on the Enchantress. If Fly hits the Gale, a Meteor Hammer is definitely coming. Oh, does that Meteor Hammer hit?
Nope,
it does not. Okay, I was like, I don't think it does.
Heads up TP.
Good TP.
And he gets the courier with the creep, and look at his creep mid also. AOI, he was microing while running away. Tower's taking the damage.
Good. What the heck is this?
He's actually taken almost the entire tower. He has taken the entire tower. Oh my god.
What is this?
How disgusting. And I feel we're going to see that a lot, especially once if he gets shard, potentially, if he wants to buy that, or if he just gets from the Tormentor eventually at 20.
That's some funny stuff right there.
Yeah, so 12-4. I'd say Shopify still has very, very good team fight and everything if those fights do kick off, but I mean, Tundra, they're just playing the way to split up, look to acquire those items. They're actually not looking for the head-on engagements of 5v5 or anything like that. They're looking to wait until they get more items. And if you look at the gold and XP, it's favoring Tundra.
Yep, it has gone all the way back their way now. Yep. Which is surprising, right? Because it looked like this was all Shopify for a while, but it's honestly Saberlight scaling on the Tide has just not been there.
Nope.
Late, they do manage to catch the Enchantress once again, but Owie just too tanky.
He is.
Raindrops plus Magic Wand, 1 casual point in the Nature's Attendance is enough.
He's alright. Yeah, he's fine.
That's Veno ult down too.
And that's 3 heroes showing themselves as well, so. Tundra.
Ooh, Snaking. Fields his blink there as he's looking for Arteezy top.
And we're seeing the itemization from 9. Since he's got a Bloodseeker on his team, which isn't the best one-to-one matchup for a TB, he's looking to have more answers. He's going Maelstrom on the Pango, so he's going to be the one to scale as well too with this. So they're going to have 3 scaling cores versus this TB. So this could get to a point where it can maybe potentially be a 4 protect one. Snapfire still definitely scales, but I have seen a couple of these games where the Snap falls hard in their place if they're able to get on top of her. And they have a couple heroes to do that. The Bat Lasso with Blink. And the Pango in particular.
Tons of vision coming out from 33 as he's sending spiders all over this triangle. And it's going to allow 9 to try and make some plays here. Abed does have the Atos. Be careful. We'll just back away on Shopify.
Tundra's pretty happy with the way the game state's going on. Honestly, I think they're just like sitting back, farming, and watching Shopify run around. Shopify ideally want to find some type of connection in these next few moments. Do they have a blink on the Tide? Okay, they have blink on Saberlight, so maybe that's going to allow them to open the game a little bit more open to perhaps get some type of fight into a Roshan.
I feel like you have to. Your Brood is now top net worth, and Pango and Bloodseeker are not having a hard time either. They are back in this.
Yeah, I mean, the way the map state feels right now, it can't feel the greatest for Shopify. So if they can get a kill into a Roche, that'll get them right back into the right place, but can they?
Blink out. They're just going to take the portal to the top lane. Don't risk it as 33 brings his entire army. Oh, they get the Atos out from Abed, but they don't cancel the channel. Arrow and Cookie down. They're afraid to follow. They're all just dead. Or they just have to turn around.
Yep, time wasted. More and more time wasted. They're going to make their way up toward top, perhaps like attempting to just force that Roshan, but Tundra, they're in the area.
You have Blink Ravage here. 33 would be a massive kill if you can find it, but you got to get the Cookie, and he gets the BKB. He's just going to turn around with the Insatiable Hunger, try and just beat down Abed. Abed is dead.
He kills
him. He's gone.
4v1.
He gets a kill and walks away. He is slowed for the moment, but the chase is over. 9 is here. The Rolling Thunder at the ready. Snake King can go for a lasso if he really wants. Shopify don't find the kill.
No, and that's like almost everything committed. They still have kisses, but they used meta, and I think that's why Tundra's pump faking. 9's maybe like, hey guys, we can fight. Someone else is probably saying, why? They popped meta. Just back up, farm. Like, just play the map again. And Tundra, they're outmaneuvering Shopify completely here, and what a play from 33. 1v4, turns, stands his ground, and just deletes a Snapfire. That was the mid, by the way.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that was the mid, huh? Oh my lord.
At 4K lead, they're playing the farm game, and it's absolutely working.
What Tundra does, man. They just are so efficient around the map, and you pointed out, like, a lot of this is just Aui's Enchantress making a lot of space.
He's just farming jungle, and then Snaking's like cutting waves with Firefly, Brood Spider sending to scout and cut things. Shopify, they're just not able to find the connections, and they're probably like, hey guys, we want them to team fight us, but they're just never playing that team fight route. Ravage still on cooldown 60 seconds too. They don't find a connection, and watching 9 also he's just getting the more and more answers for the TB. That Maelstrom Stone, he's got the Aghanims queued next. And they are positioned around bot.
This scaling Pango build is going to do work.
And they're positioned around bot for Roche. There's no Ravage, there's no meta. So as soon as it shifts down here, they might actually just look to go for it.
Dude, 33 is so far. He's got Harpoon BKB on his way to SNY. Oh, man. I mean, this Brood is a carry. Like, on an actual, like, one-position Brood Mother. He is enormous.
Yeah, and he can absolutely. I mean, we've seen the Brood carry even versus the TB. We've seen teams literally pick that versus TB to stand their ground, and yeah, this is definitely working so far. Even though it's 12-5, I mean, Tundra, they played this map beautifully in these last moments, and now they've got a Roche. Now they've got fight advantage in a straight 5v5 team fight with these items they've picked up.
Oh my goodness, 33, level 16.
Look at the spiders. I love when I just see
they're going all over the map.
The spread.
They just know, like, there's nothing here. Moonlight Shadow finally comes out, but it's way too late. Does Tundra secure themselves the first Roshan? Aegis will go to Skitter's Bloodseeker.
Tundra felt like 2 steps ahead at that point. It felt like Shopify, they smoke, and they're like, oh my god, it's way too late. And even if they didn't make it, like, even if they wanted to go earlier, I think meta was just coming back up, so.
He might get this mid tier too. It's gonna be so close.
Michigan.
One more attack. Okay, they do.
Decent arrow, but can't force anything from Skitter. And Artesia, I'm looking at him, and I think he's starting to debate if he wants to go back for BKB rather than Scotty first. And I think he's feeling a bit of that pressure of just the overwhelming heroes that are going to get on top of him. The Pango, the Bat Rider, just all these different things. He might need the magic immunity rather than being able to go for Scotty. We'll see if he does do it.
Saberlight line spiders to kill. That's always fun. He actually went and bought his shard here, so he has the Tendrils of the Deep.
Okay.
Second follow-up stun. He's like, all right, I realize if I blink Ravage this Brood Mother, we need another stun.
His scale, that does,
I guess.
I mean, his scaling, it's been crippled anyway this game, but this is going to perhaps cripple it even more if he doesn't get a connection with it. And Aoi, he does get the shard from the Tormentor, so now the 2, you see how much farm he has now? It's going to double. pretty fast because he's just going to be using double enchant creeps around the map.
He is farming so fast.
Yeah, he's scaling.
Substantially further than away from the court from these supports. And mind you, this is Fly, who started 4-0-4 in like the first 9 minutes of this game.
Yeah, 4-0-4, 5-0-5. He's still 5-0-6. It's just they're just getting outmaneuvered. They're getting danced around the map. It's the Tundra mechanic, right? This is what some people absolutely hate to watch. I absolutely love it because it's just full understanding. They're just like, okay, whatever. You want to pick a team fighting team trying to force thing? Yes, you won lanes. You have great lane lineup, but how do you play the map versus this type of Tundra play style? Seeming to be pretty difficult.
I feel like a lot of it was going to come from Abed's Snapfire, to be honest. Like, we talked about the really favorable mid matchup versus this Pango. He didn't really get too far ahead, and now he's back for the Maelstrom.
Okay.
I mean, it's kind of standard, but now that he has his Maelstrom, he can farm a little bit faster, but
they have some... There's definitely
they've not connected.
There's definitely some concerns of the fact that neither of them went BKB, though, right? So there could be situations where both of these heroes, the Snapfire and the Terrorblade, could just get controlled fully inside of a fight and brought down.
And they will find Fly. Lasso there as Snake King finally gets to put that blink to good use. And yeah, the kill streak. That's right. We just saw he was 5-0-6, finally dying for the first time. Goes to Skitter.
Dream. Good vision at the moment from Shopify. Can they actually make anything with it, though, versus the Sages? 2 minutes left on it from Skitter.
They popped Moonlight there, so you don't have a bonus move speed or that invis to play around now.
Oh. And Tundra's just playing farm game. Look at this, Naze even like double blinking to Firefly 3 camps at the same time. Aoi is stacking Ancients while shoving mid with a range creep.
They are looking really good right now. Tundra just very, very, very well executed Dota.
They're just controlling the entire state of the game. Is the beauty of it, really, without making many plays. They're doing it just with like splitting up and avoiding Shopify. Got them up to a 6k gold lead, and Aghanim's now finished on 9. So this TB without a BKB, he's gotta get eviscerated by 9. He has the 15 talent now too, so.
Man, that is so scary, dude.
Yeah.
That is so scary.
It's just scary to see how the fights are going to be, like... It just looks like it's a lot easier to execute for Tundra. For Shopify, the execution pre-BKBs just look complicated.
Yeah. And you still have this massive Broodmother who's just tying net worth with this Terrorblade the whole time. He's on his way to a Butterfly, which he almost has. It's only about 600 gold away.
Good lord.
So I don't know how you ever kill this Brood. Like, you can't burst him.
No.
He's too tanky.
And they're like try/quad scaling, and once it gets to the point,
steal the Tormentor.
AUI is going to get to the point where he's going to be that 4th core at some point too. This is very, very worrisome for Shopify. Unless they have to they have to dream big and get big connections. I feel like the pressure's on Saberlight a lot in this game now, just to get those huge ravages.
They at least steal the Tormentor away. A kind of useless shard here on the Batrider, but for the most part, denying that gold XP.
Yeah, big.
Not bad.
I mean, they just continue accelerating themselves more, and Shopify just...
They saw 33 bottom.
Aegis reclaimed.
Aegis expiring mid. I mean, maybe you can get the Blink Ravage here. Right on the high ground, they do. Can they follow it up? The Tendril of the Deep with the arrow. It's there. Big kill, but in comes 9. It's his turn to shine. He's looking to just stay on top of the Terrorblade. He can mana burn him. It's huge. He's got a Sunder available, but will he get a chance to use it? He's falling low, gets the Manta. He gets the Sunder barely on a Snaking, and now you're bleeding on Tundra, but the chase from 33, the real carry is here. Will at least find himself a kill onto the Terrorblade, but Saberlight's in. The Tendrils do connect. The arrow not going to be there.
Huge hit, though. They catch the Bloodseeker literally as Aegis is going away. A very bold move right outside the base, but they do at least get the kill. But they will lose Arteezy for it. So they can't actually get any type of momentum out of it. But a way to slow down Tundra's, which was starting to become pretty overwhelming.
Yeah, that is a really, really nice fight for them. Almost 2,500 gold going their way, but the big thing there, also the experience. It's just 33, man. I don't know how. You just have to like try and run from him when he has BKB. That's like about it.
Yeah, it's the fact that there's the tri-scale, but it is a big hit. I mean, Skeeter now massively slowed down. That was pretty much exactly what Shopify needed to do to at least get themselves into a better position here. Will be some time, some downtime for them now to be able to fight, though. 70 seconds on Meta, 70 on Ravage, so Tundra could look to strike back when they respawn fully.
Saberlight. Just gonna chip the tower real quick with the Meteor Hammer, and good old walk away. I think that's enough damage.
It's very close.
Very close. It's gonna be like
1
HP. Oh my god, it is! Literally 1 HP. Amazing. Alright, they still get it at the end, but
yeah,
that's funny.
And Tundra, they are looking to try to take advantage of cooldowns at the moment, so they're looking to hunt. But Shopify playing nicely, playing careful. Look at Arteezy's positioning. All the way on the left side here. The rest of his team kind of playing top side, so they've avoided this smoke nicely. Well, should buy them time to have Ravage and Meta back up for the next fight.
And we saw the effect, like Terrorblade. Once he has BKB, these fights might be a little bit different, right?
Yeah, might be a bit more. Might be a bit easier, at least for him to stand his ground. At least versus 9 in particular.
Yeah.
Still a difficulty, of course, versus 33, as we've seen, but... Another Meteor Hammer on top, Saberlight.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he's just getting a little bit of chip damage. That's not bad.
Yep, bad at all.
Gonna TP back bottom, though.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It seems like game plan hasn't really changed all that much for Tundra.
Looks like, yeah, still play the map until you can perhaps look to set up like a Roshan fight or something like that. But Shopify, they might actually be able to at least finish up they're going to be able to finish up the BKB on Arteezy before that next fight. So I mean, that mid play was pretty huge for them to get things back going for them.
We're going to see the Roche respawn. It is. Okay, it is like, if this was an instant Roche, it could be really good for Shopify, but it will end up spawning bottom instead. They do smoke up with the BKB.
BKB, and he's got an Arcane Rune, so he can pump out a couple illusions to put these lanes in a good position, and that is exactly what is going on right now. These lanes are in a very good spot for Shopify, mid and top being shoved in.
And Light Shadow as well for that bonus move speed.
Oh, and look,
just going to continue to push mid.
So he's got the creep wave here. Look at Owie. He's got 2 enchanted creeps to cut the next wave in the mid lane. So this is the last wave that Shopify has. So yeah, mid wave. See you later.
And they're setting up for bottom. Like they have a feeling Roche could just be spawning any moment. And I guess you're like making the bet here on Tundra that it's not up, right? Otherwise, it could be going for a top.
Arteezy did a good job of tanking the tower with his illusion, so they actually have to live to finish off the creep wave. And this tower, it looks like it's going to go down.
Yeah, one more illusion plus the Meteor Hammer, it should die. Yep. Nicely done. Tundra are set up for bottom tier 3 of their own, but another smoke from Shopify back across the map here, see if they can find anything.
They need to get the Pango. I mean, Arteezy's pinging it right away. They have to focus fire him, kill him before that fight starts. He is the biggest problem that Arteezy's running into right now.
Dude, they're going to intercept perfectly, but you don't have Abed here. If they can get a ward up on the high ground, it would be very nice for them. 33.
Oh,
it's a target. The Ravage, it catches 2, but where's the follow-up? You gotta be able to grab this Bloodseeker. He's gonna be able to get the BKB. Owie falling low, but 33 just running through the back line. The last one's gonna catch a Terrorblade. Skinner's falling low. He's about to heal up. The Mortimer kisses. Again, you took the fight without your Snapfire, and you're all alive here on the side of Tundra. We're looking for more Skinner. Able to survive 9 picks off. Another crit will fall. Abed has to take the portal back home, fly. He's underneath the ward sentry.
I mean, they need every little bit they can get, and they don't have Abed for the fight at all. And the thing is, too, they focus Skitter, but I feel like Skitter's actually the 3rd carry on the team of Tundra right now. He doesn't even end up dying, and 33 ends up just killing absolutely everybody with 9. They do, like, 5k damage, Brood, 4k damage on the Pango. And that was your Ravage fight, your meta fight, and you lose this fight hard.
If Broodmother got caught in the Ravage, maybe the fight is different. Fly trying to play with under a little bit bottom here and slow down this Roach. Ends up getting caught. Yeah, I mean, RTZ pinged it. He took 1,500 damage from the Broodmother.
Yeah.
The rest was 9. Right? Like literally nothing from this Bloodseeker.
No, he literally just ran away and then reset and got like the last 2 touches or something like that. Oof. I hit a kind of Tundra with a perfect little moment there when they get the smoke. It breaks like instantly as they smoke, so I think that's what allowed 33 to get the BKB off as well to be able to get that fight. And 33, I mean, let's see what item he commits for if he actually just does go for the full hacks. He probably will because it's just such a value item. 11k lead now for them. Another Aegis and a Cheese. And they're not the ones who are cooldown reliant. Shopify can't fight now for these next 50 seconds or so.
Rune.
Whoop. Maybe they can get a pick off at least.
Snaking does have Force Staff. He's going to take a ton of damage here. Does pop the dust. Wait a minute. Snaking's pretty fast.
He's out.
He just walks away. Okay, it's that simple sometimes.
And look at bottom.
There was a haste rune, though. Yeah, you're right. 33 is just taking your base. Okay. Well, you kind of have like a, I don't know, a spider problem, I guess you could say?
They're gone. The
hex.
spiders have infested the home, and you didn't know.
It was coming from inside the house the
What
whole
the
time.
hell? Yeah, you didn't even know. Where's the exterminator? Uh-oh.
Has been killed.
Level 23, 33. This decision for him to go this hard right-clicking build, it has been paying off so big this game. Soon to be, I mean, very close to being securing their way, it seems like.
Aoi has been such a nuisance on the Enchantress. You're right, double Satyr Tormentor mid lane. He's just Hadoukening the creep wave, and that's it.
This is literally like, I feel like if you just encapsulated Aoi in a nutshell, it's him cutting creep waves and smiling and giggling to himself as a Visage and Enchantress.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's kind of brutal.
And this is a very, it's just a very Tundra kind of game style where it's still 17 to 12 and they just have this massive gold lead because they played the macro so well.
Top tower is under attack.
Go for me.
This is hilarious. Watching this Aoi Enchantress. This is something else. He's like, oh, thanks TB for an illusion as well. I'll use that.
Yep, you get a creep and an illusion. You can even just take like a range creep and it shoves a lane in super hard. I actually think this shard is one of the more busted ones. I feel like most people just think it's the little friends half the time. The little friends is worthless. So in 99% of situations, the double enchant is borderline broken.
Yeah.
And the push is commencing.
33 onto the high ground he goes. Snake will buy some space, but Snake, nice blink grab of the Mirana. Does have buyback, but still putting that lasso to good use. Because you've still got an Aegis on your Broodmother. Again, this is the real carry. He doesn't care. Rupture's going to catch Saberlight, and 33 says, all right, go time for me, man. You can't escape.
Jeez.
9's in the base as well, looking for more. Taking a decent chunk of damage from Abed as he hit his level 20 talent. They will connect here on that Noxious Plague. The Mortimer Kins as well. 9 trying to get away. It's not going to be enough, and now Snake King's actually in trouble. And they get the TP cancel. They won't. Right.
I mean, decent
a little bit of a hold.
Yeah, they didn't have to use Matter or anything. They had to use Kisses, but Tundra diving a little bit deep there, getting punished. I don't think they saw Abed hit 20 there. I think that caught 9 off guard completely.
What was it? It was Sumail, right? The other day where we were watching, he gets the crit, gets level 20, and just like one shots of Faceless Void in his chrono. Like, people really forget about that timing on the 20 talent.
They're still looking to make a move, even though the Pango's dead.
Fly would be a nice kill. He's got a Lotus Orb, but the Hex catches him from the trees. And Snake King, he's going to find crit here on the high ground. The Lotus buys him a little bit of time.
A cheesy?
They've caught the big... Oh, big Ravage! RT's with the lasso! His BKB's there. He needs a Sunder, but he doesn't get it. Hairblade down without buyback. Saberlight goes down as well, right outside the base, and Tundra may have just punched their ticket to the main event.
It looks like, I think they both got BKB off, right? I think 33 and Skeeter both got BKB, and they lassoed him during it, so nothing going the way of Shopify, and yeah, Tundra, they've done it, absolutely.
That is tier 4s exposed. There are no buybacks, no fortifications, crit. Swirling around in the base, knowing that this one's pretty much over. You can't stop this Broodmother. An incredible game from 33, even after what was a really rough start, right? He just played the map. A lot of this comes down to just the decision-making from Tundra, and a well-deserved victory. They'll move on to the main event. Really sad day for North American fans.
A very sad day for North American fans. I mean, Tundra, this one, they played it to perfection. They just danced on him. That was literally the dance of Dota. The dance of the death of NA Dota right there from Tundra. Just not letting Shopify connect. Like Shopify, they have this, lane advantage. They have a good attempt to be able to try to find these type of plays to look for Tundra. But Tundra, they do the Tundra. They split it up completely. They farm and farm and farm until they get these timings. They get 2 secured Roches, a couple secured fights, and yeah, I mean, what else is there really to say? Tundra just seemed to know exactly how to play versus the Shopify playstyle.
I bet if there was a stat that was the team that most often wins from a kill deficit, I guarantee you it would be Tundra.
Yeah, and it's usually like with like a 50k gold lead or something like that. Something absurd, right? Like even though they're at a kill deficit. This one only a 20k, but either way, I mean they were making the win. They were making the team fight wins or the pickoff wins and stuff happen even when they were like 5k, 6k deficit. This was a beautiful display really by Tundra's. Shopify they've got quite a bit to fix. I mean, we talked about it earlier in the tournament. I think we got to cover a couple of their games, and they just were looking pretty disconnected. It's still looking similar.
Yeah. Something is just not working for him. It's hard to say if it's really just a patch thing because it's been about 6 months of a decline for this team. Like, they have really been struggling finding their momentum in any of these major events. Like, the lands and stuff have just not panned out for them. We'll see what happens. You know, there is going to be a big update in August, pre-TI, so we'll, see if that ends up being like a big change to this team. But for now, they're going to have to really hit the boards and try and find something to make this work for them.
Yeah, I'm sure they're starting to feel pretty, you start to feel pretty demoralized. Like, none of our, what's really going wrong? And the answer is probably just like a little bit of everything is going wrong. So
it is a little bit.
It's tough to really fix. It's gonna have to be. They're gonna have to sit down and talk and really look to see what they can do to fix all this, because it's they sometimes do have like really good drafts and it still doesn't end up working. Yeah, just hard to tell what really is the main issue.
Yeah, I mean, they had a couple fights that looked really good, but it's just the game decision making from Tundra here was just too good. So looking back at this final Ravage, it's like Arteezy shows initially, and they just instantly BKB, and Saberlight blinks in just like a fraction of a second too late. So they just, again, the Ravage looks good, but it just whiffs because the double BKBs.
Yeah, and it could be a moment there where Shopify is feeling like, this is a desperate move. They're like, we have to get this big connection, or the game's just over. And I mean, it probably doesn't even matter anyway because they're playing into an Aegis Brood who can just turn afterwards if they do even get that type of connection and stuff. So yeah, Tundra, super well-deserved win. I mean, with their play style especially too, as guess we'll have to see what happens in the further of this tournament.
Nothing like AoE gatekeeping NA Dota. Just exactly what we love to see.
For what?
It's so good.
And the best part is too, it's former teammates as well too, right?
Yeah, it is. It's all former teammates. That's good stuff. I love it. I mean, this has been a fun group stage for sure. I want to say, like, we've been lucky to cast some pretty incredible games so far. So this was a lot of fun. I'm excited for the main event.
Yeah, me too. I mean, we got to see a good amount of one-sided ones where it's like one team got the lead, it didn't really shift the other ones, but we did get to see, I think, like 3 or 4 pretty massive comebacks from a snuck. I think it was Execration, the sneak Roshan versus Secret, like a 15k down, and then they just fully swing the game after Tino's like farming Ancients. So we got to see quite a bit of excitement, and I think we are starting to see more narrowing of the hero pool as we're starting to get toward the main event and stuff like that. But I feel like we did get to see a good variety at the least.
Yeah, definitely some unique drafts, some unique takes on the patch, and Tundra still looking as crisp as ever. I mean, they struggled obviously in the group stage. They ended up in the tiebreakers for the elimination, so not probably where they would like to be, but obviously still a threat. So we'll see how they do in the group stage. But it's been a lot of fun. We just want to say thank you all so much for tuning in. It's going to be the main event starting tomorrow. If I'm not mistaken, there's no break day, is there? Let me double check.
There shouldn't be a break day now.
Okay. So for anyone, maybe looking forward to that, that's going to be a lot of fun. But thank you all so much for watching. That's going to be it for us. It's been a pleasure, Fogged, working with you.
Same, man.
Really expected that, so that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, no, wait, for it to be a pleasure or what? What the hell? That's kind of mean, man.
No, I didn't expect that I was going to be able to work with you, dude. Come on.
I had to get you. No, me too. It's been a while. I was looking for. I know we play some pubs here and there and stuff like that, but haven't really gotten to like hang out, spend some nice quality Dota time with you. And since when I was in Cali for that little like collegiate land.
Yeah, collegiate Dota like 6 years ago or something. So I don't know.
Definitely a treat, and love working with you. It was a lot of fun, and everyone just give a big shout out to Cryptic. So very fun and enjoyable.
Thank you. All right, everyone. Thank you all so much for watching. As always, have a wonderful night. We'll see you all next time.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، ياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where